Welcome to Understanding Objectivism, a guide to learning Ayn Rand's philosophy, based on lectures by Leonard Peikoff and edited by Michael S. Berliner. Let's begin. Lecture 1, The Role of Philosophy. If someone who doesn't know what philosophy is attacks it, that isn't very significant. And of course, many people are like this. To them, philosophy is just a few disconnected sayings. They have no real idea what the subject deals with, its topics, or its structure. Similarly, if people who do know something about philosophy equate it with the worst, most irrational ideas, like self-sacrifice, communism, or skepticism, and then attack it, that also doesn't mean much. But what about a different kind of person? I'm thinking of someone who knows what philosophy is. He knows its main branches, the issues it deals with, and the overall structure of the subject. Let's say he has even listened to Ayn Rand and is sympathetic to her viewpoint. He's an advocate of egoism, an atheist, and a supporter of capitalism. What if someone like that attacks philosophy? Every so often, I hear arguments against philosophy from people just like that. And unless you lead a very insulated life, you must have heard them too. I want to begin this course by presenting the 3 leading arguments against philosophy, at least in my experience. Each one claims that a happy person cannot live according to any philosophy, whether it's objectivist or something else. They claim that every philosophy inevitably creates serious problems for the person who holds it, problems that far outweigh any value the philosophy brings. So they argue philosophy is basically harmful, a source of grief. The way to be happy, according to these arguments, is to say goodbye to philosophy and become a philosophical, or even anti-philosophical. These arguments have been raised to me over the years by people from many different viewpoints, including former objectivists. I say former because once they turn against philosophy, they usually abandon any philosophic affiliation. Some of these people I do not like or respect, but some I do. Some are honest, even if I believe they are badly mistaken. They sincerely believe these arguments and are sometimes torn about them, not knowing how to answer, or if an answer even exists. I want to start by facing these issues head-on. These arguments are rarely formulated in the detail I'm about to present. I disagree with them, of course, but the answers will come much later in the course. The point right now is this. Can you answer these arguments? Do you feel there is anything to them at all? Can I make you hesitate, even for a minute, with regard to any of them? For your own sake, I ask you to be fair. Don't simply dismiss them because you know I'm going to demolish them eventually. If you confront them honestly, it can be a very helpful self-diagnosis of whether you truly understand objectivism. And by the way, all my examples are real. They're taken from things actually said to me at least once. First, the argument that philosophy stifles individuality or the self. Here's how it goes. Philosophy, by its nature, lays down a whole series of principles. It tells people how to think, and what to value. It says, here is the truth on every important issue, including values. It sets rules for what you should believe on every significant subject, what you should think, do, and feel. The argument continues that this leaves little or no room for individuality, for valuing or doing something that expresses your distinctive nature, your personal essence, your own self. The whole idea of philosophy, especially one that claims to be objective, is to bring yourself under universal, impartial rules that apply to all people at all times. The idea is to conform to these rules, whether you like it or not. According to this argument, this means you have to repress your personal self and start behaving like all the other advocates of that philosophy. In effect, you have to become a robot, programmed to be just like all the other followers. That's the abstract statement of this first argument. Now, let's take some examples. Consider lifestyles. Take a young man who discovers objectivism, accepts it as true, and loves the fountainhead, but does not like skyscrapers. And there are such people. The sight of New York doesn't fill him with ecstasy. He may find it distasteful, noisy, and dirty. He would much rather live on a ranch in California or on an island in the Caribbean. The argument goes that if he gets into objectivism, he'll soon absorb the message that skyscrapers represent the heroic in man, greatness and achievement. His own attitude, therefore, is seen as anti-achievement, anti-man. He is indifferent to the good, perhaps even an example of hating the good, and therefore he's wrong, he's low, he's bad. What's the result? If this young man sincerely tries to be a good objectivist, he has to beat down this heretical feeling. He has to become a pro-skyscraper champion like everyone else, in the name of his philosophy. The price, therefore, is to cut himself off from his real feelings and the lifestyle he truly wants. He has to turn himself into an unreal person, a mere follower. Or take a case from art, with Beethoven as the obvious example. A person hears and is deeply moved by Beethoven's symphonies. Then he discovers aesthetics, specifically the objectivist aesthetics. He learns that art is a sense of life issue, revealing your basic values and that your tastes reflect your metaphysical view of life. Then he hears that Ayn Rand personally disliked Beethoven, regarding his music as expressing a malevolent universe, that is, anti-values. Anti-success, anti-man, the voice of doom. The pattern would be the same as with the skyscraper. Perhaps this person will consciously disavow Beethoven. Perhaps he'll just shy away from the issue and feel uncomfortable. But either way, his real personality, his tastes, and his preferences are not being expressed. Instead, he's pushing the attitude that he has been taught is right. I know a talented creative artist, a romantic artist, who believes that philosophy is incompatible with creativity. He sincerely feels that to be creative, you have to be open to the new, to experimentation. You have to give your subconscious absolute freedom to come up with the groundbreaking, the untried, that which has never been conceived before. But if you accept a philosophy, this artist feels you get caged in with a whole set of aesthetic rules telling you art must be this and it can't be that. The result is that your subconscious is frozen in advance. If you take it seriously, he holds, you end up producing inferior copies of whatever school the philosophy happens to approve of, instead of your own individual works. You can see how this argument could be extended to all areas of life. Someone involved with objectivism might repress his real career choice to obey the objectivist idea of productivity. I'm sure you've met a woman who wants children and does not want a professional career in industry, like Dagny Taggart from Atlas Shrugged, and who feels she's inferior and guilty for violating the highest standards of objectivist productivity. A person might repress his real love or friend in the name of having the right kind, according to his philosophy, and so on. All of these people find themselves in a difficult position. If they pursue their own self, they feel guilty. If they repress it, they feel empty and frustrated. They're lost either way. So they conclude that the problem, the culprit, is the attempt to impose any philosophy on a person's individuality. By contrast, the man on the street seems wonderfully free. For him, not everything is significant. Not all of life is a major issue. He doesn't need to prove something every minute with what he likes and dislikes. He can be and do whatever he wants, with no censor, no rules, and no guilt. Ask yourself, how many of you desire something in your career, your personal style, or anything else that you feel is perhaps not 100% objectivism as expressed in Ayn Rand's novels, yet is important to you personally? If so, you're ultimately going to have a problem. You will likely feel guilt, then you will repress it, and in time you will resent having to repress what matters to you. Eventually, it's goodbye. I've seen this happen many times. This is a very important issue and a real reason for this course on understanding objectivism, to deal with and analyze this kind of problem with real-life examples so we can see what is and is not involved in living by a philosophy. Now I want to present a psychological variation of this same argument. It goes like this. If everyone were brought up as an objectivist from the beginning, in an objectivist world, that would be fine. If they were taught only objectivist ideas, their whole psychology would be based on those ideas. Everything about them would be consistent and integrated. It would be terrific. But in reality, life isn't like that. People are brought up by irrational or inadequate parents, not to mention their environment, their neighbors, teachers, politicians, and everyone else. The result is that by the time they discover objectivism, they're filled with contrary ideas and neuroses. Often, they don't even know their subconscious ideas, how they got them, when they were drilled into them, or how to get rid of them. Then they hear objectivism, their mind approves, and they're left with a tremendous clash: the legacy of their upbringing versus a rational philosophy. They're caught between the two, forever fighting their childhood conclusions, doomed to a life of inner conflict. An example I've heard many times goes like this. Take a person brought up in a horrendously bad, irrational home who never formed a strong career value or passion. His life was such a jungle growing up that it took all his strength just to survive. But he preserved his mind, he heard objectivism, and he agrees with it. Now he hears that a career is a crucial top value. He would like to have a career passion, but he cannot find one in himself. He searches and can't find the kind of interests he could build on. He's confronted with a blank. If he were a non-philosophical person, he would still suffer scars from his upbringing. Perhaps he would never be happy. But at least the argument goes, he could struggle on and get something from other aspects of life. But as an objectivist, he has the constant mandate hanging over him, the image of Howard Rourke. By contrast, through constant self-criticism and self-condemnation, he's doomed to guilt for life. What's common to all these examples is the clash between an individual's feelings and philosophy. In the first cases, the person believed a feeling was part of who he was. He was proud of it, it gave him pleasure, and then he felt philosophy was squelching him as an individual. In the career case, he doesn't like the feeling. He wishes he had a career passion. He doesn't regard it as his proud essence. He wishes he could get rid of it. But he can't. So he's condemned to a life of cursing himself. Again, what's common to them all is the conflict. Myself, good or bad, like it or not, but me versus philosophy. Regarding the psychological variant, you might say, there's an easy solution. If you have such deep problems, find a psychotherapist. You might argue that it's often hard to find and uproot your own basic premises, but that's what psychotherapy is for. So if you go and you work and you introspect, in time you'll resolve the clash. I promise the answer you'll get is the one I get. What do you mean by in time? How long? Then the person says, if psychology were so advanced and psychotherapy so efficient that we could identify and eradicate all our bad premises in a reasonable time, terrific. What's a reasonable time? 6 months? 6 years? Many people would invest 6 years. But, the argument continues, in many cases, a person's problems are of a kind that, with today's knowledge, they're actually insoluble. He can go to a good, rational therapist and sincerely try, but because of the primitive state of psychological knowledge, maybe 10 or 20 years would not be enough to change certain traits. So the person concludes, I'm condemned to a life of inner conflict if I continue to hold a theoretical ideal of what I should be. On the other hand, what if I say, I've got to be realistic. I can't change this attitude. I've tried, but it's immovable. That's how I'm going to be until I die. So rather than perpetual conflict, I say, to hell with philosophy. I'm simply not built for it. I'm a certain way, call it sick or neurotic or warped, whatever you want, but I can't do anything about it, and I resign. So in one variant, the person says, this is me, and I want to be this way, but philosophy stamps me down. The other says, this is me, and I don't want to be this way, but I have no choice, so again, philosophy stamps me down. In either case, there is constant inner conflict. That is the argument of philosophy versus the individual, or philosophy versus the self. Second, the argument that philosophy causes a life of outer conflict or cultural alienation. It's philosophy versus the world. Here's the abstract argument. Philosophy, by definition, lays down a set of rules and principles by which you should evaluate the things around you, other people, government practices, religions, everything. A person with a definite philosophy, therefore, is always judgmental. He's always saying, this is right, true, good, or that is wrong, false, bad. The world around you, however, rarely shares your philosophy. Sometimes a person might be in harmony with his environment, like a very religious man in the Middle Ages. This argument wouldn't apply to him. But usually the argument goes, the philosophically consistent person is at odds with the world. This is true because he is consistent, while the world is contradictory. He has a thought-out system, while the world is eclectic. He has high standards, while the world is pragmatic. He is independent, while most people are conventional. So the philosophical person is in the position of constantly condemning what he sees, constantly running the world down as contrary to his standards. Most cultures are a grab bag of different elements, and most people are not very consistent. As a result, there will be a tremendous amount to criticize from the point of view of any philosophy. Now the argument continues. This is particularly true of objectivism. Here is a revolutionary philosophy. It attacks the basic principles of the last 2,500 years. It's confronting a society that reflects the exact opposite ideas in countless ways. The result is that a sincere objectivist must live a life of cultural alienation. He has to feel like an outsider, a victim, or an outcast, facing a corrupt, hostile world. He's a loner, trapped among hordes of the irrational and unjust. On top of that, he can't simply remain silent, because he knows the principle that you mustn't sanction evil. You have to condemn it to be just. So his whole life becomes a constant battle with the people around him. His emotional state becomes one of loneliness, malevolence, and pessimism. If he meets someone at a party, he can't just chat over a drink, relax, and enjoy it like an ordinary person. Whatever he talks about soon generates a philosophic issue, because philosophy is everywhere. The next thing you know, he's in a fight over religion or politics. Even if he keeps quiet, he's on edge, tense, not knowing what someone is going to say that he'll have to jump in and condemn to be true to his principles. So, apart from a few soulmates as isolated as he is, his social life is continual anxiety and unpleasantness. If he goes to a movie, say he goes to see E.T., he can't simply settle back and enjoy it like everybody else. Since he's philosophical, he has to analyze it to see it as a cultural symbol. And in today's world, he's going to find all kinds of errors or evils in just about everything, which will destroy his enjoyment. E.T., for instance, is definitely anti-adult and anti-science. Therefore, I've heard people say it's an evil, irrational movie. I can't resist saying that I love that movie, but we'll get to that later. If an objectivist goes to a college class, he supposedly has to either feel fear of what his professors will say, knowing he'll have to disagree and be ridiculed, or, at a minimum, he'll be filled with disgust and revulsion. Even if he goes to a party of objectivists, he can't have a good time, because he has to spend the evening on philosophy and big issues. Everything has to be intellectual, and they end up discussing how awful the world is. And if somebody at the party just wants to relax and forget his troubles for the night, he might be accused of being evasive and anti-intellectual. The conclusion of this argument is that it's simply not worth living if life is nothing but struggle, tension, condemnation, loneliness, and gloom. What's the solution? Get rid of the root of it all, this judgmental attitude, this constant concern with right or wrong. Get rid of philosophy and just enjoy yourself, like the man on the street, who is again the symbol of a blissful existence. He just takes the world as it is. If he likes a movie, it would never occur to him to analyze it. If he meets someone at a party, he couldn't care less what that person thinks. He accepts the rule, never argue about religion or politics. He's free, he's cheerful, and he has no sense of being a cornered victim in a malevolent world. How does he do it? He's not enslaved by a philosophy. So according to the first argument, it's the self versus philosophy. According to the second, it's the outer world versus philosophy. It's a twofold torture chamber. And that brings us to the last argument. It's the briefest, but it puts the final seal on the first two. Why go through all this torture for nothing? Because argument number 3 claims philosophy is basically useless. You know the standard version of this. Who needs philosophy? It's all empty talk. But the version I have in mind is more sophisticated. It goes like this. True, philosophy is important when you're young or when you first discover it. It helps set your basic direction. At that point, you're swamped by so many choices, and you have no firm ideas. You're confronted with a mass of possible careers, religions, friends, and lifestyles. You're just drowning in possibilities. You need a guide, so philosophy is really helpful at this stage. It orients you to life. But, the argument continues, at a certain point your basic direction is established. For example, if you come to objectivism, you pretty soon give up religion, resign from the Socialist Party, reject a progressive education for your children, pick out an appropriate career and lifestyle, and choose certain friends. At this point, the argument asks, What more do you get out of philosophy? Of course, if you're a professional intellectual, you might need philosophy because you're dealing with its issues all the time. But what if you're not? Suppose you're a full-time mother, a businessman, a lawyer, or a sculptor. All your basic decisions in life are made. So what do you do with philosophy then? Your career is set, and most of your time is spent pursuing it. Philosophy is irrelevant there. You try cases or treat patients or sell bread without needing any more philosophy. Your daily activities, friends, and routines are set, and you're overwhelmed with the demands of daily existence. Who has time for philosophy, and what for? As I've sometimes heard it put, what does being an objectivist consist of? What do you do with objectivism other than attend lectures? I was discussing this argument recently with a friend, and he made the perceptive comment that this argument is like deism in religion. In religion, there are three camps. First, there are the true believers, who hold that God is all-powerful. Second, there are the deists, who say God is necessary to start the universe, but after that he retires and simply watches with no power to interfere. And third, there are the atheists, who say, if we can get along without God for all these millennia, we can get along without him at the very beginning too. Deism was just a stage in the decline of religion, leading logically to atheism. You can see the parallel here. The view that philosophy is necessary to start us off but is useless thereafter is like the deism of this issue. It leads to the same result. Philosophy is dispensable even at the beginning. If some non-philosophical way of making decisions can work for the last 40 or 50 years of your life, it can work for all of your life. So this argument, despite seeming to make concessions, really amounts to an attack on the usefulness of philosophy as such, at any point. It all comes down to the question, if I intend to be a decent, hardworking person, what on earth do I need philosophy for in my daily life? That covers the three arguments in essence. What is their common denominator? It's the separation of philosophy from life, the dichotomy of philosophy versus life. Philosophy is seen as either useless in living, removed from life, or a positive harm to living. So you have life and you have philosophy, and you have to choose. This viewpoint is extremely widespread today. The whole culture is saturated with anti-philosophical ideas. We could divide people into various categories on this basis. In one category would be the explicit skeptics about philosophy, those who openly scorn it as a waste of time, as hot air with no cash value. For these people, any word describing thought like abstract means removed from life. In another category are those who profess certain philosophic ideas and even respect them, but keep them as a side issue in their lives. This is what Ayn Rand called the church on Sundays attitude. One day a week they pay homage to their ideas, but the rest of the time they forget about them and get on with living. This is just a variant of the outright skeptic, because both agree on the irrelevance of philosophy to life. Finally, there's another type of person, one who does take ideas seriously and really tries to live by them day and night. Where do we find examples of this type? Only two sources I know of: religions and totalitarian movements. Nuns who retire from the world, renounce sex, and take a vow of poverty, or Nazis and communists who give up everything to the party. This third category includes fanatics who sacrifice their lives to their philosophy. They, too, agree that it's your life or your philosophy, and they simply give up their lives for philosophy. But the basic issue is the same: life or philosophy. Almost everyone agrees that philosophy is removed from life. The arguments I began with are just a version of this same attitude. And yet, objectivists know, or should know, that something is wrong with all of this. Philosophy is not self-sacrifice. According to objectivism, it's the indispensable means of achieving self-interest, prosperity, and the enjoyment of life. We know that philosophy is not detached from life, that it's not an impediment to living, but a vital necessity. So I'm turning now to the objectivist viewpoint. I'm not yet answering the arguments I gave you. I'm merely reminding you of the exact opposite attitude, that philosophy is essential to creating a self, to dealing with the world, and to managing at all in daily life. This course presupposes familiarity with Ayn Rand's works, so I'm going to be very brief on this part. This is just a reminder. If you are here for the very first time and don't know anything about objectivism, this is the wrong lecture for you. This is aimed at an audience that already has an extensive knowledge of objectivism. So to you, I'm merely reminding you what philosophy is. It's a science of fundamental ideas that tells you the nature of the world, of man, and of man's means of knowledge. On that basis, it offers a code of values to guide his choices and actions. Do we need it? You've all listened to Philosophy, Who Needs It?, the title essay in Ayn Rand's 1982 book. You know that man needs philosophy by his essential nature. His mind needs its conclusions to function. He has to know, what is reality, and can he count on it? What is knowledge, and how is it obtained? What is the good, and how should it be pursued? Does philosophy have an actual role in life? You must have listened to the ominous parallels. I claimed there, and I believe I proved, that philosophy is the factor ultimately moving everyone and everything. It's inescapable, even for people who denounce it. It's responsible for trends in economics, art, politics, literature, education, youth movements, movies, you name it. What do you get out of holding a definite philosophy? When I was a college student, they used to say this about philosophy in general to motivate freshmen. It applies even more to objectivism, since it's a rational philosophy. They used to tell us that from philosophy you get a sense of certainty as against agonizing doubt. You get basic self-confidence, a sense of intellectual control over your own mind. You gain a fundamental understanding of the world, of why things are as they are, of what can be changed and what can't. And you get a sense of purpose, of priorities, of values, of what's important versus what's trivial, what counts in life, where you're going, and what you need to do to be happy. That's the kind of speech they used to give, and it's all true. Philosophy does all this and much more. The man on the street, whom the anti-philosophic arguments see as blissfully free of philosophy, is actually harmed by that fact. However decent he is, the world is basically a mystery to him. He cannot fathom what is going on. He can make no sense of the injustices he sees. He's not even sure they are injustices. He has no answers, no clear questions, and no method to begin to untangle it all. So he just pulls his horns in and scrapes by. He may be productive, but he has no sense of control. He can't question or challenge in any serious way, and without his knowledge, he's being led step by step to disaster. So, on the one hand, philosophy, especially objectivism, is a life-giving value. But on the other hand, there are all these arguments that it's a bane and not a blessing. What is the resolution? I'm not going to answer the three arguments I started with in this lecture. Each of them is complex. Each has some valid points and points to some real problems, though it misapplies them with the wrong conclusion. Each has many confusions that need to be straightened out. For detailed answers, you'll have to wait until the last half of this course. But this is a course, not a self-contained lecture, so we have to lay a whole groundwork first. What I want to do now is state, in general terms, the basic error common to all three of these arguments. The cause of the problems mentioned is not philosophy or objectivism, but philosophy or objectivism wrongly understood. I don't mean specific errors, I mean wrongly understood in a fundamental, all-embracing way. Put another way, the cause is objectivism improperly digested or assimilated. Or, put still another way, the cause is objectivism held as a series of abstractions not tied to reality. If a person did understand objectivism, and I mean grasping it in its actual relation to reality, not as floating generalities, such a person would not raise the arguments I mentioned. Nobody sane and honest would say, let's get rid of reality. It's too much trouble. It interferes with my self-expression, or it causes grief in dealing with other people, or it's useless in daily life. Reality, by definition, is all there is. It's what we live in and deal with every moment, and it's what we have to conform to if we are to survive, let alone prosper. On the perceptual level, the level of sensory perception, there's no argument about this. If you started to walk into the path of a speeding truck and someone screamed, "Watch out for the truck," no one would dream of answering, "Don't try to impose rules on me, I want to express myself." Or, "I don't have views on trucks because I don't want to argue all the time." Or, "I've already seen all the trucks I need to in my life. Looking is a waste of time for me now. I'm too busy." On the perceptual level, that is the equivalent of the three arguments against philosophy. On that level, reality confronts us immediately, concretely, inescapably. The point is that this does not happen on the conceptual level, the level of ideas and abstractions. On that level, a gap is possible. An idea can be sincerely held, but utterly unconnected to the world, and that is what makes a disdain for ideas possible. If abstract philosophical ideas were held with the same immediacy, the same reality, the same relation to actual perceptual concretes as the way we see trucks, none of the anti-philosophical arguments could arise. It would be immediately obvious that it was an anti-reality line. If a person saw his philosophy in every concrete, and I mean really saw it, the way he now sees trucks, then no problems of the kind mentioned could arise. He might still have problems with himself or with people, but he wouldn't have problems with philosophy. The issue, therefore, is that many people, including honest, well-meaning people, do not see their philosophy that way. Let me put the same point in a different way. The essence of being in favor of reason is proving your ideas, validating them, as against going by faith or blindly following authority. What does proving an idea consist of? It's not some formalized, ritualized deduction. It's not some tricky rigmarole designed to outwit dishonest adversaries. Proof is a very simple, non-social thing. It is the method of seeing firsthand that your ideas come from reality, that they actually correspond to facts. That's all. Proof is really just taking an abstract idea and giving it the vividness, the immediacy, the compelling quality of the perception of that truck we talked about. If you really proved an idea, it should stand in your mind like that truck, as a fact that is there, real, perceivable, and absolute. Of course, this is easy to say but hard to do. The question is, how do you achieve this state? How do you get your ideas, particularly philosophic ideas, into this kind of relation to reality? How do you take broad abstractions and make them seem in your mind like obvious transcripts of reality, so immediate that they are like perceptions with all that clarity and compelling power? That is the question. And that is what I mean when I say that we have to learn to understand philosophic ideas, and specifically objectivism. I mean grasp their relation to reality. In a way, this problem exists for all abstractions, in any subject. You know from the objectivist epistemology that abstractions are shorthand symbols for integrations of concretes, enabling us to deal with countless instances with a single word. As such, abstractions are by their nature a step removed from reality. There are actual trucks you can point to. Then there is the concept truck, a unit in your mind that you have to connect to reality. Then there's vehicle, which is still broader and another step removed. And you know that there are methods like giving examples and definitions to keep concepts connected to reality. So the problem of understanding abstractions exists for all abstractions. But the point I want to make now is that it is hardest in regard to philosophy, because philosophy deals with the broadest abstractions. It's the most universal. You can look at it this way. Philosophy is at once the easiest and the hardest subject. It's the hardest for the same reason it's the easiest. It's the most universal. In one way, it's the easiest because you don't need any specialized knowledge. It deals with issues available to everyone at all times. You just have to look at the world. But in another sense, it's the hardest because it is tremendously abstract. Here, your words are covering not just trucks, but existence. Not just a toothache, but consciousness. Not just a movie, but freedom or happiness. These concepts, existence, consciousness, freedom, cover so many concretes of such a bewildering variety. In philosophy, we have to hold this wealth of concretes together and move in a continual realm of tremendous abstraction. Most people simply cannot do it. They can grasp the ideas, but only by cutting loose from reality, by forgetting about trucks, toothaches, and movies, and functioning in a world made only of words. They don't know how to keep this level of abstraction connected to daily life. So for them, philosophy ends up like church on Sunday, something disassociated from life. They may be sincere, but they can't keep it real. This is the deeper, epistemological reason why philosophy is so widely scorned. It's not only because of wrong ideas about philosophy, it's the very nature of abstractions and the difficulty they present, which is worst in regard to philosophy. To carry this a step further, if philosophy is the easiest yet hardest subject, the same goes for objectivism in spades. I could make a case that it's the easiest of all philosophies to assimilate, and also the hardest. Why the easiest? Because it's true. It's actually based on reality. That makes it much easier to grasp than fantasies about a supernatural dimension or the beauty of self-immolation. On the other hand, precisely because it throws out fantasies, it's of no use at all if it's held in a way that's cut off from reality. A false philosophy must be divorced from reality to some extent. You don't have to work to see its relation to reality. It has no relation. It's like a fairy tale. But with objectivism, the whole thing, in every principle and detail, is the tie to reality, to the concretes around us. Precisely because it is true, there is a tremendous amount of work involved in holding it, in keeping it connected to reality. If you forget reality while dealing with Kant, that's not a problem. It can be very helpful. But if you forget reality in regard to objectivism, it becomes ludicrous. However, it is not obvious how to keep a philosophy tied to reality. It's a very difficult and rare feat. Good intentions and sincerity are not enough. You need a definite method of dealing with ideas, a method that is not self-evident. I have watched objectivists for many years, starting with myself, try to assimilate the ideas of objectivism. I've watched them try to grasp the proof, the tie to reality, in that truck-like fashion. I've seen well-meaning, educated, intelligent, motivated students read all the materials and take courses, and yet they cannot really do it. They cannot digest the material with their eye steadily on reality. However much they wrestle with it, it does not gel in their minds into a lucid, unanswerable perception of reality. They end up seeing it, in effect, as though through a glass darkly, or in a kind of fog. I hasten to add that I myself went through a long period in this state, at least 15 years, and that was my full-time field. At first, I thought everyone else understood but me, but eventually, I saw the same problem repeated in person after person. I came to conclude that a special method is necessary to grasp philosophy and keep it reality-oriented, a method with many aspects and specific steps. I worked for years to define this method. Most recently, we held a seminar with several very advanced objectivists exploring our mutual mental processes. That is actually how this course arose. It's in effect tips from a veteran on how to really understand objectivism. But you have to see clearly at the outset why a special method is necessary. Many people think that if they listen to a book on philosophy and focus, carefully and sincerely, and at the end say, "This makes sense, I agree," that this constitutes understanding. It does not. Listening is not enough. The same is true of lectures. You can listen to the most wonderful lecturer in history, focused and honest, but that does not yield understanding in the sense we're talking about. Listening and learning is obviously vital. It's the first step. But it's only the first step. There's a whole process that has to come after that if you are to reach the stage of seeing and truly grasping. I gave myself the assignment to try to identify the major steps that had to intervene. The question I set was this: assuming a person listens to a philosophy lecture or book completely attentively, what else then has to go on in his mind for the ideas to emerge as real knowledge that he possesses? My answer is essentially offered in this course. Without these steps, the best book or lecture simply fades away in your mind. The essence of these intermediate steps is how to make the material an actual part of your thinking, of your perception of reality. If you don't know the steps and don't perform them, the material never becomes a part of you. It becomes merely the memory of somebody else's words. And however eloquent they are, that will remain a side issue in your life. Something else is not enough. People often confuse summarizing an idea with understanding it. It is not enough to be able to give a good, accurate summary. A summary does not signify understanding in the reality-based truck-like sense. It is possible and common to give a very clear summary of an idea that is nevertheless floating and detached from reality. Take the virtue of honesty, a topic we're going to cover later. In the seminar I mentioned, a very intelligent woman gave a good example of this point. She volunteered to present her understanding of why you should be honest. She gave a statement like this: if life is the standard of value, then the top virtue has to be rationality, exercising your mind. Rationality means grasping the facts of reality. Honesty has to be a part of this, because it tells you not to evade reality or pretend, and therefore, you should be honest. I think that is about how the virtue of honesty stands in the minds of many objectivists. I'm not putting down summaries. Half of my lectures are summaries. But if that is all you have in your mind about honesty, that is not understanding in the way we're talking about. That statement is just a series of very broad abstractions, with no indication of the tie to actual facts. The summary mentioned grasping reality. What does that mean? When you hear that, does your mind flood with examples, or does it go blank? What does it mean to evade? What concretes does the term stand for? Why does a liar have to evade? Can't he know the truth for himself and merely lie to others? Why does life require complete honesty? Why can't you be honest most of the time, but lie occasionally? In other words, there is a tremendous gap between that brief abstract summary and a real concrete, overwhelming understanding of the virtue of honesty. In the seminar, we spent maybe 5 hours on this one virtue. The summary, in short, is like a headline over a long newspaper article. If you know the article, it's fine to state the headline, but if all you know is the summary, it doesn't do you any good. So we need a method of processing abstractions, and the method is not obvious. It's not merely giving definitions to your terms. Sometimes definitions can be harmful, nor does the method consist merely of giving examples. That's just the tip of the iceberg. The point is that the process of digesting ideas has to be learned as a deliberate assignment. No human skill is automatic. Each has to be learned, whether it's walking, typing, making love, or cooking. You can compare learning to understand philosophy with learning how to cook. Nobody would think you could listen to a cookbook or attend a course and then emerge knowing how to cook. You could come out with a summary, but you would not be an accomplished cook. If all you do is listen, it's soon going to fade. What do you have to do? You have to cook. You have to enter a kitchen and make things. You have to make the theory you learned abstractly a part of you. You have to see it in connection with the reality around you, your kitchen. For instance, you may have heard a lecture on saucepans. Then you come into your kitchen, look at your own pans, and have to decide, can I make this recipe with this pan? You have to work it out and try. You have to connect your theoretical knowledge to your concrete kitchen. Philosophy is the same, only more so, because the abstractions are so wide. You need to actually philosophize to make the material part of you. You have to enter the philosophical kitchen and work with the material. The real goal is to learn to derive your philosophy from reality as though you were its first creator. Having listened to the lectures and books, you have to then forget all summaries and go back to reality, and learn to grasp the philosophic idea from what you directly perceive and know about yourself. Obviously, this is how Ayn Rand had to get objectivism. To her, it was like seeing the truck. It was the result of her perception of reality. There's no substitute for this. Her summary in her works is the beginning of the quest. It's like a map, but you still have to travel the same route. Of course, the map makes it a lot easier, but you still have to take the journey. There are many complexities involved. For instance, philosophy is hierarchical. One idea rests on another, so most of it seemingly can't be gotten from reality directly. You need a whole fund of philosophy already established. How do you grasp that whole fund and hold it in your mind to get to the next idea without having that fund of abstraction swamp you and detach you from reality? That's a big problem. We need a method for condensing all the background into a simple unit that is still based on reality, so you can hold it all easily. Another example. You have to concretize, but when and how? If you give too many concretes, what happens? You experience what we call the crow epistemology. The mind can hold only so many units at a given moment. If you give it too many, it just goes blank. If you give too few, it's vague and empty. Well, how much is too much? You also need to know when to rely on definitions and when to say no. You need to know when to ignore polemics and when to play devil's advocate. It's a whole complex process, which Ayn Rand herself called chewing, on the obvious analogy. First, you hear an idea. That's like taking a bite of food. But then comes the chewing, breaking it down, ripping it into its elements and establishing its tie to reality in detail. The result is digestion. You can assimilate it, your system can use it. The purpose of the first half of this course is the theory and practice of chewing ideas, and thereby making them digestible. Without this, your ideas will be generalized and unconvincing. With it, they should be like 2 and 2 is 4, or the sky is blue, lucid, convincing, and reality-based. One reason people don't know the method of chewing is that it's not taught. It needs to be discovered and communicated as a separate skill. We're going to work on that in the upcoming lectures. There's a second reason people do not know this skill of chewing or digesting ideas. There's a particular philosophic error, very widespread even among good, sincere objectivists, that stops people from grasping the right method. That error is the mind-body dichotomy. In my opinion, this is actually the most important issue in philosophy. It's the real killer of good people, the thing that wrecks their mental processes. This is the idea that there's a basic dichotomy running through human life, affecting every vital area. Everything is divisible into the mind versus the body, the spiritual versus the physical, with the idea that you have to choose one or the other. There are all sorts of variants: theory versus practice, love versus sex, the moral versus the practical, reason versus emotions, concepts versus percepts, rationalism versus empiricism, and many more. In my view, 3 of these variants stand out above all the rest. The first is the moral versus the practical. This is a problem of action, of what to do. The conflict is, I have my own standards in my mind, but I'm confronted by a world that doesn't adapt to my standards. If I act on them, I'll be led to destruction or failure. What should I do? The second is reason versus emotion. This is a problem of feeling. The conflict is, I want to follow reason and be true to my intellectual conclusions, but I'm confronted by alien, non-rational thrusts from my subconscious. His subconscious at this moment amounts to his body, his automatized mechanism. He feels, I get these feelings that don't conform to my thoughts. What do I do about them? The third is concepts versus percepts. This is a problem of thinking correctly. The conflict is, I want to think abstractly and use logic, but I find myself confronted by sense data, by facts from reality that contradict my conclusions, even though my reasoning seems impeccable. The name for someone who clings to concepts and says, if facts contradict my concepts, too bad for the facts, is a rationalist. Rationalism has dominated much of philosophy through the ages, starting way back with Parmenides, who argued that change is impossible. When he saw things change, he said, they're not really changing, because that doesn't agree with my unanswerable argument. What is the common denominator in all 3 cases? It seems to the person that there is a conflict between the internal and the external, between the inner world and the outer. It's your own standards versus the uncontrolled world of other people. Or it's your standards versus uncontrolled emotional responses. Or it's your standards versus uncontrolled facts. So it seems the alternative is to have your own standards by cutting off the external, or to give in to the external and abandon your own inner integrity. This is a terrible dilemma. If the person chooses the mind side, morality over practicality, he becomes a tortured idealist. On the other side, he becomes a pragmatist. If he chooses the mind side regarding feelings, he becomes a repressor. On the other side, he becomes an emotionalist. If he chooses the mind side in thought, clinging to concepts over facts, he's a rationalist. On the other side, clinging to facts and scorning concepts, he's an empiricist. Of these 3 dichotomies, I regard rationalism versus empiricism as the most basic. The others, to some extent, take care of themselves if we grasp that issue. If you have any part of this problem, on either side of the dichotomy, the chances are very strong that you have succumbed to rationalism or empiricism in some way. It is fantastically widespread and very common among objectivists. Objectivists tend, for obvious reasons, to the mind side. They are staunch idealists, repressors, and rationalists if they fall into this dichotomy. Now let's tie these mind-body issues into the anti-philosophical arguments we started with. There's a one-to-one correlation. Take the argument for the uselessness of philosophy in daily life. It rests on the disconnection between abstractions and concretes. It implies that abstractions are irrelevant to reality. The idea of philosophy as a system of ideas without connection to daily life comes from rationalism. This is one reason students have so much trouble digesting objectivism. They try honestly, but they have subconsciously absorbed a rationalist idea of thought. It warps their whole approach, unknown to them. So they struggle, and they can't see why they never get the clarity they're after. Rationalism becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Their ideas remain disconnected, and they end up feeling philosophy is useless. Now take the argument for philosophy versus the self. That comes down to philosophy versus your inner feelings or desires, your thoughts versus your emotions. If you are on the rationalist side of the dichotomy, you will be especially prone to repression, and that will give plausibility to the idea that you have to choose. It's yourself or your philosophy. As to philosophy versus the world, that's your own standards versus getting along with others, your view of right and wrong versus what works when dealing with other people. It comes down to the moral versus the practical. Again, if you are shunted onto the moralist or idealist side of this dichotomy, you end up feeling malevolent and gloomy about your chances in the world. All of the issues we started with tonight are forms of the mind-body dichotomy and couldn't exist without it. People come to objectivism already committed, without knowing it, to this dichotomy. They accept objectivism sincerely, but they do so through this filter. Deep down, they still accept the dichotomy of ideas versus reality. They hold ideas in a rationalistic form. The result is that they end up as malevolent repressors. Or they can't take it and rebel, saying, "To hell with philosophy." They jump to the other side and become emotionalists and pragmatists, which is just the body side of the same issue. To summarize, there are two things that create disillusionment with philosophy. First, lacking knowledge of the right method, an individual's ideas are unchewed and dissociated from reality. Second, instead of correcting this deficiency, the mind-body dichotomy takes over and makes him feel, such is life, this is how philosophy has to be. The only solution is to drop philosophy to regain contact with reality. What is the answer to this twofold problem? First, to learn the right method, and then to get rid of the mind-body dichotomy, especially its three leading forms. If you can do that, you will reestablish your thought on a reality basis and establish harmony between your thought and your emotions, and harmony in principle between yourself and the outer world. It is not necessary for an objectivist to feel that his self is being throttled or that the world is hopeless. These are errors caused in part by a lack of method and in part by an insidious mind-body dichotomy. The purpose of this course is this twofold attack. I want to stress that I regard this whole problem as an honest one. It is not evil or immoral as such. Rationalism is not an issue of moral default. I insist on that because I wrestled with that problem for many years. Many virtuous people fall into it, often out of conscientiousness. You're left in the dark with no idea of how to deal with ideas, and you end up automatizing the wrong ways. You end up in a position of despair. You can't live with philosophy or without it. And that's exactly what we want to deal with head-on in this course. Lecture 1, Questions and Answers. A listener asked, can we expect as difficult a struggle in learning objectivism as we would with, say, learning typing or the violin? The speaker replied, that depends on two things: how much chaos you start with and how much mastery you are after. If you're untouched by college, it's easier in a way because you don't have rationalism bombarded into you. But if you were subjected to it and your mind is corroded by it, or you hated it so passionately that you went to the other side and said, "To hell with all proof," then you're going to have a lot of trouble. You'll have to think while fighting your automatized method of thinking. It also depends on how much you want. Do you want to get it perfectly clear? Remember the spiral theory, the idea that you learn in layers. How many layers do you want to get? You only have to go as far as your action and knowledge require. You don't have to spend 87 hours chewing every comma unless you want to become a PhD. A reasonable level for a normal person is possible, one that is clear and tied to reality. The question also asks, must it always be darkest just before the dawn? That depends on how many errors you start with. If you start with a more or less clean slate and a clear idea of method, it shouldn't be that hard. Some people tell me they didn't have any trouble. I did. So it depends on what you start with. A listener asked, would you like to say something about the difference between a serious objectivist and a professional philosopher objectivist? The speaker replied, that is a good question. No, you do not have to be a professional philosopher to be serious about philosophy. I would say a serious objectivist is one who understands the ideas within the context of his own life's concerns and actions. He has the material chewed and integrated to some degree. It's not just a floating abstraction. But it doesn't have to be an exhausting process where you spend a huge amount of time on every sub-aspect of honesty. Where do you draw the line? I would say you draw the line according to your own inner clarity. Do you see sufficiently for your own actions? If you do, don't do any more. The moral of this course is not that you have to do what we are doing on every single idea. That would make life miserable. You should do it on those ideas that trouble you to the extent necessary. When you feel, this is unclear, I don't really get it, then do a little more chewing. But there are degrees. A professional philosopher spends his whole time doing this, but you can't be expected to do that and still be serious. The reason for going into a few examples in excruciating detail is to give you an idea of what to do in smaller amounts, as and when your own life requires. A listener asked, is it possible to understand objectivism without intensive study? Did Ayn Rand understand it before she developed it? The speaker replied, she understood some very broad generalities very young, which were crucial to enable her to go on to the next stage. When she rejected God and said, there's just this world and my goals, so to hell with God and the state, that's not the same as the knowledge in Atlas Shrugged or Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. If you had asked her at age 12 or 15 for her theory of definition, she wouldn't have had a clue. She understood certain things and developed it from there. So can you understand it without intensive study? Up to a point, in a generalized way. But if you try to live by it, particularly in a hostile culture, I think that without this kind of study, to some extent at least, it simply won't stay with you because it's too abstract. A listener asked, you said you struggled against rationalism for 15 years, and you had the advantage of an association with Ayn Rand. Will your course make it possible for us to grasp objectivism in less time? And if so, what's the difference? The speaker replied, the one advantage you have is the benefit of my struggles. A lot of these points, especially the whole issue of rationalism as it affects people's mental processes, were simply not known. This is a comparatively recent discovery. I'll tell you what led to it. Many years ago, I had written a chapter for my book, The Ominous Parallels. I was very pleased with it. I showed it to Miss Rand and asked her opinion. She read it and said, not exactly tactfully, but forthrightly, I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. This is completely unintelligible. We looked at each other across an absolute abyss. In the past, I knew if something I did was a little shaky, but this was really clear to me. This was exactly what I wanted to say. And she wasn't just partly confused, she thought it was from another dimension. That was the turning point. Little by little it began to unravel. How was this written? From what perspective? And how was she understanding it? It took many, many months. I ended up taking a 30-page chapter and writing a 200-page analysis of what was wrong with its approach. That was the first actual discovery, to my knowledge, of how rationalism takes over a mental process unknowingly. Then my assignment became to fight this until I got rid of it. So hopefully it will take less time for you now, because a lot more is known than ever was. In a way, it's an autobiographical course. A listener asked, there's a problem that's been disturbing me concerning the issue that knowledge is contextual, and that one should not need a great deal of specialized knowledge to think about philosophical terms. This usually takes the form of the truck driver, for example, who was not highly educated but was thoughtful. Is it true that objectivism holds that this individual should be able to integrate objectivism into his life? And how does that jibe with the difficulty you mentioned? The speaker replied, it is still true that to digest the philosophy, you have to go through a complex method. So what does the truck driver get out of it? That depends on the world he lives in. If you lived in an objectivist world and you were bombarded with objectivist ideas all the time, it would not be the kind of work it is now, where you're going against the mainstream. A truck driver in Atlantis, born and brought up there, probably wouldn't have to go through such a complex process. His generalized understanding would be fine. That is not applicable today. I would venture to say that there might be an honest truck driver even today who would listen to the novels, say this is true, and live by them up to a point. But that is very unusual. It depends on how much pressure he can take before the thing atrophies in his mind. So my considered answer is this. In today's world, without this process of digestion, it is impossible to keep objectivism real in its full ramifications. I leave open the possibility of an exceptional psychology, someone untouched by what goes on, who can just grasp certain essentials and live by them. But I've never seen it. Within what I've seen, without this process, people struggle, agonize, and fall. I should add, this process is not a total mystery, so sometimes people get a variant of it on their own. It's not as though this course is the key to the universe. A listener asked, I'm not quite sure I'm with this point of the truck driver. Are you saying that a truck driver, or a person with a limited IQ, cannot learn to digest or chew fully? The speaker replied, No, let me correct that right away. First, I do not equate a truck driver with a limited IQ. It's a professional issue, not a mental capacity issue. If you have a limited IQ, you will obviously have trouble with philosophy of any kind because it's tremendously abstract. But by the same token, the problems that can come up are also limited intellectually. So you're protected by the fact that you only deal in very simple issues. Am I saying a truck driver or someone non-intellectual by profession can't grasp philosophy? Certainly not. There are all kinds of degrees of what you can do, from a general understanding, which is of general value, but that's all, on up to a very concretized, reality-oriented understanding that gives you that truck-like perception and arms you in many situations. It is not the case that either everything floats or you've hit the jackpot philosophically. Most people are somewhere in between. So let's add that thought in to clarify. Lecture 2, Life as the Standard of Value. In this lecture, we are going to plunge into the process of digesting objectivism. That is, understanding it in relation to reality. Our method throughout the first half of the course will be to take a key idea from objectivism and then try to recreate the inner mental processes involved in really understanding it. The best way to do this is to imagine a student who is struggling to grasp a topic. We'll listen to them state aloud, step by step, what goes on in their mind as they try to understand, and then I will offer commentary. Our purpose is to concentrate on methodology, to get an idea of the method of using our minds, regardless of the particular content. The idea is to build up an arsenal of principles telling us how to function intellectually. That way, by the end of this course, you will have a plan for how to approach any other idea you want to understand. Of course, no one can understand in a vacuum, so each time we will gain an added dividend. We will get clear on the specific idea we are applying the method to. And tonight, we are going to focus exclusively on the topic of life as the standard of value. I could have started this course by simply giving you a list of rules with illustrations, but I decided against that method. As you will see in a later lecture, that would be a rationalistic approach to understanding, and I am out to fight rationalism as a mortal enemy. Therefore, I am deliberately taking an inductive approach. We are going to see real-life examples of someone trying to understand something specific and then see what they would have to do differently or better to really understand it. That way, we will see the real-life necessity of the rules instead of just getting more abstract theory that feels unreal to you. This is a skill we're trying to learn. And like cooking, as we mentioned last time, you have to learn it in action, in practice. For this first demonstration, I've prepared a script for our imaginary student to follow to illustrate specific common confusions and problems in thinking. Before we begin, let's be clear about our purpose. We are exclusively focused on understanding this idea in your own mind for yourself. This has nothing to do with polemics, that is, how to argue with other people or convince them. We are also not concerned with perfect wording. We are trying to recreate inner mental processes. It's impossible to grapple with this material and at the same time utter impeccable, completely objective formulations. This is not about communication, it's about the precondition of communication, which is simply grasping something in your own mind. Also, it is not our purpose to teach or communicate this material to others. This is an entirely private, non-social assignment. It's about how to get your own mind into contact with reality on a certain issue. Another preliminary caution: you have to delimit the assignment. All of philosophy is interconnected. To understand one point completely, you would have to know all the points. But you can only learn them one at a time. So there is a tendency for every issue to sprawl over into all other issues. You have to be aware of this and militantly set yourself against it. You can't let the issue sprawl into everything it rests on, nor into everything it leads to. We want to understand one issue. We're not aiming for omniscience. If other issues come up that you don't understand, just make a mental note and say, okay, here's something else I don't understand. I'll worry about that later. And one last preliminary: try not to be too upset if you find some of this more complicated than you hoped. I had to find a middle ground here. If I simply said focus on reality, it would be easy to grasp, but you couldn't do much with it. If I broke the method into 23 steps, it would be marvelously concrete, but who could hold it all in their mind? I'm trying to get what I think is an appropriate number of points per lecture. All right, let's hear the first attempt from our student. He's going to make a simple error. Listen to what he says and see if you can identify what it is. Here's the student. Life must be the standard of value because only living beings are confronted by the alternative of life or death, and there can be no values without a fundamental alternative. So there can be values only because of living entities who have to act to sustain themselves. Now, he did not say anything wrong. Every statement he uttered is a true point according to Objectivism. There are no fallacies in there. But why does that not fulfill our assignment? I'll repeat it. Life has to be the standard because only living beings are confronted by the alternative of life or death. There are no values without a fundamental alternative, and therefore living entities give rise to values. You can't disagree with that from an objectivist viewpoint. So what is wrong with it? It's too abstract and there are no examples. In fact, it is not an example of understanding, but of simply giving a summary. If that's all that stands in your mind, you do not understand. There was no step-by-step development, no definitions, no examples, no breaking it down, no chewing, just raw generalities. What we are after is not the use of a telescope, but a microscope. We want to focus on details, slowly, one step at a time, and with each point be very conscious of the tie to what we perceive. To rattle off this kind of summary is useless as understanding. There was a second problem with that statement. Before you get to a topic, you have to do something else. You have to identify a context. Knowledge always arises in a context that conditions everything that comes after. There's only one time in philosophy when you simply plunge in, with the basic axioms of existence, consciousness, and identity. But everything else rests on a whole complexity. First, you need the background required to be able to grasp a particular point. So the first issue of a proper method is always to set the proper context. What are you counting on? What do you already know by the time you get to this point? Now we are at life is the standard. That is the very beginning of ethics. But there is something our whole discussion depends upon. What basic knowledge are we taking for granted? We are taking for granted metaphysics and epistemology. There are all kinds of issues. The axioms, cause and effect, free will, the validity of our senses, concepts, and logic. If these were not known, the whole thing would collapse, including life as the standard. So, how high up in the skyscraper of philosophy are we? If it's 50 stories, we're at least halfway up. The question becomes, how are you going to hold that whole context in your mind while you focus on life as the standard? You have to condense the whole context into a couple of words that, to you, stand for the totality. They need to be specific enough to remind you of what you're taking for granted, but brief enough so that you can hold them. If you had to summarize the whole of objectivist metaphysics and epistemology in 2 words, what would they be? Reality and reason. That's what we're counting on. Any details or problems with that can be dealt with at another time. So the methodological principle is establish the context in an appropriately economical form. Now let's hear another attempt from our student. This time he's going to make a different type of error. We're assuming he has reminded himself of the context. The student says, life must be the standard of value because being alive is the precondition of everything else. If you're dead, you can't have any values at all. So the first thing must be, stay alive. Now that is certainly clear and true, but has he now understood life as the standard of value? If so, we're making a tremendous fuss about nothing. What is wrong? This argument does not even discuss the question of a standard of value. It shows you only one thing, that life must be a means to some end. But it leaves the end open. An altruist could entirely agree with that argument. He would say being alive is the precondition of everything else, so the first thing must be to remain alive in order to achieve your proper purpose, which is self-sacrifice for mankind. Adolf Hitler could say, absolutely, stay alive in order to serve the Führer. This argument does not establish that life is the standard, the ultimate goal, the purpose. The methodological point here is that you must clearly grasp the meaning of the idea you're trying to understand before you try to prove it. You need to know what your goal is. If you're taking on a fundamental philosophic issue and you find that you can explain it in a couple of sentences that no one could possibly disagree with, you should suspect you have omitted something. Fundamental philosophic ideas are almost always profoundly controversial. Here's another attempt from the student, closer to the right conclusion, but still not quite there. The student says, all right, let me try it this way. I've said that life is the precondition of everything else. So what is entailed in being alive? Life requires a definite course of action. For example, you don't jump off a cliff, you eat nutritious food, not poison. You think about what you're doing. So life requires a definite course of action. If you want to live, you must follow that course of action. That is, you must regard life as your end or goal, and you must select your actions according to what life requires. That is a better argument. He made a crucial point, that life requires a definite course of action, but it is still a variant of the wrong conclusion error. Why? You could say the same thing for anybody's value. If you want to build a Nazi state, that also takes a definite course of action. Hitler could use the exact same wording, just substituting Nazism for life. Again, the explanation is off, because it does not focus on the meaning of life as the standard. The most this argument establishes is that life should be an end, something you work to achieve. But it does not establish that life should be the end, the one ultimate goal by which all other value questions are judged. That's what we are trying to establish. Now that we've covered the preliminaries, let's hear a substantially longer presentation from our student. We'll assume he has established his context and that he understands the conclusion he's after. But he is going to make a crucial new kind of error. In my opinion, this is the worst type of error you can make when trying to understand a philosophic idea. Here's the student. I'll start with an analysis of life. Obviously, this is a crucial aspect of the issue. Ayn Rand defines life as a process of self-generated, self-sustaining action. Self-generated means that the source of the action comes from the entity itself. An organism gets its fuel from the outside, but it stores it and releases it by itself. Ayn Rand regards life as unique in one crucial way. Living entities confront a fundamental alternative of life or death, of existence or non-existence, which nothing else does. They have to act a special way to stay in existence, as opposed to inanimate nature, whose existence is guaranteed. For example, a tree must grow upward to get sunlight or it dies. An animal must protect itself from predators or it dies. A man must think and eat or he dies. In contrast, a stone or a salt shaker does not face this alternative. They just sit there, they cannot act, and they cannot be destroyed. They can change forms, but they remain inanimate material. The fact that living things have an alternative does not mean they have choice. The lower life forms do not choose their actions. Alternative merely means that they have to act a certain way, or they die, and that they are capable of acting that way. This is obviously an essential aspect of the argument. Because of this, life makes a unique contribution to the possibility of values. If there's no alternative, then no values are possible. Life has the only basic alternative. Therefore, life makes values possible. Okay, that's the argument, but do I understand it? Again, life has a basic alternative that nothing else does: existence or non-existence. But can't inanimate entities go out of existence? Take a statue, for example. You can destroy it, smash it into a million pieces, and it's gone. Its elements remain, but its distinctive essence as a statue is gone. Isn't that exactly like life? If you kill a living being, its life is gone. The elements remain, just like the statue, but its distinctive essence is gone. So where's the difference? In each case, there's an entity with a specific unique attribute. In each case, at the end, the elements are there, but the distinctive attribute is gone. The living entity loses its self-sustaining, self-generated action. It becomes inert material. The statue loses its distinctive shape and structure and becomes crumbled material. I don't see it. Where's the difference? Did you follow that mental process? That was what originally put me on the track of this whole course. When that exact example came up in the seminar, the class fell into two groups: those who thought the argument was absolutely clear and had no idea how to answer it, and the other half who thought it was completely unintelligible and couldn't make head or tail of why the person was saying this. They just looked at each other across an abyss. So that is a real-life case. There were some good things in this presentation. He started off well, giving a clear statement of the view that life confronts a fundamental alternative in a way that inanimate things don't. He gave a definition, which is essential. He could not have begun to understand this issue without some definition of a living entity. It was also important that he distinguished alternative from choice. So definitions are a good idea. In any attempt to understand, though, you have to restrict them. You can't start defining every term because of the crow issue. You should only define a few essential terms. In this case, I would say it is absolutely essential to have some definition of life and to know what is meant by alternative and value. That's it. However, granted that he did good things, what was the fatal error in this process? It was encapsulated in this idea. A living entity has a certain attribute: self-sustaining, self-generated action. A statue has a certain attribute, a certain shape. When a living entity dies, it loses that attribute. When you smash a statue, it loses its attribute. So both are confronted by the same alternative. Where in the world is the big difference? What is the error? It's the use of a definition cut loose from reality. In this case, the definition of life. It's what you can call a floating definition. Properly, a definition is supposed to connect your concept to reality, but in this thinking process, the definition functions as a destroyer rather than an aid. The whole mental process rests on this. A living organism equals one attribute, self-sustaining action. A statue equals one attribute, a certain kind of structure. In both cases, they lose it. So what's the difference? What is that person doing? He is equating the entity with its defining attribute. He is saying life equals one attribute. Is that what life equals? Have you ever seen a process of self-sustaining and self-generated action trotting down the street? Obviously not. Let's suppose for a moment that we had no definitions, so you couldn't focus on those words, self-sustaining and self-generated action. If you were going to think about life, you would have to look at living organisms. What would you see if you looked at living organisms as against inanimate entities? How many differences would you see? There is an entire science whose whole content consists of itemizing what is different about living organisms from everything else. Living organisms versus the inanimate is a fundamental conceptual divide. There are thousands and thousands of differences, not just their own energy source, but their distinctive capacities of nutrition, growth, reproduction, their distinctive structure, their distinctive type of chemicals, their distinctive cellular makeup, and so on. This is not a case of two different statues, one red and one green. which is how that mental process sounds. That could only be because the person loses all of the richness of the actual concretes when he uses the word life. All he has before him is the definition. If you reduce life to process of self-sustaining action, then of course there is no essential difference between life and anything else. A definition is not equal to the entity. It is simply a formula to help your concept tie itself to the entity, so you know it stands for plants and animals and not for rivers. What does it mean then to say life has a fundamental alternative that inanimate matter does not? It means nothing more than there is a fundamental difference between the living and the inanimate. The alternative a living organism has, if it dies, is that it goes over into the inanimate category, whereas if an inanimate entity is smashed to pieces, it's still in the inanimate category. It has lost its shape, its commercial value, its aesthetic appeal, but it is still inanimate. It hasn't crossed that gulf. So it all comes back to this. Do you perceive living organisms in all their richness and see that this is a fundamental divide in nature? Or do you hold a definition as a string of words and match it with another definition? The mental trick is that you have to keep the definition in mind as a distinguishing device, so your mind remains focused on reality. But it can never substitute for reality. You must keep all the richness, the variety, the complexity of reality in your mind when you think. If you do this, it's the only way to remain in contact with reality. If you do not, you take an element of thought, definitions, and turn them into destroyers. And this example is not fictional, it's very common. This is the essence of the error of rationalism. Concepts detached from reality. The example may not have seemed rationalistic, in that he gave examples and tried to chew it. But it was pure rationalism, because the essence of it was focusing on a definition and trying to deduce the conclusion from it, oblivious to the actual world. So let's summarize this point as follows. Beware of definitions. They are essential, but they cannot substitute for reality. Beware of deduction from definitions. To avoid this error, always oscillate your mind. That is, focus on the definition and then deliberately range over the actual concretes that it stands for, to remind yourself that the primary is those concretes and that the definition is simply an aid. Now let's hear another example of the exact same error, this floating definition, but now applied not to the concept of life, but to the concept of value. Here's the student. Last time I started with an analysis of life. This time I'll start with an analysis of value. Ayn Rand defines value as that which one acts to gain and or keep. Things like candy, knowledge, shelter, pleasure. These are all values. Now she says, value implies a valuer, an alternative, and a standard of value. I'll break that down. Valuer, something capable of pursuing a value. Alternative, if there's no alternative, if everything is guaranteed, then there's no need to value. Standard, why does value require a standard? Value is that which one acts to gain and or keep. There's nothing in the definition that says anything about a standard of value. Why is a standard required? Why not many standards? Why can't you live, for example, as an egoist one day and an altruist another? Why do there need to be any standards at all? Value requires a standard of value. Where does this whole issue come from? This is exactly the same error. In the seminar where this came up, the person experienced the discussion of a standard of value as a bolt from the blue. He could grasp that you need a valuer and an alternative, but he blocked completely on the idea of why there has to be a standard. If you look at the definition, that which one acts to gain and or keep, there is absolutely nothing about standards. You can stare at those words, but you will never conjure up a standard of value out of that definition, which is what the person is trying to do. It's the same rationalistic error. How would you establish that value requires a standard? Don't do it by trying to define standard and define value, and then intersect the two. There's only one way to answer these questions. Just as the only way to know the difference between living and inanimate is to look at living things, the only way to know what value requires is to do what? You have to look at values. Some observations of reality led someone to the definition, that which one acts to gain and or keep. Take the simplest way. How would you get that definition? You observe someone wanting a house and taking actions to get it. You see him act to gain it, and then he doesn't want it to burn down, so he acts to keep it. In the very act of observing this process, you see right away that there are many means to that value. You need knowledge, carpenters, lumber, all kinds of subsidiary values to get that main value. And you observe that the house in turn is a means to some end. It gives him shelter, and so on. It is not stated in the definition of value that values come in means-end sequences. But that is inherent in every observation. It comes from the same source as the original concept, from direct observation of value-pursuing activities. You also observe that it doesn't go on for infinity. At some point it comes to an end. If you look at living organisms, they have one end only. If you look at men, there are many ends. But the point is, if something is a means, it has to be a means to an end. If nothing is an end, nothing can be a means to it. But if you simply take the definition, drop the reality context, and try to deduce means and ends out of it, you can't do it. Let's put the point this way. An entity has a huge number of attributes that are not part of its definition, but which are real and essential, and which you can find out only by looking at the entity. You can't get them from the definition. In the seminar, I ask people to give me a list of everything they know about values that is not part of the definition. We got a very long list of non-defining characteristics. Values vary in complexity, they motivate people. Animals have them. They vary in importance, they involve emotions, and importantly, they come in means-end sequences that are not infinite. If you kept the full reality of what's involved in values before you, you couldn't say, I've got a definition and I can't see anything about means and ends in it. You would see that one of the obvious things about values is that they come in means-end sequences, and that's really all that is involved in saying there has to be a standard. But if you drop everything except what's in the definition, you're baffled. So we have a problem. We can't live without definitions, or with them. If you don't have a definition, you can't retain all the examples. But if you take the definition and let it substitute for reality, you've detached your thought from reality. The more abstract the concept, the worse the problem. So there's a kind of doublethink involved in proper philosophical thinking. You must have definitions to reduce your units, but you must always be prepared to keep the sense of an immense range of concretes around you, because these concretes are what you're talking about. This process of removing the blinders and taking your concept back to its concretes, I call reduction. It is the opposite of definition. Whenever you use a definition, you must counter it with a reduction. You must go back to the well, so to speak. Now for a crucial tip on how to keep the word connected to things rather than to other words. There is a crucial mental process that if you allow it to operate, will do that for you. In the seminar, we were trying to figure out why half the class, the male half, felt at home with this deduction from definitions, while the women looked aghast. We were trying to elicit what they do that prevents this from seeming natural. My wife came up with this. She said that what keeps her tied to the concretes when she uses the word life is emotion. As soon as you think life, the automatic connector for her is particular living things for which she feels strongly. For instance, a cat we loved that died, or a dog she once had, or me, or the plants in our apartment. Her context for life was a series of concretes bound together by a positive emotion. Therefore, when she heard the word life, that constellation was present right away. From that perspective, the idea of life equals self-sustaining action simply baffled her. I think that is very helpful, because it points out that emotion can and should function as a crucial means of keeping you in contact with reality. It is not an accident that people inclined to floating definitions are, in my experience, typically characterized by a pronounced psychology of repression. They are uncomfortable with emotions. They automatize a detachment from their emotional lives. Consequently, they have cut off the mechanism that the mind provides to keep us in that immediate, automatic contact with the concretes of reality. The same thing could be done with virtually any concept. If you just think value means that which one acts to gain and or keep, you're lost in the clouds. But if you think of your wife, money, your house, the things you have emotion for, then value will immediately convey those concretes to you. If you have the feeling and let it function, you will have an invaluable tie to the details. This is only the beginning of a long discussion of the role of emotions, but I hope I've shocked you by coming out in favor of them. Emotions are not the means of justifying your conclusion. That would be mysticism or subjectivism. But they are essential to automatize the process of concretization, to automatize the tie of your concepts to reality. Now let's have our student give one last integrated statement on this topic. The student says, I want to show that life is the standard of value. There are two basic issues here. I have to understand value and what it involves, and I have to understand life and what it involves. Value, that which one acts to gain and or keep. It presupposes a valuer, an alternative, and a standard of value. A living entity is the only type of entity that can be a valuer, face the fundamental alternative of life or death, and act in a goal-directed fashion to remain in existence. This requires a specific course of action. There would be no values without life. The need for values arises because living entities face the alternative of life or death. They need values to live. Values are a means to life. Life is the standard. Now I want to summarize some points of method. To understand a complex issue, you break it into stages. 2 or 3 is a good number. In this case, I hold it in my mind as 3 stages. Value, life, therefore. First, the analysis of value. It requires a certain type of entity, one capable of goal-directed action confronted by an alternative with some ultimate goal. I would chew those individual points with examples until I say, okay, that's value. Then I turn to life. This is the biological analysis, the distinction between the living and the inanimate, and I tie that up in the word life. You see what I'm doing? First, you expand the topic. Value becomes all of its subdivisions. Then once it's chewed, you condense it back to one word. Then you expand your study of life, break it up, and then condense it back. And finally, number 3 is simply connecting the two together. It's because a living entity has to act to sustain itself that values exist. So obviously, the goal of any values has to be life. That ties it all together, the therefore. Another point of method. It's important to have a structured, developed argument. You do need step-by-step reasoning. But the alternative to rationalism is not to ignore step-by-step reasoning and just stare at random concretes. You have to combine a step-by-step analysis with a consistent reality focus. You have to remember that everything you are analyzing is there in the perceptions you started with. The whole complexity of value in life comes down to this. Look at a carrot reaching out its roots. That's it. That's value. That's the pursuit of values. That's self-sustaining action. That's being confronted by an alternative. That's life as the standard. It's all in that one perception. The trick is to learn to combine the discrete stages in thought with the fact that it all exists as one unbroken unit in reality. The rationalist keeps the structure but cuts it off from reality. The empiricist, as we'll see, keeps the tie to reality but has no structure. The proof of life as the standard is, on the one hand, a whole complexity of analysis, but at the same time, the proof isn't any of that. The proof is, look, there are living entities, that's it. All that analysis is just a way of conceptualizing what is there in the data. This is the goal you have to reach with every philosophic idea. You have to try to break it up and reduce it to the point where, when you're asked what's the proof, your automatic sense is, look. At present, that is the closest I can describe the process of making a conceptual idea perceptual. Remember, we said we wanted it to be like the truck. Here we've taken a very abstract idea, and you should at least get the idea that you can reduce it down past all the verbiage to just sensory perception. I'm now going to list about 6 rules that we've discussed. First, set the intellectual context in an appropriately economical form. Second, identify the full meaning of the idea being chewed. Third, define a few essential terms, and then keep all definitions connected to the concretes in reality with all of their attributes. This is the process we called reduction. Oscillate back and forth from the definition to the instances, and if you have emotions, let them out. Fourth, concretize regularly, especially your key concepts. Fifth, if it's a major issue, your proof must be inductive, not deductive. Finally, break up a complexity into stages, then alternately expand and condense each stage. In the end, the whole issue should be one unit, one word, such as life. Next lecture, we'll discuss the virtue of honesty. A tip: the issue that threw most seminar people off was context. If the context were set correctly, there's nothing to understanding honesty. Now I would like to give you an exercise. The purpose is to hammer home the relation of definitions to reality. For any concept you're working with, you should be able to do three things: come up with a definition, a list of concrete examples, and a list of attributes that are not definitional but are true of the entity. Take life, for instance. The definition is self-sustaining, self-generated action. The concretes could be a carrot, my husband, my cat. The non-defining attributes are the hundreds of things that distinguish living from inanimate entities: their cellular structure, their chemical structure, their distinctive capacities. To combat the tendency for definitions to float, you have to hammer them into reality. That requires providing a list of concretes and focusing on them to see how many non-definitional characteristics they have. You don't need thousands of concretes. 4 or 5 is okay, spread across the category. This is really an anti-definitional exercise. It's to show you how much more is involved than the definition. So for an exercise we'll take up in a later lecture, take the concept welfare state, blurt out a definition, come up with 5 examples, and then give a list of attributes of a welfare state that are not part of the definition. Lecture 2, Questions and Answers. A listener asked, "Do you find images or mental pictures helpful in connecting concepts to reality?" The speaker replied, "Yes, to some extent as part of the process of concretizing. If I try to imagine life and concretize it by thinking of a cat or a carrot, it's unavoidable that there should be an image in my mind. This helps to bring it right down to earth. There's nothing against images, as long as they serve a function." A listener asked, "If one is attempting to understand a principle, how can you say that the method includes obtain the right conclusions first?" The speaker replied, "That's a valid question if you were learning something from scratch. But here, we are trying to chew somebody else's thought. If you're trying to grasp somebody else's thought, the first thing you have to grasp is what did they think? What was the point you're trying to understand? If you find you cannot connect it to reality, then you have to reject the point. But in the process of trying to understand X, you first have to know what X says." A listener asked, "Why not just say value is that which man seeks to gain and or keep? Man's fundamental alternative is life or death. Therefore, life is man's standard of value. Why is it useful to form a concept of value that pertains to non-human entities?" The speaker replied, "Because that happens to be the way reality is. Value is correlative of life. Its root is the living organism, not any specific living organism. So if you're going to ground values for man, you can't do it unless you know this." A listener asked, "If there is no fundamental alternative for inanimate matter, where does life come from?" The speaker replied, "That is not a philosophic question. This is a question for science, for biology, for physics. Philosophers have no method to answer such a question. All philosophy says is, there is such a thing as a living entity versus an inanimate one, and this is what gives rise to values. The physical, scientific, structural elements are outside the province of philosophy. The same is true of consciousness. If you ask what makes consciousness, who knows?" A listener asked, "If you tie your concretes to emotions, aren't you substituting emotions for concretes? Isn't that wrong, since emotions are not tools of cognition?" The speaker replied, "No, that's a complete misunderstanding. I did not say that emotions give you information or tell you your conclusion. I said they function as the automatic interest agent, keeping you aware of concretes. If you let your emotions function, and you think life, you don't think process of self-generated, self-sustaining action. Concretes that you care about come to mind right away. The emotions keep you concrete-oriented. You're certainly not using them as tools of cognition. That would be if I said, I feel that we should have integrity. My emotion tells me, and therefore we should. That would be completely wrong." Lecture 3, Honesty, Importance of Principles. In this lecture, we will continue our exploration of the method for properly understanding or chewing ideas. Once again, we will use a pre-structured format where a volunteer will present a scripted line of thought that contains a specific error. This will allow us to examine the process in an organized, step-by-step way. Our topic this evening is the virtue of honesty, or put another way, why be honest? You will find that this is a much more complicated topic than life as the standard, primarily because it comes from the middle of ethics, not from the very beginning. This means there is a tremendous amount of context we need to establish. Given our limited time and the fact that we'll be taking some deliberate detours to point out errors, we won't be able to chew this topic as thoroughly as it ideally requires. That would take at least 2 or 3 evenings. However, we will get a good indication of the process. Remember, what we're really after is the method, the steps and rules for how to go about understanding. Our volunteer this evening will start by committing an error we've already seen, so this will be a bit of a review. Here is the student's first attempt. I have to start with a clear understanding of what honesty is, so I'll know what it is I'm trying to understand. Let's see. Honesty, first of all, is not telling lies. It means not lying to other people. It means speaking the truth to them. I guess more basically, this amounts to facing reality, not evading, focusing on facts, exercising your mind rather than turning it off. So honesty, in sum, I would say, is focusing on reality with your mind, and as a result, not lying to other people. All right, let's stop there. What step in the process of understanding was he attempting? He was trying to define honesty, to specify what our subject is. As a goal, that's correct, but he went off track in his statement of what honesty consists of. There are 2 different errors here. The first error is that he defined honesty too narrowly, and in a way, too concretely. He said honesty is not lying. With no restrictions or qualifications, this implies that according to Objectivism, you should tell the truth always, in all contexts, like a Kantian absolute, thou shalt not lie no matter what. But that is not the objectivist definition. There are cases where it is perfectly okay to lie, such as to a Nazi asking where the Jews are hidden, or in any case of self-defense. Lying is wrong only when you are trying to get something you are not entitled to from an innocent person by means of fraud or misrepresentation. The thing that honesty denounces is not the act of lying itself, but the attempt to gain a value by faking reality. The second error was the opposite. He defined it too broadly. He said more basically, the essence of honesty is facing reality, not evading, exercising your mind. What's wrong with that? It's the definition of rationality, the basic virtue in Objectivism. All specific virtues are forms of rationality, but each one must add something to that general definition. What does honesty add specifically? Dishonesty is a step beyond mere evasion. Evasion is when you simply ignore some aspect of reality. Dishonesty is when you go a step further and make up a new reality to replace the one you didn't like. If you pretend you're a military veteran with experience you don't have, you're not just ignoring your past, you're making up a new one. Honesty specifically says, don't fake reality. Rationality says, existence exists, try to grasp it. Honesty says, only existence exists, don't try to make up another one. So to get a clear concept of honesty before we start, remember that all virtues in Objectivism have 2 aspects, a mental process and a corresponding course of action. For honesty, the mental side is, never pretend that things are other than they are, and the action side is, never seek to gain a value by such a pretense. Now that's a good explanation, but it's a bit long. Remember, we always have to reduce our units so our minds can hold them. We've expanded the idea, now we must condense it back into a quick unit, a mental peg to hold on to. For myself, I would hold it as something like no pretending. It's not a perfect formulation, but it's just for my own mind, to keep the core idea in focus. Now that we've grasped what honesty is, let's hear another attempt to validate this virtue. This time, our student will commit an entirely different type of error. Here's the student. Okay, now that I know what honesty is, let me try to understand why I should be honest. I think I can do this best by illustration. Say, for example, you cheat your way into a job you're not equipped for. You'll be terrified, worried that somebody's going to catch you. You'll have to fake more, and one day you'll be caught. It just doesn't work. In general, if you lie, you'll experience remorse, you'll feel guilty. At least you will if you're a decent moral person, and you don't want to go through life feeling guilty. Besides, it's impractical. People will usually find out. You'll get caught. Look at all the embezzlers who were caught and disgraced. Or take another example. Suppose you cheat on your wife. Well, she's going to find out. Even if she doesn't, you'll know you're cheating. You won't be able to carry it off in the long run. You'll feel guilty. It won't work. I remember a friend of mine, Joe Edwards, who did this. His girlfriend found out. They had a terrible fight. They broke up. He went into a depression for 6 months. He was much worse off. So put it this way, it's a matter of respect for yourself and for others. No matter how horrible the truth, it's better to face it than to evade it. For example, a doctor who lies to a patient about his condition. That's not right. The patient has a right to know. So in other words, you've got to face the truth and be honest. This is the polar opposite of the errors we saw last week. There are 2 distinct flaws with this approach. First, the argument from guilt is circular. It begs the question of why dishonesty is wrong in the first place. It also sounds a lot like pragmatism, the idea that something is right simply because it works. But the main methodological flaw is this. The presentation was basically all concretes and examples with no principle tying them together. It's an intellectual hit and run. He jumps from cheating on a job to embezzlers to cheating on a wife to his friend Joe to a doctor. Examples are crucial, but examples without an organizing principle have no force. They just raise more questions. This is the opposite of the floating abstractions we saw last time. This is looking only at concretes. The second, related flaw is that there is no structure to this reasoning. There is no logical step-by-step development. Peter's presentation just switches topics at random. This is the opposite of the rationalist method. The rationalist is a stickler for structure. The rationalist is contemptuous of concretes. This person, in practice, is contemptuous of principles. This type of error, concretizing without a principle and without structure, is what we call empiricism. This is a typical empiricist mental process. Now let's hear another attempt. The student has the right concept of honesty this time, and it's not going to be rationalism or empiricism, but it's a different error. Here's the student. I'm assuming we've already covered the definition of honesty. Now I'm going to try to proceed systematically. First, I want to specify the context. What am I assuming? Well, honesty is not the beginning of ethics, so I'm already assuming a lot. First, I'm assuming metaphysics and epistemology, that there is a reality and reason is how you know it. In ethics, I'm assuming life is the standard of value. Then I'm also assuming that life has objective requirements. You have to do specific things to stay alive. Then there's a third thing I'm taking for granted, that the basic virtue before honesty is adherence to reality. Obviously, we live in reality. If we don't adhere to it, we won't survive. Once I've established this, I think honesty follows pretty easily, because honesty is a form of adhering to reality. We're not allowed to make up a phony reality. We must adhere to the real one. So it's obvious from that context you must be honest. He started off well by turning to the topic of context, and up to a point he did okay, but something went wrong. What is wrong with saying adherence to reality is the essential context for honesty. It's too vague. It's a generality that won't carry the weight of so specific a virtue as honesty. An honest person could listen and say, okay, I have to adhere to reality, but why do I have to be honest to do that? Someone else might argue, life is brutal. Everybody's out to cheat everybody. The only way to survive is to be dishonest. That's reality. I'm just adhering to it. This is the fallacy of the inadequate context. The person tries to establish the context, but omits essentials. As a result, his conclusion won't be clear to him because it rests on too much that is unstated. The rule of method here is to scrutinize your own arguments. Don't let them become too easy. Consider possible objections. This is what we can call the method of the devil's advocate. It's a way of being fair to yourself and ensuring you are really convinced. If you find a straightforward objection you can't answer, there's a gap in your argument. Now we'll hear one last lengthy mental process. This one commits yet another kind of error. Here's the student. This time, I'm going to specify the context better. I'm taking metaphysics and epistemology for granted. In ethics, I take for granted that life is the standard of value and that it has objective requirements. I need something more specific than just adherence to reality. What about the basic virtue of rationality? That comes before honesty, and it's the base from which you could derive honesty. Rationality is the use of your mind. It's thinking, not evading. This need for rationality is inherent in life. Reason is how man survives. Now, with this context of rationality, the proof of honesty comes down to this. I have to show that dishonesty necessitates the violation of rationality. If you're dishonest, you're irrational. If I can prove that dishonesty must involve evasion, and I assume that evasion is evil, then I've proved that honesty is a proper virtue. It's a very logical proof. Now, how can I show that dishonesty is in fact evasion? Let's take a man who seeks unearned love. He pretends to be something he's not to get others' affection. He has to evade the fact that he's pretending, otherwise their love would have no value to him. He has to evade reality. What about material values? Let's say a research scientist falsifies some data and gets money for it. Can't he enjoy the money without evading? I would say he is acting self-destructively. On the one hand, he needs to be productive to live. On the other hand, with his dishonesty, he now has to avoid being productive. He has to fear new research, his own and other people's, for fear of revealing some fact that will contradict his phony data and expose him as a fraud. So in sum, he has to shut down his mind. Let's take another example, the proverbial used car salesman. He misrepresents his cars. How is this an example of evasion? On the one hand, he lives by trading with people. It's in his interest to build up his business and attract intelligent customers who can see the value of what he's offering. On the other hand, if he's dishonest, he must prevent customers from seeking information. He has to fear their intelligence and rely on stupid people. So he has this conflict. Therefore, his dishonesty is incompatible with life and rationality. Now, this is a more complex presentation. There are some good things here. Using rationality as the context is much better than adherence to reality. It specifies a mental process. However, something is still warped about this presentation. A lot of the points he made would be relevant in the right context. How the scientist has to turn against research, how the salesman dreads being discovered. But given the context he laid down, is this a convincing argument for honesty? No, because he committed what I call the anti-hierarchical error. He specified a context up to a point, life and rationality, and then when he got stuck, he just dragged in other concepts from objectivism, like productiveness and trade, as if they were all on the same level. He never established whether the virtue of productiveness comes before or after honesty in the logical structure of ethics. If it comes after honesty, you can't use it to prove honesty. If it's on the same level, you have to establish them together. This was all unclear in his presentation. He was trying to do two jobs at once, discuss honesty while also smuggling in the idea that we have to be productive. The methodological rule here is that the context you specify must be complete and hierarchical. You must know what you can and cannot use. So the question becomes, what else is required in the context besides life as the standard and rationality as the basic virtue that comes before honesty? The missing element is the need for man to live by principles. This is a crucial topic that hierarchically precedes honesty. Without it, any discussion of honesty is shaky. Let's briefly chew this topic. The first point is that man has to act long range. He has to consider the consequences of his actions over the whole span of his life, not just for immediate satisfaction. Why does man have to act long range? Because unlike plants and animals, his survival is not automatic. He has to consciously select his course of action. The only way to ensure his actions enhance his life is by deliberately studying their results. The next step is to ask, how do we know the future? We can know the future only by using concepts to form general rules of action. That is what a principle is. A principle is not a luxury. It's the essence of man's way of dealing with the future consequences of his actions. To be principled is to act based on man's conceptual means of coping with reality. This is the root of the need for principles. This brings us back to the question of honesty. Once we have established that we must act on principle, we can then ask, what principle? The constant question, why not lie just this once, is now answered. If honesty is a principle of human survival, then violating it even once means throwing it out as a guide. You are reducing yourself to a short-range, blind state, which is inherently self-destructive. So what is the proper context for honesty? It starts with life has objective requirements, which means we need principles to guide our long-range action. The basic principle is rationality. From there, we can see that rationality has many different applications, or subsidiary virtues: independence, productiveness, integrity, justice, and honesty. In reality, these are all simultaneous expressions of rationality. But in our thinking, we have to develop them one at a time. We can't grasp them all at once. So there is a specific abstract proof of honesty, which is that it's a form of living up to your perception of reality, a refusal to invent a new one. That shows it's a consequence of rationality. But is that the full case? No, it's still very abstract. To make it convincing, you have to concretize and integrate. You have to take actual examples and see how the principle applies. And as you analyze those examples, you'll see how honesty is interconnected with all the other virtues. For instance, when you lie, you become dependent on others' ignorance, which violates independence. You act contrary to your knowledge, which violates integrity. You seek a value by fraud instead of work, which violates productiveness. You have to see honesty as part of a whole way of life. The methodological rule here is to integrate the topic at hand with other knowledge. In reality, all our principles are simultaneous, but we have to break up this whole into parts to analyze them one at a time. The analysis is a distortion unless, after we separate the parts, we put them back together again. This is what is meant by a system of philosophy. The ideal is to get to the point where every tenet is so interconnected that if you rejected one, you would see that the whole thing goes. This brings us to the spiral theory of knowledge. First we learn an idea, then we move to something else. Then we encounter the original idea again, but now with more knowledge, with a deeper context. You come back to something and suddenly feel, now I really get that. You're getting more integration, more connections. You can't bite off too much at any one time. What should determine how much you do is your own cognitive requirements. As and when something strikes you as unclear, that's when you work. Each new step, each new example will clarify your principles further, and it just keeps getting better and better. Lecture 3, Questions and Answers. A listener asked, suppose that someone asks you if you will be going to some function and you reply that you can't afford it. The person who asked you believes that you can't afford it financially, and you know he thinks that. But you can't afford the time or the effort, and you prefer not to explain further. Am I being dishonest? The speaker replied, yes, as worded, you are misleading a person for no reason. You could just say, no, I'm too busy, or just no. But remember, lying as such is not always evil. It's evil to lie in order to gain a value by fraud. But suppose some busybody who has no right to the information starts grilling you about something private that a friend told you in confidence. In a context where no comment would imply the worst, you have every right to lie. You're not trying to gain something, you're trying to prevent him from appropriating a value that is yours, namely, the privacy of this information. A listener asked, in the process of concretizing moral virtues, isn't it crucial to see and be convinced of the relationship of a virtue to my own personal happiness? The speaker replied, oh, absolutely, as long as you understand the objectivist view of happiness. Happiness is the corollary of life properly pursued. Therefore, it is crucial to integrate every virtue to its effects on your happiness. The only reason I didn't stress that is that I don't want to encourage a subjectivist slant. You have to be sure you know what happiness is and not just equate it with momentary pleasure. But taking happiness in the proper way, I absolutely agree. A listener asked, you've demonstrated that it isn't self-evident how to validate the virtue of honesty. However, is there some sense in which it is self-evident to be honest? When I encounter a liar, I don't think to myself, "Poor fellow, he's never heard of the objectivist proof." The speaker replied, "In our civilization, most people are brought up to generally accept that honesty is good. To that extent, it's obvious to them that you can't get away with making up something that isn't so. However, today's culture also contains a tremendous amount that could confuse an honest person. For example, the claim that there are no absolutes, or that you should sacrifice for others, which might mean telling lies to make them happy. For such a person, I would say, poor guy, he has never heard the proof. For him, it's just a socially ingrained habit, not the kind of clear, convincing understanding that makes honesty a part of his soul. You can blame people for lying, but it's a much greater betrayal to lie if you have studied the virtue in depth than if all you know is a few social generalities. These things exist in degrees." A listener asked, "You stated the context for honesty as life, principles, and rationality. Do the other virtues have different contexts, or is the application of the context different for each virtue?" The speaker replied, "All the virtues have the same basic context, life, principles, and rationality. But, to some extent, you have to prepare each one differently because each one focuses on a different aspect of rationality. For instance, to validate the virtue of productiveness, you would have to stress the role of material values in human survival in a way that you wouldn't for honesty. To validate justice, you would have to focus on the value of other men and why moral judgment is important. So each virtue requires its own specialized context, even though the basic context remains the same." A listener asked, "I agree with the need to live by principles, but I don't see how it applies to dishonesty. You agree that in any given instance, the harm to the dishonest person may be negligible and the reward enormous. Why can't I adopt the principle that I will act honestly only when I judge that it will benefit me?" The speaker replied, "The person is saying, my principle is that I will be honest when it benefits me, and I won't when it doesn't. But this is what ethics is supposed to do. It tells you when something benefits you by providing a standard, life. And it tells you that in some cases, like telling a robber where your money is, lying is beneficial. So principles are contextual. The principle is that securing a value by fraud from an innocent person is always harmful, without exception. Why? Because it amounts to making an alliance with unreality." The questioner asks, "Why can't I rationally weigh what I gain versus what I lose? By what means are you going to judge? You have only two ways, either by the feeling of the moment, which is a non-principled approach, or by a principle that tells you how to evaluate choices. If you have such a principle, you cannot then say, my principle is to do it if I like the results. That completely guts the meaning of a principle. A principle is the only thing that can decide what to do when you have a choice. This person's principle is really just pure pragmatism." The questioner then gave another example about sometimes going out in the rain without a raincoat if you have an urgent appointment. He asked, why can't we do the same with honesty? The answer is that a moral principle is a fundamental, universal essential of human life. It's involved in every action. Honesty is involved in every mental step, whether you focus on reality or pretend. It doesn't apply only when it's raining. The rule about raincoats is a concrete bound rule, not a moral principle. A moral principle is on a much more fundamental level. If you violate one, you are subverting your entire method of survival. Lecture 4, Force and Rights. In this lecture, we are going to continue our project of digesting objectivism. Our topics will be the evil of the initiation of force, and then the validation of individual rights. This time, we will have real volunteers. I did not write their parts, and I have no idea what they're going to say. They will do their best to recreate their mental processes as they try to understand these topics. As always, I want you to listen primarily for methodology. What steps are they using? Are they omitting something crucial? Of course, we have to actually understand something to get to the methodology, but our focus is on the how. Before we begin, let me give you a quick checklist of the methodological points we've covered so far. This is what I will be using to evaluate the presentations. First, is the conclusion correct? Second, is the context set properly and hierarchically? Third, Are essential terms defined, and are those definitions kept tied to reality? Fourth, is the argument concretized with good examples? Fifth, is the approach inductive, based on observation, rather than a rationalistic deduction from floating definitions? Sixth, is the argument broken up into clear stages or steps? Seventh, does the person play devil's advocate and consider obvious objections? And finally, is the topic integrated with other relevant knowledge? Not every point will be equally applicable to every topic, but this gives us a framework. Now, let's start with a flawed attempt to chew the topic of the evil of force. This is what we actually heard in the seminar, and it reveals an error we've seen before. Here's the student's attempt. We have to start with existence exists and has identity. Consciousness is the faculty for perceiving it. Man has to think and work to survive. Thinking is volitional, so he has to choose the right course. That's the purpose of ethics. Rights are guides for how men should relate in society. Force is the only way to violate man's rights. Therefore, the threat of force destroys man's means of survival. It defies reality. It negates the law of identity and the law of causality. Therefore, the initiation of force is evil. There is nothing wrong with the content of that statement, but it does not represent an understanding of the topic of force. What is wrong with it? It's a summary of all of objectivism. As much time is given to metaphysics and ethics as is given to the topic of force itself. This is not what we're after. We do want to quickly scan the context, but our goal is not to recapitulate the entire philosophy. When we set the context, we don't want to start with existence exists and work step by step all the way down. Our minds would be blown by the time we got to our actual topic. We want to pick a few high points as a reminder of what we're taking for granted, and then focus all our attention on the one topic we're trying to understand. In this case, the evil of the initiation of force. For this topic, we know we're way past metaphysics and epistemology, so we can take reality and reason for granted. We're past the beginning of ethics, so we can take life as the standard and rationality as the basic virtue for granted. A quick reminder is all that's needed. With that, let's hear from our first volunteer, Fred. Fred said, "Let's begin with these premises kept in mind. First, reality is what it is, not determined by social convention. Second, man to survive must be free to use his mind. And third, the standard of what man ought to do is his life as a rational human being." Now consider 3 examples. 1. Adolf Hitler announces he's going to take over the world, always with the pretext that he is acting in defense of the German people. 2. In 1967, the State of Israel, anticipating an attack, attacked first and blew up the opposing air forces, claiming self-defense. And 3. A man in a car is confronted by hoodlums menacing him. He runs one of them over and heads for the nearest police station. From these examples, I would say force is either the use of physical compulsion or willful deception to acquire a value from other people that one could not otherwise acquire. You take something from them that they would not give of their own free will. Why is such an action wrong? The aggressor has determined that they can't or won't achieve their values on their own, so they're going to take it from someone else. To do this, you must mentally obliterate their humanity and your own. You have to look at yourself as a gun. This contradicts the basic needs of your own life from the start. This, by definition and observation, is anti-life. The 2 problems I need to answer for myself are, at what point is a person provoked to violence? At what point is it really self-defense, even if he acts first? In a court of law, the man in the car might be found guilty of excessive force. But in fact, if his motivation was to defend his life, then he acted rationally. The person willing to use force from the instant they conceived the action was in a state of irrationality. If this premise is acted upon by enough people, you have a state of anarchy and terror. The numbers don't matter, the premise is the same. That's excellent to get us started. It is a mixture of good things and certain things that are not completely adequate. What was good about this? The fact that he used examples. He did not start with a rationalistic deduction from definitions. He had an inductive intention. He had a nice range of concretes, from a personal one to a world-scale one. He also correctly identified that the evil of force is that it is anti-life. which is the ultimate standard in objectivist ethics. However, there are problems. The examples of Israel and the man in the car are too controversial and complex for an initial chewing. They mix in the difficult question of what constitutes legitimate self-defense and what might be excessive force. When you are first trying to understand a broad principle like why is force evil, you should pick simple, straightforward examples like Hitler or a common street mugger. You should not mix concretizing with devil's advocacy. The more fundamental problem is that the central argument was stated but not chewed. He said that force is anti-life because it obliterates the mind, but he didn't explain how. From a common-sense perspective, someone could object, people get mugged all the time, but they don't lose their minds. Their IQ is the same afterward. How does force obliterate the mind? What was omitted here is the central argument connecting force to rationality. It's not enough to say rationality is essential for survival and force is against rationality. We need to see through a microscope how force is against rationality. What is it about the nature of force and the nature of the mind that makes them inherently opposed? That is the crucial thing to chew. Now I'm going to ask our second volunteer, Phil, to do the same assignment. Phil said, "I'm going to start by stating my context. I'm taking for granted all of metaphysics and epistemology, that life is the standard, egoism, that man must live by principle, and that reason is man's means of survival, although I'm going to chew that last one a bit. First, to define my terms. Force involves things like robbery, fraud, killing, or the threat of force, like the draft. In all these cases, you're interfering, taking a value from someone without their consent. You're interposing yourself between their reason and their action. It's pretty clear-cut that for the person force is initiated against, it's against his survival. The more difficult area is the initiator. If the victim loses something, doesn't the initiator gain something? Why is force destructive to his survival? I'm going to start with an extended example, the life of an engineer. As a baby, he learns about reality. He forms concepts. He enjoys using his mind. In school, he decides he wants to be an engineer. That's a long-range goal. He builds his knowledge and his career step by step. He builds tools that enable him to pursue wider values, new knowledge, new assignments, a better salary. By doing this successfully, he builds self-confidence. He learns he is able to deal with reality. He sees his success as proportional to his self-confidence, his long-range planning, and his building on the past. Now suppose at some point he decides to rob a bank. I would maintain that this throws out everything he's been building. It throws out his confidence because he's implicitly saying he can't get what he needs through his own work. It throws out his independence. He's now depending on others to produce what he seizes. He's throwing out his whole policy of step-by-step building. He's throwing out his policy of cooperating with other men and adopting an adversarial relationship. Now the perceptiveness of other men becomes a threat to him. He loses control of his life. He has fear. He is living by feelings over principles. He is reducing himself to the animal level, where only material values matter. You can see this in a mafia hitman. His pleasures are drugs, gambling, casual sex, and fast cars. So, I'm saying that force is evil because in actual practice, to survive by reason means to build self-confidence, to grow, to live long-range, to be independent, to have a cooperative relationship with other men. That's it. The only thing I want to say in conclusion is, I think I have some points, but they're all sort of floating together on the same level. We are extremely fortunate because that illustrates different points than Fred's presentation did. Phil did a lot of good things. He was focused on concretes, and he was not rationalistic. What was especially good was that he showed how using force contradicts a whole range of other virtues and requirements of life. Living by principle, self-esteem, independence, long-range planning, productiveness, and so on. This is the process of integration. It's a crucial process, but it's the conclusion of understanding, not the essence of it. He omitted the same thing the first speaker did, the essential principle of why force is wrong. He gave us a wealth of material showing the consequences, but he didn't first nail down the central argument. As a result, his points seemed to be floating together on the same level, as he put it. What we want is to first grasp in a non-rationalistic way why force is wrong in principle. Then we can concretize and integrate it with all the other aspects of the system. That way, all the integrations are tied to one central trunk in your mind. Now let me give you an idea of how I would approach this, focusing on the central principle that was omitted. I would start by saying, according to Objectivism, there are two fundamental ways of dealing with others, by reason or by force. I know that Objectivism holds that force is anti-mind, anti-reason. But how or why? That is what I'm trying to understand. It's not enough to say it's against reason because it's against productivity or self-esteem. I want to directly connect force with the essence of the mind. To do this, I like to use a thought experiment. Suppose that reality was different, that a wielder of force could actually change your mind. Suppose a dictator held a gun to you and said, "Start believing in God or I'll shoot," and you were able to do it. If you could, there would be no argument against force. We would just have to hope that force was used on behalf of good ideas. But the crucial fact is that you cannot do this. You can say you believe, but you cannot literally make your mind do it. In this sense, your mind is out of your control. It will not obey an injunction to believe, not even if you know your life depends on it. Why not? Because the mind is a cognitive faculty, a faculty for perceiving reality. It has to operate by a process of observing facts, judging, and connecting. If a mind avowedly defies facts within its awareness, it literally cannot function. It would stop dead. To try to force a mind to accept a conclusion against its own judgment is like saying, accept what you know is not true. You can't make a man believe that red is green or that 2 and 2 is 5. You can drive him crazy, but you can't make him believe it. So what then does the forcer accomplish? He cannot force you to think a certain way. He forces you to act a certain way, against your judgment. He doesn't change your mind. He makes it irrelevant. It is removed from life. To the extent that force is initiated against you, your mind has nothing to say about your action. All force can do is rupture the tie between thought and action. Force makes thought inoperative, inapplicable, pointless. Now, if we take our context, that man survives by the use of his mind and that he must live by principle, what conclusion must we come to? If the essence of force is to make the mind irrelevant to life, then force is, in principle, anti-life. It has to be evil in principle because it is aimed at man's very means of survival. That is the argument in principle. But it's not enough. Now we have to concretize this exact principle. Let's take the mugger who says your money or your life. How does that make your mind irrelevant? On the question of what to do with your money, your conclusion is now irrelevant. What you think has no effect. His gun makes your mind inoperative on that issue. Insofar as force applies, mind does not. You can see this across a whole spectrum, from a simple mugging to the slave system in the American South to complete totalitarian socialism. The ultimate expression is the concentration camp, where force rules every moment and nothing is left to individual judgment. The result of that was mass death. That is the principle of the mugger applied across the board. After you have the principle and have concretized it, then you can do what Phil did and integrate it with all the other virtues. You can show how force is also anti-independence, anti-integrity, anti-productiveness, and so on. This will give you the full richness of the argument. Now we're going to do one more topic tonight, the validation of individual rights. Our volunteer for this is Donna. Rights are moral principles defining man's freedom of action in a social context. It's about how to live with other men. This comes from the fact that life is self-sustaining, self-generating action. The operative word is self, what I have to choose for myself. For example, abortion. Do I have the right to choose what to do with my body? Or gun control. Do I have the right to bear arms to protect myself? Or when the government intervenes in business, like with the airlines. The source of rights comes from the law of identity. A is A, man is man. To live, I have to use my mind, act on my free judgment, and work to get and keep values. In a country like Russia or China, you are told what work to do. You have no choice. In the case of abortion, you are told you have another life to look after. In the case of business controls, You're not allowed to work and keep what you produce. The only way to protect individual rights is in a capitalist society. The government was set up only to protect us against physical force. Individual rights means subordinating society to moral law. There are no other rights but individual rights, no economic rights. There were again some virtues and some flaws in this presentation. It was not rationalistic. In fact, it was much more empiricist. Why? Because the structure was not there, and it had a large number of concretes that outweighed the abstractions. For example, her definition of rights was a bit vague, and she didn't clarify it until the very end. A rationalist would have lovingly elaborated the definition at the start. Also, she did not clearly set her context at the beginning. She jumped right into examples, and then when she brought up the ethical principles of life and work, she got lost, because she hadn't clearly separated what she was taking for granted from what she was trying to prove. The methodological rule here is to be very clear about your division of labor. First, state the context you are taking for granted. If you find you are not clear on the context, then you must change your assignment and go back to chew that earlier topic. Also, her examples, abortion, gun control, were too complex and controversial for a first chewing. Just as with force, you want to start with simple, clear-cut examples like slavery or murder. Finally, she violated the hierarchical structure by bringing in government and capitalism. According to Objectivism, government is the agency that protects rights. So you must establish rights first, before you can discuss the proper functions of government. And capitalism is the political system that fully implements the protection of rights, so it comes even later. Now let me indicate how I would approach the issue of rights. I would begin by stating the context. This is the beginning of politics. The question is, what should be the relation of the individual to society? Are there any limits to what society can do to the individual? We are taking the whole of ethics for granted. We already know how a man should live. Why is this topic necessary? Why not just say, we've established that the initiation of force is evil, therefore the government should ban it, and leave it at that? Because that would imply that the government is the upholder of all morality and should prevent any evil, including dishonesty or injustice. That would be totalitarianism. We need a principle to define the specific conditions under which human beings can live together in a society. That is the topic of rights. The principle relating ethics to politics is simply this: what is moral in ethics must be possible in politics. Society has to institutionalize the conditions that enable man to follow the principles of morality. So we look back to ethics. The fundamental value in ethics is life, so the fundamental right in politics is the right to life. Ethics tells us that man can achieve his life only by using his mind, his reason. In politics, that becomes the right to liberty, the right to act according to your judgment. Ethics tells us that productiveness is a central virtue. In politics, that becomes the right to property, the right to keep and use what you have produced. Ethics tells us to pursue our own well-being. In politics, that is the right to the pursuit of happiness. These are all one issue. Politics is simply the application of ethics to a social context. The context for rights is the totality of ethics, which I would summarize in 4 words: life, rationality, productiveness, and egoism. Finally, I want to ask a question about hierarchical order as an anticipation of our next lecture. If you had to arrange 3 topics, force, rights, and government, what order would you put them in? The correct order is the evil of force, then the validation of rights, and then the proper functions of government. Why? The evil of force is a moral principle. It would hold true even on a desert island with just 2 people. It's part of the essential definition of the proper way for man to live. Rights come in when you get to politics, when you ask how a society should be organized. You see that the only method of violating rights is the use of force. This is the spiral principle at work. The political application confirms and deepens your understanding of the moral principle. Government, then, is the agency created to protect rights by barring the initiation of force. If you did it in reverse, if you argued that force is evil because it violates rights, it would imply that force is wrong only on political grounds. But the evil of force is much deeper than that. It violates the essential requirements of man's mind and his very method of survival. Lecture 4, Questions and Answers. A listener asked, in discussing the topic of force, isn't free will a necessary part of the context? Shouldn't this have been chewed before chewing the evil of force? The speaker replied, of course, free will is a prerequisite for all ethical questions. It's fine to bring it into the discussion of force, to say that the mind doesn't work by force because it is volitional and must be controlled by its owner. That can give you an even fuller focus. But my principle is Occam's razor. Don't multiply entities beyond necessity. When I'm trying to understand something, I try to strip the context down to the bare minimum required to get to the point. From that point of view, I can imply free will without having to focus on it explicitly, as long as I focus on the fact that you cannot force a mind because it is a cognitive faculty that operates a certain way. A listener asked, would a complete argument on the evil of force cover the claim that one should at times force people to act a certain way for their own good? The speaker replied, definitely. The principle is that force is antithetical to man's means of survival. It is evil in principle. It is just as true in this case as in all the others. You are still paralyzing the mind of the individual, even if, in a particular case, the thing you give him helps him. If you advocate the idea, I can initiate force when I choose, so long as in my opinion it is for the person's welfare, that is the end of being opposed to force. Any pretext can then be used for anything. Mass robbery, on the grounds that people have to learn to live in difficult conditions. Burning people at the stake for the benefit of their souls. Once you inject your opinion of what's good for his life as a separate issue from what it does to his mind, you've wiped out the principle. Lecture 5, The Hierarchy of Objectivism. Let's now turn to the issue of the hierarchical structure and the logical structure of objectivism. All knowledge is built on a hierarchical model. We build knowledge on knowledge. We acquire it in a certain order, with certain steps forming the basis for the next steps. New knowledge at each stage is made possible only by the earlier knowledge. Putting it negatively, knowledge is not just a random grab bag of disconnected items that we could learn in any order. It has a logically necessary order. That's what we mean by hierarchy. A logically necessary order of dependence, with each level resting on an earlier one, all the way back to the foundation, which is what is given to us directly in sense perception. That foundation is what we call the self-evident. When you have the hierarchy of any item of knowledge set out before you, you have its cognitive pedigree, where it came from and what it depends on. This allows you to grasp its proof, how you know it is true. This is true of any item in any field, and now we are going to apply it to philosophy. Like all knowledge, philosophy has a hierarchical structure. To prove any particular point within philosophy, you must discover what it depends on. And to understand it, to chew it, you must know what context you are counting on. Our continual question will be, what comes before what? What do we have to know X? Before we begin, let's make a few preliminary clarifications. First, in reality, all philosophic truths are simultaneous. There is no hierarchy in reality. Hierarchy is an issue of how we know, not of how things are. For instance, if I asked you which comes first in reality, A is A, or man is a rational being, you couldn't answer. Man is a rational being is a statement of one specific identity, and the law of identity is the general statement that everything has a specific identity. They are simultaneous in reality, but in our knowledge, we have to grasp the law of identity before we can grasp that man is a rational being, because we need a basic principle of logic to guide our thought. Second, there are many options when we set out a hierarchical structure. It's not true that every single step is inexorable. In broad terms, the overall order is logically dictated, but in many details, there are options. For example, once we've established rationality as the primary virtue, we could then discuss the virtue of independence and then the virtue of integrity, or we could discuss integrity first and then independence. They are on the same level, both being concretizations of rationality. So there are options, but if we take life as the standard and integrity as a virtue, there is no option. You must know the standard of value before you can even discuss virtues. So there is a basic necessity of overall structure, with options at various levels. Third, don't confuse this logical hierarchy with your own childhood development. As a child, you might learn about integrity from your mother long before you ever think about the ultimate standard of value. That's fine. You are the beneficiary of mankind's accumulated wisdom. But when you, as an adult, want to prove that integrity is a virtue, you have to go back through the logical steps. We are trying to organize our knowledge logically, regardless of the haphazard order in which we may have acquired it. I want to try not to be dogmatic here. There can be very technical disputes about the precise order of certain details. That's not our purpose here. We want to get a broad grasp of the total structure in essential terms. So this is our frame of mind. We're adults, we have a wealth of philosophic ideas, and now we want to systematize them logically. Where do we start? Now I'm going to present a list of 20 different statements or topics from Objectivism in a deliberately random order. The exercise is to number them logically from 1 to 20, with the most fundamental ideas getting the smallest numbers. Remember, there are some options. I've made this relatively easy. Later I'll throw in some new ones, and we'll see where they fit. The list of topics includes capitalism as the only moral system, Romanticism as the conceptual school of art, the virtue of independence, the evil of the initiation of force, knowledge as objective versus intrinsic or subjective, the senses as valid, existence exists, the virtue of honesty, concepts as identifications of concretes with their measurements omitted, the integration of man's mind and body, the validation of individual rights, consciousness as the faculty of perceiving that which exists, the nature of art and its role in man's life, reason as man's only means of knowledge, reason versus mysticism, reason as man's means of survival, the proper functions of government, rationality as the primary virtue, the law of cause and effect, and finally, man's life as the standard of moral value. So what would come first on our list? The first item has to be existence exists. There is absolutely no choice about that. If there is no existence, there's nothing to study, nothing to know, and no one to know it. Implicitly, the fact of reality has to be grasped from the moment you open your eyes. It's the unavoidable starting point. All right, where do we go from there? What is number 2? Number 2 is consciousness as the faculty of perceiving that which exists. If we have no means of grasping existence, we're stopped completely. Before you can get a step off the ground, there has to be something and a means of being aware of it. We cannot start with consciousness as number 1, as the philosopher Descartes did. That error led to centuries of idealism, the idea that only minds exist because he couldn't find his way back to the physical world. What comes after existence and consciousness? Number 3 would be A is A. This is a corollary of existence. To be is to be something. You could argue that since it's a direct corollary of existence, it should come before consciousness. That wouldn't be a disaster, but I prefer the order of existence, then consciousness, then identity. Before you can know any content like A is A, you have to have a faculty of cognition. In fact, all three are really simultaneous. Galt's speech puts it this way: existence exists, and the act of grasping that implies two corollary axioms, that something exists which one perceives, and that one exists possessing consciousness. So where do we go from there? My preference is to go to the basic principle of epistemology, the theory of knowledge. What wording on our list captures that? Number 4 would be reason as man's only means of knowledge, reason versus mysticism. This is the basic principle of epistemology. Of course, to fully know what reason means, you need a whole system. But at this early stage, reason essentially means base your conclusions on facts without contradiction. It tells you to follow your early axioms. Now that we have the basic principle of epistemology, we need to break it up and find out what it consists of. What's next? Number 5 would be the senses as valid. We have to begin with what we perceive. That's where reason starts. And right after that, number 6 would be concepts as identifications of concretes with their measurements omitted. With those two, we have grasped the basic process of reason, starting with sensory observation and integrating it into concepts. Now we are ready for a summarizing overview within epistemology. We have one more purely epistemological proposition left on the list. Which one is it? Number 7 is knowledge as objective versus intrinsic or subjective. This is a conclusion of epistemology. You couldn't even define it, let alone validate it, without a whole theory of what reason consists of. So you can see epistemology as having 3 aspects: the fundamental principle, reason, the details that chew it, senses and concepts, and then the generalities that summarize it, objectivity. You'll find this same basic structure in every branch of philosophy. Now that we've covered epistemology for now, I would finish off metaphysics. What's the last metaphysical proposition on our list? That would be the law of cause and effect, as number 8. As I said, you could put this earlier, right after the law of identity, because it's an application of identity to action. But I put it here because I'm emphasizing the need to validate our knowledge step by step. Now that we've finished metaphysics and epistemology, what's next? Not ethics. There is a branch of philosophy that comes at this point as a link between the two. This subject is the metaphysical or essential nature of man. And what is the first proposition of this branch? Number 9 would be reason as man's means of survival. How does this differ from reason as man's only means of knowledge? The first one is pure epistemology. It doesn't say anything about life or survival. It just says if you want to acquire information, this is your faculty. The second one applies that knowledge to a specific entity, man, as a living being who needs a means of survival. What would follow that? Number 10 would be the integration of man's mind and body. This is a way of chewing and clarifying the idea that reason is man's means of survival. It stresses that thought is practical, that it governs behavior. From here, it should be pretty straightforward. What comes next? Number 11 is man's life as the standard of moral value, the base of ethics. Then number 12 is rationality as the primary virtue. Now we have a clear-cut option. We could go in either direction for the next 2. What is that option? It's the virtue of independence and the virtue of honesty. They are on a par, both being concretizations of rationality. Let's put independence at number 13 and honesty at number 14. What comes after that, still in ethics? Number 15 is the evil of the initiation of force. I put this after independence and honesty because it's a more social consideration. It defines what you can't do to others based on the prior understanding of what your own relation to reality must be. That takes care of ethics. From here, philosophy branches into politics and aesthetics. You can do either one next. Let's do politics first. What's the first topic? Number 16 would be the validation of individual rights. After that, number 17 would be the proper functions of government. And only then could you get to number 18, capitalism as the only moral system. Now for the aesthetic branch, there are 2 choices here. Which one has to be discussed first? Number 19 would be the nature of art and its role in man's life. And finally, number 20 would be romanticism as the conceptual school of art, which is a theory of what makes for good art. So here is the corrected list in proper hierarchical order. 1. Existence exists. 2. Consciousness as the faculty of perceiving that which exists. 3 is A. 4. Reason as man's only means of knowledge. Reason versus mysticism. 5. The senses as valid. 6. Concepts as identifications of concretes with their measurements omitted. 7. Knowledge as objective versus intrinsic or subjective. 8. The law of cause and effect. 9. Reason as man's means of survival. 10. The integration of man's mind and body. 11. Man's life as the standard of moral value. 12. Rationality as the primary virtue. 13. The virtue of independence. 14. The virtue of honesty. 15. The evil of the initiation of force. 16. The validation of individual rights. 17. The proper functions of government. 18. Capitalism as the only moral system. 19. The nature of art and its role in man's life. 20. Romanticism as the conceptual school of art. Now, let me throw a few more propositions at you and ask you to place them in this hierarchy. First, emotions as consequences of premises. What branch of philosophy is this? This is about the nature of man. So it belongs with man's metaphysical nature. Where would it go? It would be 10a, right after the integration of mind and body. It is a specification of the mind-body issue. First, you establish the general principle of integration, and then you chew it with a specific example, like the relation of reason and emotion. Next, the primacy of existence, by which we mean facts are independent of consciousness. This is metaphysics, so it must be very early. It comes after A is A, so it would be 3a. It's a corollary of identity. What about egoism, meaning rational self-interest? This is a core part of ethics. You could argue that it comes right after life as the standard, because life implies self-sustenance. But the objectivist concept is rational self-interest. The deepest argument for selfishness is that the integrity of the mind requires it. From that point of view, it is a consequence of rationality. So I would place it at 12a, making the base of ethics. Life, rationality, egoism. The standard, the method, and the beneficiary. What about free will, or volitional consciousness? This is a precondition for the entire subject of epistemology. If we had no choice, we wouldn't need a method for how to use our minds. So it has to come very early. I would place it at 3b, after A is A and the primacy of existence, and just before reason as man's only means of knowledge. What about atheism? This is a polemical issue, a rejection of a fantasy. It has no intrinsic, logically necessary place in the hierarchy. You could place it after A is A if you see God as a contradiction of identity. You could place it after reason if you see God as an issue of faith versus reason. You could place it after cause and effect if you see God as a miracle worker. It depends on what you're refuting. What about man as a being of self-made soul? This depends on two roots, free will and the idea that emotions come from premises. Your soul is your character, your values, your emotions. You can only be a being of self-made soul if your emotions come from your ideas, and your ideas are within your choice. So this must come after emotions as consequences of premises. If that was 10a, this would be 10b. And one last one, knowledge as hierarchical. This is an epistemological conclusion, a summarizing overview of how we acquire knowledge. You have to know a lot about concepts and how they are built on each other to get to this. It would be on the same level as knowledge as objective. So it could be 6a or 7a. Now I want to do a brief spiral exercise. This is the reverse of the hierarchy exercise. The hierarchy principle says you have to know the earlier to get to the later. The spiral issue says you don't know everything about the earlier one the first time you encounter it. When you go on to a later point, it retroactively clarifies and enriches the earlier one. The earlier points pave the way for the later, and the later, in turn, enrich the earlier. The unit of philosophy is not an isolated proposition, but the whole system. So let's take two ideas, one early and one late, and see how the late one helps with the first one. Take an early idea, the primacy of existence. Things are what they are, independent of us. And a later one, the law of cause and effect. How does cause and effect help us get a fuller idea of the primacy of existence? The primacy of existence is very general. When we get to cause and effect, we have something more concrete. We get the idea that an entity has to act a certain way, given its nature, no matter what our wishes are. It makes the idea that facts are inexorable more real, more concrete. Here's a more difficult one. An early idea, emotions come from premises. A later one, the virtue of honesty. How does getting to honesty retroactively clarify your understanding of emotions? When you focus on honesty, you see that it involves a commitment to reality over emotion. Dishonesty involves saying, I'm going to put an emotion above reality. I'm going to take it as a primary. So in clarifying what honesty is, you are reaffirming from a new perspective what you learned about emotions, that they are consequences, not primaries. And a dramatic example, Romanticism as the conceptual school of art is number 20 on our list. How does it help to clarify existence exists, which is number 1? When we grasp what romantic art is, we see it as projecting the world as it might be and ought to be. This gives us a new angle on the difference between the metaphysical and the man-made. By stressing what is open to man's choice, romantic art implicitly leaves as the residue that which is untouchable, that which we can do nothing about, existence itself. When you really grasp a thing, you see it from two directions. You see the earlier points that are required to get to it, and you see the later points that are required to fully understand it. You see it as part of a whole system. That's what it means to say that the true is the whole. Lecture 6, Objectivism versus the Intrinsic and Subjective. In this lecture, we are about to plunge into the most abstract topic of the course. It's our first and only topic from fundamental philosophy, from metaphysics and epistemology, rather than from ethics and politics. We are going to chew the topic of the objective versus the intrinsic and the subjective. I picked this topic for several reasons. First, I wanted to give you an idea of how to apply the methods of chewing to fundamental issues. Second, this particular topic is the actual foundation for understanding the difference between objectivism and the philosophies of rationalism and empiricism, which will be the focus of our next 3 lectures. And third, this topic has many direct, practical results for the issues that will be the climax of this course, such as emotions, repression, and judging other people. In my experience, the failure to grasp the objectivist view on this issue is the source of a great deal of trouble for objectivists. I will be chewing this topic myself step by step, trying to make the issue clear with lots of real-life examples. Now, one part of this issue is already clear to most objectivists, and that's the issue of objectivity versus subjectivism. In metaphysics, subjectivism is the view that reality, the object, is dependent on human consciousness, the subject. In epistemology, this means that to arrive at truth, a person doesn't need to concern himself with the facts of reality. He need merely turn his attention inward and consult his own consciousness, specifically his feelings. Subjectivism is the doctrine that feelings are the creator of facts. If you feel it, that makes it so. The alternative to subjectivism is objectivity. Objectivity rests on the view that reality exists independent of human consciousness. The role of the subject is not to create the object, but to perceive it. Knowledge can be acquired only by directing one's attention outward to the facts. Examples of subjectivism are everywhere. You hear it in disputes about history. For people in the Middle Ages, the earth was flat. For us, it's round. You hear it in disputes about religion. For you, there's a God. For me, there isn't. You hear it in disputes about values. For you, egoism is right. For me, altruism is right. The subjectivist viewpoint is that there is no single correct answer. There are only varying opinions, applicable only to the consciousness that holds them. The truth is whatever the appropriate consciousness decrees. Reality, they say, will take care of itself. Metaphysically, subjectivists dispense with reality. Epistemologically, they say to look inward for all guidance. Notice a couple of points here. Subjectivists insist that consciousness has a nature, that it has a specific identity. This is the core of their argument. They say, each of our consciousnesses has a definite nature, so how could we ever jump outside of it to see reality as it really is? All we can ever know is the world that we ourselves subjectively interpret, or, in other words, create. This was the philosophy of Immanuel Kant, the modern father of subjectivism. Also notice that the subjectivist on the street makes a big deal out of the fact that people disagree. The disagreement to him proves that there is no automatic way to get the truth from reality. And from this, he concludes that if there's no automatic way, there's no way at all. So far, we have only contrasted subjectivism with objectivity, but our main topic tonight is the trichotomy. There are 3 different theories on this question. Subjectivism is one to which objectivism is obviously opposed, but it is just as opposed to a third viewpoint, a term Ayn Rand actually coined, intrinsicism. You might think that the objectivist view could be summed up by saying, adhere to reality in your thinking. That would capture our opposition to subjectivism, but it would not capture our opposition to intrinsicism. An intrinsicist would say, wonderful, I couldn't agree with you more. I am 100% in favor of obedience to reality. Yet his viewpoint is just as wrong, just as disastrous as subjectivism. What we want to do is form a concept of the objective that will contrast at once with the subjective and the intrinsic. We have to steer a proper line and not fall into either of these views. To do that, we first have to understand what the intrinsic theory is. The intrinsicist says, reality is crucial. Reality is all there is. Reality is the sole factor in cognition. Consciousness contributes essentially nothing to the process. Consciousness is only an empty mirror. It has no nature of its own, no effect on the process of cognition. It's like an emptiness on which reality writes. On this view, consciousness is passive in two fundamental senses. It's passive metaphysically, it can't change reality, and it's passive epistemologically. It doesn't do anything to acquire knowledge. It just has to expose itself, wait, and get the illumination. There is a form of human cognition that does live up to this model, sense perception. With sense perception, you just turn your eyes, wait, and you're struck by the image. There's no mechanism, no methodology, no process. It's pure passivity. If you ask someone, how do you know that's a table? They will say, look, it's obvious, it's self-evident. And they're right. The trichotomy of objective, intrinsic, and subjective does not apply to sense perception. The issue arises only on the conceptual level. But the point of the intrinsicist is that the conceptual level operates just like the perceptual level. He believes there are certain non-sensory entities intrinsic in reality that act directly on our minds, not on our senses. All we have to do is turn our minds to these entities, and they strike us. We're illuminated. We know. And if you ask him how he knows, he gives the same answer. You just know. It's obvious. It's self-evident. An intrinsicist, therefore, feels no need to base conceptual knowledge on sense experience. So, the subjectivist says, consciousness is the only factor in knowledge. Reality is irrelevant. The intrinsicist is the exact opposite. Reality is the only key factor. Consciousness contributes nothing but passive receptivity. No work is required for cognition. No chewing, no concretizing, no integrating. Reality does all the work for you. Let's try to concretize intrinsicism. Take a person who has an intuition about which horse is going to win a race. He has a very strong feeling, but he thinks his feeling is really right. He says, this is the real truth, and anybody who disagrees with me is wrong. If you ask him how he knows, that's the whole point. He has no method, no process, no steps. He just knows. Something out there, intrinsic in reality, takes the total burden and acts on him. Or take someone who has a premonition of disaster about a job offer. He just knows there's going to be trouble. In real life, there could be subconscious factors, unidentified observations that cause this feeling. But the intrinsicist's viewpoint is that no analysis is necessary. He's struck by this powerful sense. He may call it intuition or revelation or the prompting of his blood. All of parapsychology is based on this approach. They insist it's extrasensory perception, a mental perception, not a sensory one. You can see an obvious tie-in here with mysticism. Mysticism is the view that knowledge can be acquired by means other than the senses or reason. A mystic believes he has the real answers, but he believes no process is necessary to validate his knowledge. Intrinsicism is the metaphysical foundation of mysticism. If you ask a mystic, how do you know? His answer has to come down to, reality told me. All intrinsicists are potential mystics, and all mystics are implicit intrinsicists. Now for a few key points about intrinsicism. First, what is the intrinsicist idea of the nature of consciousness? In a word, his view is that consciousness has no nature. It is a pure, empty mirror. He believes that if consciousness did have a nature, it couldn't know reality, because we would be trapped in the nature of our own consciousness. Second, intrinsicism is an issue of method, not content. You could be a socialist and be an intrinsicist if you believe that socialism is a self-evident truth that requires no argument. Or you could be a subjectivist if you believe socialism is true for you. Or you could try to argue for it objectively. This same approach applies to value judgments and morality. On the intrinsicist viewpoint, moral questions are also self-evident. You simply expose yourself to reality, and some kind of intrinsic entity acts on you and produces illumination. You just know what is good. For example, many people believe we need to help the poor. If you ask them why, they will say, "What do you mean, why? It's obvious, that's the good." Or take pacifists. Their attitude is, killing is wrong intrinsically. They believe the act of killing has an inherent attribute of evil that just leaps out at you. The context, who kills whom for what reason, is beside the point. Or take egalitarianism. The typical egalitarian says, inequalities as such are unjust. It's just intrinsically bad. This is the idea that goodness or badness is like a little nugget that resides inside actions or states, apart from human purposes, causes or effects. The philosopher who first formulated this view was Plato, with his form of the good, a pure, intrinsic good that acts on us and causes our value judgments. You couldn't possibly ask Plato, what is the form of the good good for? There are 3 key points about intrinsicism and value judgments. First, an intrinsicist regards human purposes as irrelevant. You cannot ask, good for what? On the objectivist view, value means of value to whom and for what. But the intrinsicist thinks that if you introduce a purpose or a beneficiary, you become subjective. Second, for an intrinsicist, context is irrelevant. Since certain actions have an inbuilt goodness or badness, the circumstances and effects are beside the point. That's why the 10 Commandments are just, thou shalt not X, thou shalt not Y. They are dogmatic absolutes, without any context. I have even heard objectivist examples of this, like someone saying, I know you mustn't be dependent. Therefore, if I depend on my parents for funds to go to college, that's dependency, and that is evil, flatly. This is an intrinsicist approach to objectivism because it ignores the context. Third, for an intrinsicist, choice or options are anathema. To him, that's the foot in the door of subjectivism. His view is that everything is dictated by reality. Consciousness contributes nothing. So if you inject your preferences, it's a scandal. I've heard budding objectivists take this view, arguing that since philosophy is the most abstract field and we're supposed to use our minds to the fullest, everyone should be a philosopher. This is the idea that reality dictates careers, and you have no more right to a preference in your career than you have in regard to geometric truth. So we have value judgments without explanation, without purpose, context, or choice, because they're just self-evident. This is a very widely held view of ethics, and it typically leads people to start off as fervent moralists and end up as subjectivists, saying, to hell with all that stuff, live it up. The most common institutionalized form of the intrinsic view is religion. God is the entity intrinsic in reality that is claimed to be the revealer of truth. Historically, the real author of this is Plato, because his forms or universals were the intrinsic entities that acted on our minds. Later, Plato's universals moved into God's mind. After religion began to atrophy, the same basic approach was adopted in secular form. As God faded, what replaced him as the external entity giving revelations? The Führer, the government, the president, the Harvard professor. Intrinsicism breeds authoritarianism, because something outside of you has to act on you to give you truth. Your role is passive. I have even seen objectivists fall into this with the overuse of the self-evident. Some people seem to think that half of objectivism is literally self-evident, and therefore anyone who disagrees must be dishonest. That is intrinsicism. The only true self-evident is the perceptual level. No philosophy is self-evident. Another area where objectivists can tend toward intrinsicism is in improper self-criticism in the face of error. For example, you make a rational decision based on the available evidence, but by a freak of chance, it turns out to have been the wrong move. If you say to yourself, I should have known, how stupid, that is intrinsicism. You are condemning yourself for having had limited knowledge and following a definite method. You are implying you should have had a revelation. This is taking intrinsicism as your cognitive ideal. So, let's look at intrinsicism in relation to subjectivism. The subjectivist doesn't grasp that existence exists and we have to conform to it. What is it that the intrinsicist doesn't grasp? He says, yes, we have to conform to reality, but he leaves out one crucial word. We have to conform to reality somehow. Reality does not do the work for us. We have to engage in a process, a method, steps that are up to us to do. Where does this process come from? It has to depend on our form of knowing, our minds, our particular consciousness. Intrinsicism ignores the fact that our consciousness makes a critical contribution to cognition. Our consciousness is not just a passive mirror. It is something, it has a definite identity, and it has to function accordingly. Our knowledge is going to be affected through and through by the identity of our minds. But isn't this subjectivism? Isn't this what Kant said? No. We grasp reality by our minds. What's important is the conjunction of the two, reality and our minds. That is the essence of objectivity. The objective approach says we have to adhere to reality, but for a conceptual being, this is not a matter of passive exposure. It requires the exercise of a deliberate method of cognition, obeying certain definite rules. The rules, of course, depend on our particular consciousness. They are the way our consciousness has to operate to gain knowledge of reality, given our specific identity. Knowledge has to reflect the nature of our consciousness. But that does not make it subjective. It doesn't mean it ignores reality. So, objective means adherence to reality in cognition by following certain rules of method, a method derived from facts and appropriate to man's form of cognition. To put it briefly, we have to conform to reality somehow, or briefer still, correspond somehow. Subjectivists deny the correspond part, intrinsicists deny the somehow part. Objectivism is the union of the two. But this is still too abstract. What does our consciousness actually contribute to knowledge? Let me give you a list of some of the ways our consciousness, by its nature, affects how we acquire knowledge. First, conceptualization is necessary to acquire knowledge. We have to organize perceptual material, form concepts, and build wider and wider abstractions. This is a human process. We introduce a special perspective to hold a cluster of concretes as one unit. But does it distort reality? No, because it is based on reality. The fact that we have a conceptual consciousness imposes a whole series of rules on how to use concepts. Second, we need a method to draw conclusions from our data. The method of reason is logic. Is this a human method? Absolutely. If everything were self-evident, we wouldn't need logic. But does that make it subjective? No, because the essence of logic is obedience to the law of identity, which is the central law of reality. Third, we have choice. We have choice as to where to focus on reality. On any given level of the hierarchy, there are tremendous options. Why? Because our consciousness is volitional. But choice does not mean subjectivism. Our choice is only in what order we focus on reality. We are still oriented to reality. Fourth, our knowledge is contextual. We build knowledge on knowledge. This follows from being conceptual. There can be no out-of-context revelations. You always have to be able to specify your context. Fifth, we can grasp only so much at a time, the crow issue. This dictates a specific method, like the spiral method. You study something up to a point, then leave it, learn something else, and come back to it with a deeper context. Sixth, we have to integrate our conclusions with other knowledge. We can't just leave things in separate compartments. Integration requires broad concepts that are connected to reality. Seventh, our consciousness is goal-directed, purposeful. This runs throughout knowledge. Before you can function cognitively, you must often know your purpose. To an intrinsicist, this is scandalous, because he thinks purpose makes things subjective. But you cannot escape purpose. It's built into consciousness as such. Eighth, we are emotional. This also dictates certain rules. As we've discussed, you have to use emotions as one of your automatized ways of contacting concretes. You also have to monitor your emotions to know if they are interfering with your focus on reality. So in one sense, all of cognition reflects only our consciousness. Intrinsicism is nonsense. Knowledge is creative. It's all created by our minds. But our consciousness is the faculty for grasping reality, so our knowledge is not subjective. Every facet of our consciousness injects an element into knowledge, but it's still knowledge of reality. That's the essence of the objective viewpoint. What then is the basic validation of the concept of the objective? It comes down to two axioms. First, consciousness is the faculty of perceiving existence. That's against subjectivism. Second, consciousness has identity. That's against intrinsicism. This is why on the hierarchy sheet I put objectivity at the end of epistemology, not the beginning. So there are three basic viewpoints. You could have consciousness turned in on itself, ignoring existence, that is subjectivism, which leads to skepticism. You could have consciousness effacing itself, considering itself a passive mirror, that is intrinsicism, the base of mysticism. Or you could have consciousness as the grasper of reality, with a complex identity and a special method, that is objectivism, the base of reason. This trichotomy affects every other issue in philosophy. On every issue, there's a subjectivist view, an intrinsicist view, and an objectivist view. Take rights. The intrinsicist view is that rights come from God and are self-evident. The subjectivist view is that rights are created by social convention, by Congress. The objectivist view is that rights are principles derived from the facts of reality, specifically the requirements of man's life in a social context. Or take honesty. The subjectivist view is that it's a matter of feeling or cultural convention. The intrinsicist view is, thou shalt not lie, period. A dogmatic, contextless absolute. The objectivist view is that honesty is a principle dictated by a purpose and applicable in a specific context. This is perhaps the deepest reason why Ayn Rand's philosophy is called Objectivism, because it dictates this objective approach to cognition. Lecture 6, Questions and Answers. A listener asked, in the history of philosophy, can you name any intrinsicists who try not to be religious? The speaker replied, Aristotle has definite intrinsicist elements he inherited from Plato. The only other one I can think of offhand is Spinoza, who was an atheist. But typically, there has been an alliance throughout history between intrinsicism and religion. As supernaturalism faded, philosophers tended to become unreligious and subjectivist. A listener asked, could it be argued that intrinsicists are dishonest because they must see that they had to work to learn things, that knowledge didn't just jump into their heads? The speaker replied, I definitely disagree that an intrinsicist has to be dishonest. The ones I'm most familiar with were motivated primarily by a revulsion against subjectivism. They wanted to adhere to reality. The questioner is overlooking the fact that it's a tremendous jump between common-sense observations and a philosophic theory that integrates them. It takes a genius to state abstractly what everybody knows in concrete terms. A listener asked, why do you say that intrinsicism has been more influential than subjectivism? The speaker replied, for a simple reason. A subjectivist says, go by your feelings. But where do feelings come from? They are not primary. They come from ideas and value judgments. Where do subjectivists get their ideas? They go to church, to school. They absorb the dogmas given out by intrinsicists. Intrinsicism provides the content that subjectivism then takes over. So there's no doubt that intrinsicism is much more influential. A listener asked, you said that consciousness has identity as against intrinsicism. As I understand it, intrinsicism merely says that consciousness is irrelevant to cognition. I don't see how this prohibits it having an identity. The speaker replied, it does not say consciousness is irrelevant to cognition. Even an intrinsicist grants you have a consciousness. What is irrelevant is its nature. It contributes nothing except being a blank mirror. The essence of the intrinsicist view is not that the existence of consciousness is irrelevant, but that it has no identity. A listener asked, you spoke of the intrinsic nature of the Bible. The speaker replied, let's clarify that. Every book has an intrinsic nature. So many pages, so many words. That has nothing to do with what we are talking about here. The intrinsicist view is not that nothing has a nature, but that over and above the perceptual level, there are entities intrinsic in reality that act on our minds and cause knowledge or value judgments. The Bible has an intrinsic nature, which is just the law of identity. What makes the Bible an expression of intrinsicism is that its commandments are defended by saying, God said so. A listener asked, does man's form of consciousness contribute categories to his conceptual form of awareness, like Aristotle's categories? The speaker replied, no. Aristotle's categories, as he presents them, pertain to the nature of reality, not to our method of grasping it. They are the broadest abstractions applicable to anything that exists. That is not part of what consciousness contributes. A listener asked, in ethics, is the so-called deontology versus teleology debate an example of the false dichotomy between intrinsicism and subjectivism? The speaker replied, "Yes, that is a very good application." Deontology includes philosophers like Kant who say there are certain absolutes you must follow, regardless of consequences or goals. That is clearly the intrinsicist view. Teleology is the view that we validate virtues by reference to an ultimate goal. But the way most teleologists hold it, that goal is arbitrary. That comes out as the subjectivist approach. So as they are commonly construed, they are exactly this dichotomy. Objectivism is teleological in that it starts with an ultimate goal, but it repudiates the idea that this goal is arbitrary. Lecture 7, Rationalism. So far, we've covered the positive approach, how to properly understand and chew the ideas of objectivism. Now I want to switch gears and look at the negative side. We'll explore some basic misconceptions and the wrong ways people often approach philosophy. For this lecture, our topic is rationalism. Rationalism is a method of thinking that, more than any other single error, wrecks intellectuals, especially good intellectuals. It works by corrupting them through their best qualities. It attaches itself to a person's desire to be rational, to use logic, and to be objective. But if they make this mistake, it warps their thinking at the very root. At the same time, rationalism completely alienates non-intellectuals. It makes them feel that the intellectual world is just a lot of hot air, a bunch of floating talk that has nothing to do with life. This keeps them out of the field altogether, creating a self-perpetuating cycle of poor thinking. Although rationalism is a profoundly mistaken method, it is not in itself evil or immoral. I want to stress this at the outset. If this applies to you or someone you know, it is not a moral failing. Many highly virtuous people fall into it out of conscientiousness. Rationalism is an automatized, imperfect way of coping with confusion, and it doesn't reflect on your character. The problem is that how to deal with ideas is a special skill that none of us is taught. People flounder when they are thrown into something as abstract as philosophy without any guidance. Rationalism is one way of floundering, of trying to cope when you don't know how. It can govern you without you even knowing you subscribe to it. It implicitly defines for you what you take as logic, understanding, or even reality, and you don't even realize it. All you know is, I'm trying to understand, but I don't. I'm using the term rationalism here, not exactly as it's used in the history of philosophy, where it's contrasted with empiricism. I'm using it to describe a specific method that can be used not only by avowed rationalists, but also by many who call themselves empiricists, and even by many objectivists. The best way to handle this is to treat it as a syndrome, a collection of symptoms. I'm going to list several symptoms of rationalism. First, and this is the descriptive essence of rationalism, ideas are seen as being above reality. The rationalist regards ideas as a realm separate from and superior to the physical world. He does not see ideas as a means of knowing the physical world, but as something completely sundered from it. The philosopher Plato is the archetype of this view, with his world of forms, a world of abstractions existing independently of this one. It's a world of floating abstractions, disconnected from the concrete things in this world. A rationalist loves broad abstractions, which is a virtue up to a point. But he goes astray because he doesn't understand what an abstraction is for. He sees two separate worlds, the world we perceive and the world we conceive. Now, it's possible for anyone to have a single floating abstraction by default. For instance, many people on the street are in favor of freedom, but have no clear idea what it means in reality. That doesn't make them a rationalist. A rationalist goes beyond this. He has a whole world of floating abstractions, a whole dimension he goes off into, made entirely of abstractions, disconnected from concrete reality. Let me give you a perfect example from a real historical rationalist, the German philosopher Leibniz. He starts with a simple idea. The world is full of compound things, things made of parts. He argues that if you keep breaking a compound thing into its parts, you must eventually reach simple substances that have no parts. He calls these monads. So far, it seems like a logical deduction. Next, he asks what these monads must be like. He reasons that they can't be material or spread out in space, because if they were, they would be divisible into parts, but they must be simple, so they must be non-material. If they are not matter, what can they be? They must be minds. And what do minds do? They perceive. So the universe is made up of tiny minds called monads, all perceiving each other. He continues this chain of reasoning to conclude that the most confused monads are what we call tables and chairs, and the clearest monad is God. This is a perfect example of rationalism. It's a whole world of concepts with a complicated structure and rules, but at no point is it connected to what we actually observe in this world. If you tell him, look, here's a table, it looks material, he'll say, that's ridiculous. I've proved it must be made of minds. What you see is an illusion. You can do the exact same thing with the right ideas. This is an issue of method, not content. You can take ideas from Atlas Shrugged and approach them this same way, making you a rationalist. For example, consider the objectivist who says it's always wrong to take money from your parents for college. The reasoning might go like this. Life is the standard of value, so rationality must be the supreme virtue. If rationality is the supreme virtue, independence must be a virtue. Since mind and body are integrated, independence must be both intellectual and material. I am past maturity, so taking money from my parents would be material dependence, which is anti-rationality and therefore anti-life. That is the same method Leibniz used, just with objectivist ideas. It's a chain of inferences starting from a supposedly obvious foundation, with no reference to the actual situation, context, or concretes. It ignores whether the student is working hard, whether he needs help, or whether his parents have to sacrifice. It's just a series of abstractions leading to a conclusion in a void. To be fair, there is a good element here. The rationalist wants to be logical and objective. He loves broad principles. The trouble is, he goes astray in his love of concepts because he doesn't realize what a concept is. He doesn't see that a concept's purpose is to grasp percepts. He sees two separate worlds. This happens because forming concepts requires selective focus. To form the concept table, you have to ignore that one is brown and one is white. You have to drop certain facts from your attention. The rationalist takes this one step too far and drops reality altogether. He doesn't keep the concretes potentially alive in his mind. He enters his own world of abstractions. This is an understandable error, especially for a young person thrown into a whole system of philosophy for the first time. The sheer weight of it can be overwhelming. So he latches on to something that seems clear and tries to hang everything on that. This brings us to our second point about rationalism. Deduction is seen as the basic method of knowledge. If you asked a rationalist how he knows his conclusion is true, he would say, I proved it inexorably from my starting point. It's been deduced. For him, what guarantees a conclusion is not that it corresponds to reality, but that it has been deduced. The contrast to deduction is induction, which is the process of generalizing from observation. A rationalist regards induction as shaky and uncertain. The proper approach is to observe concretes, form generalizations through induction, and then systematize and apply that knowledge through deduction. But a rationalist starts with definitions and principles in a void and tries to deduce everything from there, with no reference to reality. His focus is on the relation of ideas to ideas, not ideas to facts. A true rationalist even resents the real self-evident, the perceptual level. He feels a need to deduce even what he directly observes. For instance, he might feel he can't trust his eyes until he has a deductive proof that the senses are valid. Because of this, the favorite subject of a rationalist, his model for all human knowledge, is mathematics. This has been true from Pythagoras and Plato all the way to the present. Now, I'm not saying mathematics isn't complex or doesn't require immense intelligence, but as a model for all knowledge, it's simpler in one specific way than a field like philosophy or physics. In mathematics, you start with a few delimited axioms and just churn out conclusions. There's none of the complexity of weighing evidence, establishing context, and integrating vast amounts of disparate data that you find in induction. This shows that rationalists have trouble dealing with intellectual complexity. They need to grab some simple abstraction as an anchor and hang everything on that. This is also why rationalism tends toward determinism. The rationalist sees every step in his deductive chain as necessary and inevitable, leaving no room for choice. Now for our third point. The rationalist view of the proper starting points of knowledge. For a rationalist, the starting points are purely conceptual self-evidencies. He doesn't get his axioms from sensory perception. He simply seizes on certain abstract ideas that sound good or seem obvious or incontestable. He utters a proposition, and if it reverberates in his mind, that becomes his foundation. He would never think to look at reality to see if it's actually true. For example, I once received a letter denouncing the celebration of Christmas, which started with the axiom, "A holiday is a celebration of the exceptional." This was presented as a self-evident truth. The person never thought to look at reality and consider holidays like Labor Day or Mother's Day, which celebrate the common and ordinary. Ultimately, since the rationalist doesn't get his axioms from observation, he has to get them from somewhere else. He needs an authority. This is why rationalists tend to be authoritarian. In the last analysis, "this is obvious" really means this is not debatable. Everyone agrees. The most common form of these rationalist axioms is definitions. For a rationalist, a definition is just a string of words equal to another word, disconnected from reality. A perfect example of this is St. Anselm's ontological argument for the existence of God. He starts with a definition. God is the being than which nothing greater can be conceived. Then he argues, if this being did not exist, I could conceive of something even greater, namely, a being with all the same attributes that also existed. Therefore, by definition, God must exist. This is the belief in words having power over reality. A corollary of this approach is what we can call monism, the view that you should begin with only one starting point, one single insight from which everything else follows. Plato had his form of the good. Plotinus had the one. Some objectivists fall into this, trying to reduce all three axioms of objectivism to just one, the law of identity. They fail to see that you can't even get to the law of identity without first accepting the existence of something to have an identity. Fourth symptom, certainty with omniscience. When the rationalist has completed his deductive proof, he claims absolute certainty. And to achieve this certainty, he feels he must be completely comprehensive. He cannot stand omitting anything. If you are writing an article and you are a rationalist, you will feel that if you leave out a single point, your case is not proven, it is not unanswerable. What explains this obsessive need for comprehensiveness? It's an unavoidable consequence of holding abstractions as floating and disconnected from reality. His abstractions don't feel convincing to him because they aren't tied to concretes. He feels they somehow miss out on reality. So the only way he knows to cover reality is by a concrete-by-concrete survey, over and above his broad principles. This leads to a paradox. The rationalist wants a large-scale vision, but his concepts can't provide it because they float. His perceptions can't do it because they are limited. So he's thrown back on trying to deal with reality without effective concepts. He gets swamped by the thousands of examples he feels he must cover. Out of helplessness, he then adopts the opposite strategy. He decides to focus on just one example, one detail, and study that until he really gets it, ignoring all the rest. This is what we call compartmentalization. It's a deliberate disintegration, the separation of one item of knowledge from all others. He can't reconnect his compartments because his concepts all float. So here is the paradox. The rationalist who idealizes wide-scale vision and broad theory ends up as a concrete-bound, disintegrated gazer at this item and this item. In practice, he becomes indistinguishable from an empiricist. This is why a rationalist is often driven toward mysticism. His concepts fail him, and his percepts fail him. So he ends up feeling he must get his large-scale vision by some means other than concepts or percepts, by some kind of mystic illumination. You might experience this yourself if you have a rationalist tendency. You might swing from feeling, "I know everything" on a subject, to "I know nothing at all." This happens because your goal is omniscience. As long as you feel you have it, you're certain. The moment one point is challenged, you feel wiped out. Fifth symptom, a special concern with order and system. A rationalist detests chaos. He is very big on logic and structure. This is a virtue, up to a point. But his order is actually arbitrary because it is detached from reality. His axioms are arbitrary, so the whole deductive structure is a floating castle in the air. This is often revealed by an obsession with neatness and symmetry. The philosopher Kant, for example, had to have 4 sets of 3 categories, no matter what. Even though his order is arbitrary, the rationalist experiences it as necessary, as if reality itself demanded this one specific sequence. He believes there are no options in the thought process. If you are writing an article, he believes there is only one definitive pattern you must follow, dictated by reality. The idea that you could choose an organization based on what is most interesting or dramatic is, to him, a scandal. It's subjectivism. He takes mathematics as the model for everything. 6th symptom. A rationalist is anti-emotion. He sees emotions as subjective, as something that will corrupt his thinking and detach him from reality. To be objective, he believes, you must be selfless. Your interests, your values, your desires must be wiped out. You are supposed to be an empty mirror. If you told a rationalist that emotions are needed to keep abstractions concretized, he would be aghast. In practice, however, the rationalist is an emotionalist. He chooses his axioms based on what feels right to him because he has no other basis. So by shunning emotions, he ends up being ruled by them. And the final symptom, the rationalist's approach to polemics, or arguing with opponents. First, he feels a tremendous need to engage in polemics. Because his own ideas are floating and he feels insecure, he is threatened by disagreement and feels driven to convince or crush his opponents. Second, his method of polemics is to focus on trapping his opponents in internal inconsistencies. He doesn't try to refute them by pointing to facts of reality. He accepts their basic premises and then tries to show that they are contradicting themselves. This method is dangerous and impractical. You lose all sense of what is even worth refuting. And by accepting your opponent's foundation, you are lost in the long run. Now, what is the essential philosophic base of rationalism? In a single word, it is intrinsicism. The rationalist's idea of a separate realm of concepts would be possible only if he believed in a Platonic-style world of real universals, intrinsic in reality, that act on our minds to give us knowledge. The rejection of choice, emotion, context, all of it implies that our consciousness contributes nothing to cognition, that we are just a passive mirror. And that is the essence of the intrinsicist view. So, all rationalists are intrinsicists, at least by implication. However, the reverse is not necessarily true. You can be an intrinsicist without being a rationalist. A pure mystic who just waits for revelations would be an intrinsicist but not a rationalist. Rationalism is what you get when you take intrinsicism and add a conscientious person who wants to be logical and think step by step. It's the best an intrinsicist can hope to be. Lecture 7, Questions and Answers. A listener asked, "Is there really no proof for induction? Then how do we use it? I feel comfortable using it, but I feel as though maybe I should not be if it isn't proved. Is this rationalist thinking?" The speaker replied, "No. Induction does require validation, but that is not the same as a deductive proof. You cannot convert induction into a species of deduction. There is inductive proof and deductive proof, and they can't all be reduced to deduction." A listener asked, "Can you give an example of a philosopher giving up abstractions and focusing on concrete bound points? Isn't this anti-philosophy?" The speaker replied, "Yes, it is, but that doesn't stop it. The best example would be David Hume, who said you can know nothing but the sense perception of the moment. He is to empiricism what Plato is to rationalism. The whole modern analytic movement is another example. They say integration is a mistake, and the only way to know is to take some little item and focus on it out of context." A listener asked, "Can modern philosophy be described as empiricist in content and rationalist in method?" The speaker replied, "Yes, I would think that's a good summary formulation. They preach the slogans of empiricism, but in their actual approach they are completely rationalistic. Modern symbolic logic is a gigantic rationalistic construct." Lecture 8, Rationalism and Empiricism. In this lecture, we'll continue our discussion of the improper methods of thinking, of dealing with ideas in philosophy. I want to conclude rationalism, the substance of which we did last time, and then turn to its seeming opposite, namely empiricism. The rationalist syndrome includes 2 distinct points about polemics. For one thing, the rationalist feels a very strong need to engage in polemics. He feels insecure because however many deductions he has gone through from however many allegedly infallible axioms, and however much he claims to have modeled his argument on mathematics, in fact it's detached from reality, and some part of him senses this. Consequently, he feels driven to convince people who disagree with him. Second is the characteristic method of polemics. What does the rationalist do to try to refute his opponents and bring them around to his side? He bases his entire argument on ferreting out internal inconsistencies in his opponents. He tries to trap his opponents in contradictions. He tries to show them, you said A and now 2 paragraphs or 2 pages or 2 volumes later you're saying non-A, so aha, you have to abandon your viewpoint. That's what's called internal inconsistency, showing a man that even accepting what he says, he is not following it out logically. Why doesn't the rationalist try to refute people by pointing out facts of reality that their argument overlooked? Because that is not his realm. Facts are not his domain, not sensory observational facts. His realm is always ideas detached from reality, and therefore, if he finds an idea that he wants to refute, he can't do that by matching the idea to reality, only by relating it to another idea. And in this case, he wants to show his opponent, given this idea, this other idea doesn't cohere with it. As a characteristic method of functioning, he accepts the basic premises of his opponent. He does that as a matter of course. He says, okay, I'll accept your premises, but even so, I'll show you that you can't get away with this again with me, because you're involved in a contradiction. This is, by the way, the method staunchly advocated by professional philosophers of all schools, and the only method that they typically recognize in any form of argument. You cannot challenge anybody's foundation. You can simply show him if, then he's committed a contradiction. What is wrong with this method? There's nothing wrong per se with pointing out to someone that he's committed a contradiction. After all, rationalism has no monopoly on being opposed to contradictions. So it's perfectly okay to tell someone in passing, you know, you just contradicted yourself. You said A, and now you're saying non-A. But if that is your characteristic method of argument, it is very dangerous because you are no longer looking at reality. You now have your eye exclusively on your opponent, on his ideas. Your whole focus is on, how can I trap him while accepting his premises? The first thing this does is to make you lose all sense of what is even worth refuting. No matter how insane your opponent's claim, if you are a rationalist, nothing is that insane, because there's no reality by reference to which to judge. So your first thought has to be, okay, if you say that, what about such and such? So your opponent could come in and say, reality is made of Campbell's soup, and it would not occur to you as a real rationalist to say, but look, there is no soup. That would simply be a vulgar irrelevancy. You would say, if it's a soup made by Campbell's, then Campbell's has to be the authority of reality, but if Campbell's, and then you deduce, and you go into this whole thing. This is not an exaggeration, unfortunately. The rationalist attitude is, anything that is asserted with which he disagrees must be refuted because it's there. And you have to refute this because somebody said it. That, of course, is already devastating on your mental processes. It means you lose all sense of what is worth investing mental effort in and what is ridiculous. You get completely detached from facts, knowledge, cognition, reality. Any fool can come in and say anything, and that sets your mental agenda and gives you your mental assignment. Beyond this problem, it is a very impractical method. It does not work, because inherent in this method of polemics is that you accept your opponent's basic premises, you accept his essential approach, and once you do that, in the long run you are lost. The only way to argue with someone is to challenge him at the core, as we'll see when we get to the objectivist approach to polemics. But that is the exact opposite of the rationalist. He plunges in, he accepts the foundation, in order to have something by reference to which to demonstrate a contradiction. And then, of course, he is at the mercy of the opponent. He never gets anywhere, because he's given in on the foundation. A typical example is a rationalist atheist arguing against a theist. The theist comes in and says there's a God. The rationalist doesn't ask, on what basis? What's your evidence? Right away he wants to find a contradiction, which is the only thing he knows. So he'll say, for instance, regarding the problem of evil, if there's a God and he's all good, how do you account for earthquakes and diseases and all the evil things that happen in life? Therefore, that's a contradiction. This doesn't make any truly religious person bat an eye. There are dozens of answers to the problem of evil, and it comes down to, in effect, God's definition of good and evil is beyond our ability to grasp, but someday in the hereafter we'll see that all the things that we think are evil are really part of his plan. What are you to say in answer to that? Can you say this is invalid? No. If you accept the idea of God, then you have to accept the idea of something that is beyond the power of the mind. And then you are completely lost. You're just tinkering on the surface with trivia. You've already given up. It's okay to show contradictions in your opponent, but it can always be only as a sideline. After you attack the essence, by reference to reality, you can make him squirm by pointing out a few contradictions, but it has to be just the trimming on the cake. It cannot be the substance. And yet that's what it is for a rationalist. So of course, since it doesn't work, but that's his only method, he does it more and more and more, so he becomes a maniacal polemicist. And now my last point about rationalism. What is its essential philosophic base, the metaphysics and epistemology that it rests on? In a single word, intrinsicism. The rationalist's idea of a realm of dissociated concepts that has no connection to sensory observation would be possible only on some kind of Platonic idea. That is, that there's a world of real universals, real Platonic forms or essences that are out there intrinsically in reality, quite apart from our minds and concretes, and which act on us and yield the awareness of conceptual information. If concepts were nothing but our abstractions from sensory data, you could never possibly have the idea of a world of separate concepts. So the idea of ideas above reality implies that there are some kind of ideas intrinsic in reality that act on us. And you can see intrinsicism in many other aspects: the rejection of any choice or option, the rejection of emotion in any aspect of cognition, the rejection of personal evaluation as having any relevance. All of that implies that our consciousness can contribute nothing to cognition. We have to be an empty mirror on which reality is to write. And that, of course, is the essence of the intrinsicist view. Something out there acts on us. We contribute nothing. Another example of this is the rationalist rejection of context. The only way you could know dogmatic absolutes, that is, without reference to context, would be absolutes that you learn without reference to human consciousness. Because consciousness would not contribute to knowledge, knowledge would simply be reality out there acting on you and producing this conviction like a bolt from the blue. So the model of the rationalist would be: expose yourself to reality, contribute nothing, not context, interests, purpose, values, method of organization, nothing. You just expose yourself and reality writes itself on you. And that's why I say that all rationalists are intrinsicists, at least by implication. They may not know the issue, but they would endorse it if they grasped it. However, the reverse does not necessarily hold true. You can be an intrinsicist without necessarily being a rationalist. For instance, an overtly religious type who is not interested in reasoning or in deduction and is quite content to just have mystic revelations would be an intrinsicist but not a rationalist. Rationalism is a specific consequence of intrinsicism. You take intrinsicism, and then you add in a conscientious person who wants to be rational and logical, who wants to think step by step, who does not want mystic revelations. He will end up as a rationalist. So it's like the best an intrinsicist can end up. An intrinsicist with a commitment to reason ends up a rationalist. An intrinsicist without a commitment to reason can end up a mystic. Let us now turn to empiricism. We can be a little briefer because in many cases all we have to say is, it's the opposite. Empiricism is less common among objectivists. In my experience, within the objectivist world, it's more common among non-professional intellectuals, non-graduate students, and as I've said with no pejorative inclinations, among women, although that's not an absolute. But it is by no means restricted to women. In fact, there are certain areas in which men characteristically think in empiricist terms. There are many men I know who are rationalists in one area of their lives and empiricists in another. It's not the case that if you are one of these in one area, you have to be that in every area. And I've frequently found objectivists who are highly rationalist in their approach to philosophy, abstractions, and theoretical ideas. But then when they think about their personal lives or their personal concerns or their emotional lives, they are very empiricist. So consider the possibility that it might be applicable to you in some other realm of your thinking. In a general way, empiricism appears to be the complete opposite of rationalism on every issue. The empiricist, like the rationalist, is also, if we give a generous interpretation, confronted by chaos, swamped, confused, swimming amidst a complexity of ideas, and he needs some method for dealing with it. In the face of this, the rationalist tries to seize on some overriding concept or principle that he can see clearly in the midst of it all, and to deduce everything from this. The empiricist also seizes on something that he can grasp in the midst of the chaos, but it is not an overriding concept or principle. An empiricist seizes on familiar concretes and often also on emotions. And that gives him a sense of a tie to reality and a world he can deal with, a world that he recognizes, a world that he cares about. So as a general description, if you take the best version of empiricism, the empiricist is committed to reality, to fact, to observation, to values, but at the expense of concepts. Now let's just go down some specific points and compare empiricism to rationalism. Point 1 on empiricism. The emphasis on reality apart from abstractions or concepts, reality above or against ideas. The empiricist might use ideas, but he always feels that ideas are suspect. They are somehow detached from reality. They are academic, sterile, theoretical, unreal. They are talk. Often, of course, this attitude is generated by sheer reaction to rationalism. The rationalist looks like the champion of ideas. He puts this whole imposing castle of ideas in the air, the way Leibniz did, and the empiricist says, throw the whole thing out, back to sensory observations, perceptual concretes. The extreme examples of this in the history of philosophy would be the Greek sophists, who simply denied abstractions outright, and David Hume, who denied everything except the empirical datum of the moment. Empiricists like empirical data, which means something you can point to, some perceptual concrete. They care less about how it's related to some other concrete, because that involves concepts and connections and abstractions. But to point to some concrete and say, here now brown, or whatever it happens to be, some of the more ambitious ones get to here now tomato, that is for them intellectually satisfying. That's real, that's convincing, that's clear. Sometimes this is done out of helplessness, because they simply do not know what to do with concretes, and when they get into concepts, they start a swimming. Sometimes, however, it is very militant, and it is a principled method of functioning, a principle of being opposed to principles or opposed to concepts. Examples in real life will convey this better than simply a description, because few real-life people walk around saying, here now brown. So I want to give you some examples from an arch-conservative who I believe is employed by a right-wing foundation to advance capitalism. And this is from a paper written on how to prove that man has property rights, which he is in favor of. I'd like you to focus on how this is an arch example of the point we're talking about. A writer said, a few defenders of property base their defense on the right to life. They point out that a person cannot eat without at least implicitly establishing property rights over the food he consumes. Similarly, a person would have trouble keeping warm without some property rights with respect to clothing and shelter. Here is an argument that, as far as it goes, is compelling. But certainly a person can eat without the rights to sell, trade, mortgage, let, give away, or bequeath his food. In addition, this argument applies only to consumer goods. What about the main concerns of socialists, the raw materials and capital goods which constitute the means of production? Why should anyone own them? The idea is that you can't base property rights on the right to life. What does he construe the right to property as? What does he immediately reduce the right to property to? Does he say the right to use and dispose of material wealth? Absolutely not. Because if he said that, it would immediately establish a connection to life. Since life requires material wealth, you have to have the right to create, use, and dispose of it. What would he say if you said the right to use and dispose of material wealth as the right to property? His immediate reaction would be, that is so incredibly broad, the right to use material wealth. That is so vague, that is so incredibly generalized. The right to use material wealth would include the right to eat, the right to chew, the right to swallow, the right to regurgitate after you swallow, then the right to clothing. How much clothing? The right to sweaters in winter, but not in summer. And what if you live on the island of Bali? Then you'd have no right to a sweater by the nature of the right to life. And the right to shelter, what kind of shelter? How many rooms do you need? And then, of course, after we've got eating and shelter, there's the right to sell, the right to trade, mortgage, give away, bequeath. How much can he bequeath? To whom? How can you discuss the right to property in terms of one abstraction formulation? To him, the abstraction simply blurs the reality. So the first thing his mind has to do is say, property is too vague, eating I can understand. But then the moderns would say, that's ridiculous, because we can break eating down into all its steps. Of course, once he breaks it down to eating, he's completely lost. Because why, then, any amount of eating versus all the rest of the things? And if you said to him, how could you have the right to eat, the right mind you, without the right to produce? Which he says, production of goods is a separate question. How could you have the right to eat? Where is the food coming from? He doesn't ask that question because he's not concerned with where it's coming from. He's asking the question, do you have a right to it? That's the concrete he's focused on now. That's a completely separate question from, where does the food come from? This is, of course, completely hopeless. You could never establish any rights by this method. The only way you could establish the right to property, the right to eating, is by the right to man's need of material goods. And because man has to produce those goods by the use of material means of production, it has to be man's right to material wealth. You have to take it on that abstract a level. Without that, you're completely lost. But this is, you see, a true empiricist, and it simply strikes him as just talk. It's just abstractions. What has it got to do with the real concretes that we see in reality? Nobody ever sees disposing of goods. All you see is writing a will, or swallowing, or whatever it happens to be, so we have to take each of those concretes. This is what empiricism is like in practice. This man probably never studied empiricism, but from the way his mind works, this is what it means to prefer concretes to abstractions. Now here's something from another conservative. The man is defending William James, who was an arch-empiricist. Pragmatism is simply a modern form of empiricism. And he writes the following in a letter to some publication. William James understood that anyone can argue from principle. All it takes is a little well-chosen double talk. It is much harder to mask the actual consequences. The consequences of an action are concretes. Therefore, the way to judge an action is not by some abstract formulation, does it conform or not to this principle, but by looking at what happens when you do it. Then you actually see, you open your eyes, and the concretes strike you. That is the pragmatist version of empiricism. It is simply concrete boundedness with insistence that the concretes that count are the consequences of an action. So it's just a modern form of empiricism. You see here the tremendous skepticism about concepts. All it takes is a little well-chosen double talk to argue from principles. Anybody can allegedly prove anything. He just has to rig his words and come up with some deduction, the way rationalists do. Therefore, any discussion of principle is completely to be dismissed. And so he concludes, I think a conservative just has to be pragmatic, that is, judge policies, people, and ideas by their consequences, rather than by the pious principles they may claim. How are you to judge the consequences? How are you to know what consequences mean? What about what action? Recall that we had a long discussion about honesty some lectures back, and whether the used car salesman was dishonest, and why the only way to judge the consequences is by reference to principles that conceptualize the long-range effects, and how that relates to your standard of value. So this viewpoint is the absolute reverse of the truth. It is only principles that enable us to gauge the consequences. But here we're supposed to use concretes, without reference to principles. How are we to decide that? It comes back to feelings, which is all that empiricists have, simply whatever strikes them directly, and they don't even make a distinction usually between emotion and perception, because they have absolutely no means to go by anything except their feelings. I'll give you one more example of empiricism in practice. This is also a militant empiricist, but he's on the left now, not on the right. This is from a letter received by the intellectual activist in response to the advertisement that it took out about the Soviet shooting down of the Korean Airlines passenger jet. The intellectual activist denounced it and explained in what way this is intrinsic in the whole Soviet approach and why we should boycott the Soviets. This is a letter from a full professor at a leading university in this country. I'm going to quote certain excerpts because he argues very articulately and thoroughly, empirically, against the act. The professor said, "You say that Soviet citizens may not get jobs or travel or read newspapers or rent apartments unless the government approves. Could you please be more specific? American citizens cannot travel beyond the country's borders without a passport, that is, without government approval. In what respects is the Soviet system more restrictive? American citizens who hold government jobs cannot change jobs without government approval if their jobs require security clearances. And no one can be appointed to a government job, country, state, or federal government without government approval. In what respect is the Soviet system more restrictive? American citizens cannot read newspapers that call for the violent overthrow of the American government by force, or newspapers that print names of CIA personnel, or newspapers that provide instructions for making nuclear bombs, and so on. In what respect is the Soviet system more restrictive? For this individual, traveling, reading a newspaper, renting an apartment, getting a job, those are floating abstractions, and thus much too broad. Who can deal intellectually with such an immensity as getting a job? You can't compare two systems in terms of the principle that governs getting a job in one versus the other. You can only compare concretes. You can point to a concrete in the United States where you need government approval, and a concrete in Russia where you need government approval. So what's the difference? Is it just a quantitative issue of how many jobs? What's the difference? It's still the same. For every concrete in one, there's a concrete in the other. Do you see why this is empiricism? You couldn't argue with this person, because suppose you gave him 50 examples in Russia against only 3 in the United States. What would he say? That was under Stalin. You can't talk about the nature of the system and the principles and so on. You just collect concretes. In case you think I'm exaggerating, I'm going to quote one more brief passage from this letter. The professor continued, "You say that Soviet officials exhibited the same savage behavior every day toward their own citizens, that they exhibited it against the passengers of the doomed airline. Can you cite examples of such behavior from yesterday, or the day before that, or on any of the previous 30 days, to take a convenient period of time?" On the Crow epistemology, you can hold concretes for up to 30 days, and that's all he's got. All the rest just recede into the past. So you can't make these incredible generalizations, he calls it dangerous hyperbole of this kind. You can just itemize concretes. Now this is what you call an empiricist. This gentleman teaches at the University of Minnesota. He's a full professor of philosophy, and his specialty is epistemology. Now let's turn to point 2. What is the primary cognitive process according to empiricism? It is certainly not deduction. Empiricists tend to dismiss deduction as antique, insignificant. They tell you that your conclusion in deduction is already implied in your premise, which is really true. All that deduction does is apply to a new case what you knew in principle all the time anyway. They actually derogate deduction too much, but I wouldn't fight with them profoundly here, because I'm not a great champion of deduction either, simply because I'm emphasizing the opposite right now, to counteract the balance of rationalism. But of course, deduction does have a place. Nevertheless, for the empiricist, the primary process is observation. If they are extreme empiricists like David Hume was, they will reject induction as such. There is no such thing as generalization. It is simply too conceptual. But if an empiricist is not that extreme, he can countenance induction. The rationalist finds induction very unconvincing, very tenuous. He says that induction gives you only probability at best, and the empiricist comes in and says, absolutely right, but he wouldn't say absolutely. He would say, you're right, induction leads only to probability, only to the tentative. There are no absolutes and no certainty. He's content with induction, so far as it's heavily based on concrete enumeration, on examples. He likes the narrow focus, the specifics, but the more general the induction, the more distrustful he is. When he hears some generalization, his instinct is always to try to find some counterexample that will shoot it down. His sense of it is a generalization is an abstraction. An abstraction is dangerous, it's shaky, it's probably unreal, unjustified. Therefore, when he hears a generalization, his mind goes right away to try to find some example that will shoot it down. And here you can see a difference between the rationalist and the empiricist. Both the rationalist and the empiricist sometimes experience the sense that there's a clash between theory and practice, or between abstractions and concretes. Confronted with that feeling of a clash, the rationalist says, down with the concrete, it isn't real, and follow this concept. And the empiricist says, you see, I always told you that concepts are unreliable, so throw them out. We have to go by the concretes. As a reformulation of this same point, empiricists are very suspicious of principles. They do not like the idea of broad conceptualizations that insist that the same consequences will accrue from the same course of behavior. For instance, if you showed an empiricist that government controls will lead to disastrous consequences with regard to medicine, he would be suspicious if you showed him that it also applies to the oil industry. He'd think, that's too easy. You're trying to rig things. You're trying to put it all under one abstraction, and reality happens to be stubborn. It's intractable. It doesn't fit your neat little schemas. So he is against integration on principle. Instead of trying to connect what he learns in one realm to another realm, he positively tries to disconnect, because connections to him smack of over-conceptualizing. And of course, if you're against concepts, you have to be against integration, because integration is what you do with concepts. So the empiricist is a compartmentalizer too, on principle. The narrower his focus, the more he shuts off everything else, the happier he is. As part of his hostility to integration, the empiricist hates the idea of system building. By system building, we mean the idea of integrating your views and philosophy so that it's all part of one total proceeding from certain basic principles. Rationalists are the great system builders. Empiricists like to think of each thing as a separate issue. To them, a system is a confession of weakness. So one of the things that an objectivist approach would like about, for instance, objectivism, would be precisely the tremendous systematization and integration. Sex is connected to metaphysics, economics to politics, education to aesthetics, and so on. They're all united. To an empiricist, this is not a virtue but a scandal. And what is the word he uses for any broad concept that attempts to integrate and clarify and unite diverse data? It's simplistic. Simplistic is the empiricist tag to derogate integration and conceptualization. An empiricist would say that my whole lecture today was a travesty. Because, he'd say, you're trying to present empiricism as a systematic approach involving a definite view of A, B, C, E, and this is ridiculous. We don't have principles governing our method of functioning. We do whatever seems appropriate in any given concrete situation. And therefore, empiricism ends up being completely self-destructive. It won't even stand for empiricism. At the very end, empiricism is just like modern philosophy, which is completely empiricist and has self-destructed altogether. They won't connect anything to anything, and the result is they do not any longer know even what to talk about. That's the dead end of empiricism. In today's philosophy, of course, they also lovingly focus on concretes, but the concretes are words. Not concepts, but the words that people utter, and you have 75 descriptions of how people utter them. Being excruciatingly over-detailed is a mark of an empiricist. Does that mean empiricists throw out abstractions altogether? Oh no, certainly not. They have to talk, they think, they have theories, they don't just grunt and point. But their abstractions are dissociated from observational reality, from concretes. They are floating. They are just like the rationalist abstractions, and they would have to be because the empiricist says that you can't connect concretes via abstraction. So when he uses abstractions, he feels perfectly happy to let them float. Just as the rationalist, the champion of floating abstractions, ends up being concrete-bound, the empiricist, the champion of being concrete-bound, ends up with floating abstractions. And philosophical empiricists are very open about this. If you look at David Hume, for instance, he said very clearly, there's two types of knowledge, two types of ideas. He called them matters of fact and relations of ideas. And what that amounts to is that one was the concrete-bound form and one was the floating abstraction form, and they had nothing to do with each other. And that is a true empiricist, and that, of course, is one of the roots of what later became in philosophy the analytic-synthetic dichotomy, which is the floating abstraction versus the concrete-bound. So it's just one expression in technical philosophy of this same approach. We're still presenting various aspects of the insistence on observation as against deduction or even induction. So what would be the favorite subject of an empiricist? The way math is of a rationalist, not just science, but a specific science. He wants some science where there are no clear principles. Theoretical physics is already much too abstract for him. He wants something complex, dense, obscure, where there are masses of data, where nobody knows what they're doing, and no one could begin to accumulate it all, and you immerse yourself in it. Sometimes empiricists like history, because they think there are no principles governing history, or statistics, as misused in the social sciences, or increasingly today I've noticed they like psychology, because they think psychology is all just studies of isolated trivia that have no connection to any other studies. And to be a psychologist is just to memorize and accumulate these masses of data. And so that to them is the ideal. From their emphasis on deduction, rationalists tend to be determinists. What about empiricists? Since their view is who could understand anything, they tend to be indeterminists. An indeterminist is not simply anybody who is not a determinist. An indeterminist is somebody who says, anything is possible, there are no laws, there is no cause and effect, who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? So you see again another false alternative on this issue. The rationalist says, everything is inevitable, we can explain every drop of the universe by reference to certain principles, nothing could be different. And the empiricist says, that's ridiculous. This is a universe ruled by chance, chaos, who knows what's coming next, which is just what William James and the pragmatists said. And all of this follows from a certain method of thought. The more you study these methods, the more you see that people like James and Dewey are not as peculiar as they seem when you first study them, because there's a very definite logic, and all their central tenets cohere, fall together from a certain epistemological approach. The problem is that they don't tell you what that approach is. It takes a long time to figure it out. But when you do, you can read philosophers with much greater understanding. Let's take one more point about empiricism. What is their view of the proper starting points of knowledge? That is, of axioms. What do they think, for instance, of the rationalist idea that there are self-evident conceptual truths that are the basis of all knowledge? Anathema. The empiricist finds the whole concept of self-evident repugnant. He says, all kinds of sins have been committed in the name of the self-evident. We have to get rid of it. There is no self-evident. What does an empiricist think of definitions as your starting point? They're okay if you want to play around with floating abstractions, but if you're talking about real cognition, absolutely not, because definitions are simply conceptual relationships detached from reality. They're just social conventions. They're just linguistic. They're just people saying, we're going to use these words instead of this word. They're like linguistic abbreviations, and therefore, when he wants to think about something that he considers real, an empiricist has no particular interest in definitions. He might rattle off a few, but it's like a perfunctory social duty. A rationalist has a fervor for definitions, because he's going to hang everything on his definitions, so he will lovingly elaborate his definitions. But an empiricist says, if you don't like this, start with some other. What's the difference? Definitions aren't that important. Rationalists and empiricists have the same basic view of definitions in terms of what they are, namely the relation of one concept to other concepts detached from reality. But for that reason, an empiricist tends to derogate definitions. But if his axioms are not definitions and not so-called self-evidencies, what are the empiricist's so-called axioms? Where does he start his thinking process? You just start with whatever you're interested in. There is no beginning. As pragmatists say, we are enmeshed now in the total of human knowledge. Who could start as a baby and say, this is where I begin? You just start, you plunge in. There's no special reverence for this idea, which is a so-called fundamental, as against this idea, which is a so-called derivative. Some pragmatists even say, that's an elitist approach to knowledge, that's undemocratic. Why should some ideas be commanding and all-powerful, and others be just little corollaries way down the line? When we discussed the rationalists, we said that their insistence on axioms usually resolved itself into one axiom, so they became monists. What do you think an empiricist becomes? With regard to methods of explanation, methods of understanding, do you think he takes the view that we have to have one base, one starting point? Absolutely not. Monism is to him anathema. What do you think his attitude is? The more the better. That's called pluralism. That is, the many as an end in itself. Because you see, pluralism is what you're left with if you have no conceptual framework. It's only concepts that can unify a complexity, that can take a whole multiplicity and make one principle out of it. If you don't have concepts, you like the multiple because it's multiple. Thus, the empiricist is the type who writes history books using a method that usually puts off most decent people to history altogether. Because you come to the Civil War and there will be 5 causes of the Civil War, or 12 causes of the Civil War, and you just have to memorize them. The cost of grain and the Northern industrialist attitude to this, and the abolitionists to this, and John Brown's body here, and this one there. And it's just a whole catalog, some fundamental, some derivative, some concrete, some abstract, this person's theory, and there's no more expanding frontier, this theory, and he just memorizes the 12 causes. That is a typical pluralist approach. If you want another example, the very last sequence of my book, The Ominous Parallels, where I quote a typical scholar on the cause of Nazism. He says there have been something like 5 different theories of Nazism put forth. That it came from the politics of Weimar Germany, or that it came from the economics, or that it came from the German psychology, or it came from whatever, socio this, and so on. And he says, I have no quarrel with these. We have to say there is no single-line interpretation. It's a little of all these things and a dozen more too. And you can read my analysis of that. That is a true empiricist. That method, in its own way, is much more hopeless to deal with than that of a rationalist. Because a rationalist will say, the explanation is capitalism. I mean, a bad rationalist who's a left-winger, he'll say, the explanation of Nazism is capitalism. And you can argue with that. You can say, no, it wasn't capitalism. Germany was more anti-capitalist than any other country. It's possible to have a discussion. But the kind of person who says, I don't care what your explanation is, one explanation is wrong, you can't deal with him. He's opposed to conceptualizing phenomena as such. And I have gotten much more hostility to my book on that ground than on any other. That is, that it is a monist interpretation. Which, if you want to call it that, it is, because I say there's one explanation, philosophy. In this regard, the rationalists are the theoreticians of the human race, and they are typically monists, even if their theories are detached. The empiricists are the eclectics. They don't come up with theories. Their idea of knowledge is to combine everybody else's theories, which they think is a big improvement. So they take 5 concretes and 12 rationalist theories and come up with 17 explanations. This approach is advocated today in psychology, which is a thoroughly empiricist domain. There were certain major theoreticians, whether you like them or not, in psychology, for instance Watson with behaviorism or Freud with psychoanalysis, and they put down a definite monistic view, if you will, one theory of the nature of man. And however wrong those were when I was a student, now it's an intellectual feat to get a professor to reduce back to one of those Because he will say, why do we have to choose between Freud and Watson and Skinner and 7 other types? It's a little of everything. You can't do anything with that mentality, and that is what they now regard as sophisticated. That's pluralism in psychology. In architecture, Ayn Rand satirized that in John Eric Snight in The Fountainhead because he had all the different architects, and Rourke was modernistic. I think from here we can now run down fairly easily the other characteristics of empiricism, and they will be pretty clear. Number 4 would be the empiricist attitude to certainty, which we've actually already covered. They reject the idea of certainty, of comprehensive answers, of definitive final answers. The empiricist approach is to stress how much is still unknown, all the limitations on our knowledge, the impossibility of saying, this is the truth. There's a constant push in the direction of skepticism. Just as rationalism has a constant push in the direction of mysticism, empiricism pushes toward skepticism. 5 is the attitude toward order or system, which he's against as such. As he sees it, the choice is reality or system, order, structure in your thinking. Essentially, he's committed to an unstructured thinking process with little logical progression or development. He feels free to jump from anything to anything, very often by association. What is his view on the question of does man have choice or options? Everything is options. You can go anywhere you want, in any direction. So it's the same basic idea as rationalism, namely thinking is a system detached from reality. And one side says, do it, and the other side says, nonsense, overthrow it, let's not have this system. Or putting it in terms of another terminology, the rationalist says, we must follow logic, to hell with reality, and the empiricist says, we must follow reality, to hell with logic. Logic is just a game, it's just a way we put propositions together, but it has nothing to do with real reality, which, he says, is not logical. It's dense, opaque, complex, irrational, non-rational brute facts. Does this mean that empiricists shun logic? Not at all. Empiricists develop modern symbolic logic. For instance, Bertrand Russell was an empiricist part of the time. But what is the thing that is the mark of the empiricist in regard to logic? In effect, you could call it polylogism, many logics, but that's a consequence. The central attitude is logic as a convention, logic as a game, logic as something other than a principle for grasping reality. And this is an expression of his view that concepts are floating, therefore logic is floating. All the modern conventionalism in philosophy, that logic is just a matter of the way we use words and so on, is empiricist. It's important to understand that when we say empiricists are opposed to order and system, this does not mean that they cannot write a decent paragraph. An empiricist can write a book, and very often they're easier to follow than the rationalists. They can write clearly, lucidly, there's a certain plan to their writing. So don't think in some kind of superficial way that I am saying that whenever you see chaos in writing, that's empiricism. That could just be ineptness or ignorance of how to write or inexperience or not organizing your thoughts on a particular subject. An empiricist can be a professional writer, lucid and clear. That does not change his opposition to order and system and logic in the sense we are talking about. When I say opposition to order and system, I mean opposition to hierarchy in your presentation or acquisition of knowledge. The opposition to distinguishing fundamentals from derivatives. The opposition to the idea that there are certain points you must take, and they lead to certain others. It's that he opposes, the principle of the hierarchical structure of cognition. But within his non-hierarchical way, he may be very organized and clear. In fact, since he stays on the level of concretes, he's usually easier to follow than the rationalist, who has these enormous floating abstractions. Although not today, because the empiricist has discovered symbols, so they don't like to just talk about concretes. They put it all in symbolic terminology now, so it's just all a bunch of floating letters. Number 6, the empiricist attitude toward emotion. Here again, he's the diametric opposite of the rationalist, and we've already covered it. Pro-emotion, freely feels and passes value judgments. He does this out of the essential nature of his approach, because given that he just has disconnected concretes and sense perceptions, how is he to know what to do with it, what conclusions to come to, what actions to take? Since he doesn't have conceptual guidance, what can he rely on ultimately? his feelings. Once you cut off the conceptual level, you have to rely on the automatic functions. And the automatic functions in this case are what you want, what you feel, what you fear, what you loathe. The rationalist says, watch out for feelings. They will take over. You won't be in control. These alien thrusts will just come. They won't be part of your neat system. You'll lose control. What is the empiricist answer? Whoever had control, who wants control? We can't be in control. This idea of control is a rationalist myth. We simply have to go according to the way feelings strike us. He may not say it always in the form of go by feelings. He may merely say, I don't believe that. I say go by what works, which is what the pragmatists say. Dewey insists that he is not an emotionalist, that we should go by what's practical. But when it comes down to how you determine what's practical, it's by feelings. So it's essentially one step removed. Number 7, the empiricist attitude to polemics. The empiricist characteristically also feels vulnerable in the face of disagreement. He feels uncertain because his view is nobody can be sure. What does he do if he tries to convince someone to the extent that he would? Sometimes he will give examples. Sometimes he'll point to concretes that he thinks support his view. But of course that is not very satisfactory because it's very hard to prove anything by examples. And somebody else can always find other examples, and usually he's arguing with the rationalist who dismisses examples, so that doesn't work well. Sometimes he clings to his feelings because that to him is a source of security, and he says, I know that this is true, I feel it. But that's not very typical of him because even stronger than his reliance on feeling is his idea that you can't really know. So typically, an empiricist confronted with someone who disagrees with him does not try to convince the other person, not after a certain preliminary, more or less feeble attempt. You can't, you see, convince on the concrete bound level, so he doesn't try to coerce his opposition. His typical approach is to say, you disagree with me, you're no better than me anyway, we're all in the same boat, that's your opinion, this is my opinion, after all, it's a democracy. This doesn't mean, by the way, that he will not engage in theoretical arguments with a negative motive or a polemical motive. He's happy to refute rationalist arguments. He loves to pick apart flaws and show that the conclusions don't follow. And every argument that he demolishes gives him the feeling another blow against the enemy. In this case, people who think that they can prove something by conceptual manipulation. Sometimes the empiricist tears down arguments by trying to show what's wrong with them logically, but more characteristically, he finds counterexamples. He will hear a whole imposing argument and just zing in one concrete, feeling no need whatever to refute the argument. Now you can understand a person who would say, here's a concrete that refutes your argument. An empiricist typically does not feel the need to address an argument as such. He brings in his concrete and he just dismisses the argument. Anyone can argue anything, so what the hell? Arguments aren't even worth discussing, he sometimes feels. He's the exact opposite of a rationalist who would say, concretes aren't worth discussing. Who knows what concretes are? Anybody can prove anything by concretes. So when a rationalist and an empiricist talk to each other, there's tremendous dissatisfaction. Each thinks the other comes from Mars. Each thinks that the thing that is convincing to him is unintelligible to the other, and it's very unsatisfying. To summarize empiricism, the valid elements are the desire to focus on reality, concern with concretes, with perceptual observation, with facts, and the recognition of some role of emotion, of choice, of options. But the fatal flaw is that all of this is sundered from concepts, from logic, from structure. Now the last point, number 8. The philosophy at the base of this approach is not intrinsicism but subjectivism. You can't know anything. We have no means of grasping reality, according to this view. All issues are decided by consciousness, ultimately apart from reality. We go by our choices, which are not determined or based on reality, but our emotions, which determine our personal starting points. Whatever interests us personally, we can never get out of our consciousness. So it is simply the expression of the idea of subjectivism translated into a step-by-step methodology. Here you see the paradox of the philosophy of empiricism. The motive, so it is claimed, is to focus on reality, not the floating world of rationalist concepts. But it ends with the idea of complete disregard of reality and absolute entrapment in consciousness. And that's what has to happen because of a wrong method. Since man can't know reality only on the concrete bound level, when you try to restrict cognition to that, you drop out reality and you end up trapped in your subjective consciousness. So each of these schools leads to the opposite of its intentions. Here we have an alleged commitment to reality, ending up as being based on an utter disregard of reality. That is the false dichotomy of rationalism versus empiricism. If you go back to Lecture 1, you can see in what way this is an illustration of the mind-body dichotomy, the dichotomy between the inner and the outer, standards without reality or reality without standards, control by giving up the outside or the outside by giving up control. The rationalist wants control, standards, principles, reason, so he gives up facts, emotions, reality, and he treats it as his inner world. The empiricist says you cannot give up reality, so he gives up control, principles, concepts, standards. To see these two arguing is, as I've indicated, a really horrendous thing, particularly if it's in the form of a man and a woman who very often are in love with each other and find this particular thing simply indecipherable. One side, the empiricist, finds the rationalist irritating, exasperating, boring, otherworldly, full of hot air, and consequently asks, what is he talking about? I am, for convenience, using the sexual stereotype, which is not always true. And the other side says, she is so disorganized, arbitrary, sloppy. What is she talking about? Here again, I want to remind you that you do not have to have one consistent psychoepistemology. You can be rationalist in one area and objectivist in another. You can be rationalist in one and empiricist in another. You can divide it up in many different ways. In my own case, I was very rationalist in writing, but not in teaching. I had a completely different attitude toward teaching than toward writing. Rationalism didn't tempt me in regard to teaching. And that is definitely possible if your psychology works a certain way. So if you're trying to apply these to yourself, don't assume that you're going to be the same thing in every area necessarily. Now, a few concluding remarks about these two, just so we'll have a clear understanding of where they fit in the total framework of the human mind. Rationalism, empiricism, and objectivism, which we're getting to next time, those three do not exhaust the mental life of man. Not everybody is a rationalist, an empiricist, or an objectivist. There are several other significant categories. For one thing, you can be nothing. By that I mean you have no systematic method or approach. Not in any field. You may be eclectic. You may have no definitions of the proper method. You have no particular tendency to any method. Maybe the person doesn't deal with ideas or just simply accepts other people's views with no particular attempt to think them through by any means. This sort of person, usually an unphilosophical person, not interested in philosophy, will simply pick from various camps whatever happens to strike him. For instance, he can mouth an empiricist bromide such as, "That's simplistic," one day, and the next day say God is the only explanation of everything, and have no sense whatever that these come from two entirely opposed schools. You've seen this phenomenon in ethics, in politics. It's not true that everybody in politics is a capitalist or a communist or anything. A tremendous number of people are nothing in particular. They just mix a whole bunch of different slogans. They have no even dominant tendency. Let me put it to you this way. Rationalism and empiricism are already an achievement of a certain kind. They are a certain definite methodology, albeit flawed, a definite way of dealing with ideas. And you have to reach a certain intellectual level to have that. Just as, for instance, in regard to ethics, to have a wrong view is already one step above simply an unreflective, unexamined hodgepodge of slogans, where you couldn't say that this person is an altruist or an egoist or a pragmatist or anything. So you shouldn't try to pigeonhole everybody. Then there's a type of phenomenon that's very different from what we've been talking about. Both rationalism and empiricism take a valid element in human cognition and then distort it by separating it from a necessary other half, and that's what leads to all their confusions and chaos. But nevertheless, each does have, at least in its motivation, an element of validity. But that is to be contrasted with the position we can call outright irrationalism, which is the open, Deliberate rejection of reason and experience, of concepts and percepts. For instance, the real medieval mystics, such as the church father Tertullian, he was not a rationalist, and he was not an empiricist. He said, "It is certain because it is absurd, not because I see concretes which defend it, not because I see arguments which defend it. It's absurd, you can't defend it." That's a different phenomenon again. Or take the modern nihilists who delight in demolishing everything. Our senses are no good, our mind is no good, nothing exists, nothing can be known, nothing is of any value. That is a different phenomenon. It's not the implicit mysticism of rationalism or the implicit skepticism of empiricism, but the gleeful, joyous, ecstatic mystics and skeptics who love to obliterate everything. That is a different phenomenon. To take a simple example, Adolf Hitler was not a rationalist or an empiricist or an eclectic. And there are still many other possibilities. This is not offered as a map of the human potentiality. I'm sure that if we were to make a study of savages in the jungle, they're not rationalists, empiricists, objectivists. They're not eclectic mixtures of these. They're not irrationalists in the sense of nihilists out to destroy. They're something altogether different. They're completely undeveloped. They have no method and no discovery of any control over their minds yet. So they're imagistic, preconceptual, which is not the same thing as being anti-conceptual. They're tremendously fear-ridden, emotion-ridden, but that's not the same thing as what we're talking about. That's a primitive type of mind. They haven't yet discovered reason or experience as definite items of method. A baby would be like that for a while, or an animal. Or you could take psychotics, and there again, depending on the type of psychosis, you have a completely different type of mind, at least qua-psychotic, which is in part like savages. It has some elements of being concrete-bound, and has some elements of floating abstractions. Certain schizophrenics will build castles in the air, but still, they are crazy. And Leibniz wasn't. So that's a whole field that I do not presume to know or to be commenting on. So this trichotomy of rationalism, empiricism, and objectivism is offered not as an exhaustive survey of the possibilities of the human mind, but simply as the dominant mistaken methodologies characterizing Western civilization at this time, as a result of the history of philosophy being what it has been. And that means that it is very widespread, but it is not a universal necessarily in every culture and period. I want to caution you to think twice before you immediately see rationalism and empiricism everywhere. They are everywhere, but not everywhere. Not in the exact way you would necessarily think. For instance, you cannot say blithely, all religionists are rationalist. Religion is a rationalist phenomenon. Religion is such a broad category, it includes so many types today. Some religionists are open irrationalists, like Tertullian, the real medieval type, which still exists today, but a lot of religious people are simply eclectic. They accept some religious elements and not others, and there's no systematic viewpoint. There are definite rationalist elements in most religions of the West. For instance, if you are a theologian, you are a rationalist. A theologian is typically a person who tries to systematize the dogmas and deduce them from certain starting points, and that makes him a rationalist. Or you could say, the essence of Western religion is to explain this world in terms borrowed from Plato, because Christianity is really that too, the deduction from God. And that Platonist element in Western religion is certainly a rationalist element. So when you get to the more philosophically religious men, that's definitely rationalistic. But the way it stands in a particular man on the street, it all depends. One last clarification and application. Can you say, all politicians are empiricists? No, just in the same way that you can't say that all religious people are rationalists. It's too broad a category. It's even possible to have a good politician, theoretically. But even taking them as they are now, there are usually some empiricist elements. For instance, most politicians are pragmatic, they're against principles, they're anti-ideological, and therefore, by implication, they're distrustful of abstractions. They tend to be skeptics and say there are no definite answers. They definitely tend to be pluralists and say, there's no one thing, there are 75 laws we have to pass to ameliorate a given situation. But even all of these tendencies don't really make them empiricists, because most politicians have not risen to that stage. They do not have a definite methodology. They are merely mouthing a few empiricist slogans, more or less by sheer dint of their college educations. They've been burned by ideas in the past, so now they're chary of them. They've given up ideas. But true empiricism is a philosophic methodology. It comes from a definite, even if implicit, view of what is required to understand something, to make it clear, to make sense of it, to make it graspable. And politicians today typically pick up some consequences of empiricism, because it's so dominant in the colleges. But politicians are typically eclectic and non-intellectual, which is not the same thing. That gives us a survey of rationalism and empiricism, and that leaves the last possibility, and you see a clear idea why the philosophy of Ayn Rand was given the name it was given, the perfect name for a philosophy whose whole approach is based on the objective as against the intrinsic and the subjective, and that's objectivism. On all the points we've covered the last 2 weeks, I'll go over them again, this time from the point of view of the objectivist position on these questions, rather than on rationalism and empiricism. And when we do that, we will then be able to turn to one of the arguments we raised opening night, namely, what is the use of philosophy in daily life? Which we will finally be prepared to answer, having finally then next week grasped what it is to hold abstract ideas in a form that is not floating. Lecture 8, Questions and Answers. A listener asked, when I come across an abstraction that seems unclear, I try right away to think of an appropriate example in reality. Is this approach empiricist? The speaker replied, absolutely not. If you are confused about an abstraction, it is vital to be able to give an example. We've been talking about the importance of concretizing abstractions from the word go in this course, tying them to concretes. Empiricism detaches concretes from abstractions. It focuses on concretes. What's vital is the union of concretes and abstractions, even detailed concretes. For instance, if you're studying the right to property and you define it as the right to the use and disposal of property, you have to ask yourself, what does use and disposal consist of? You have to be able to say, use and dispose mean create and produce and eat and swallow and sell and trade. You have to list all those concretes in your own mind. Chewing makes sure your abstraction is connected to reality. Lecture 9, Objectivism versus Rationalism and Empiricism. In this lecture, we'll continue our discussion of improper methods of thinking, of dealing with ideas in philosophy. I want to conclude our look at rationalism and then turn to its seeming opposite, empiricism. Our subject is objectivism, but from a particular perspective, in contrast to both rationalism and empiricism. I want to explain how the objectivist approach differs from the two we've been covering in regard to thinking in general, understanding philosophy, and dealing with ideas. We're going to cover basically the same points we've discussed for rationalism and empiricism, but now from the objectivist point of view. Our stress is going to be on the methodology of thinking, how to use the mind to its greatest advantage. First of all, I want to restate briefly, as a reminder, the objectivist view on the mind-body question in general. As you know, rationalism and empiricism are two sides of the mind-body dichotomy. The rationalists are the spiritualists. They disdain the physical world, the senses. The empiricists are the materialists, disdaining concepts and thought. The rationalists focus on the inner world and dispense with the outer reality. The empiricists try to be outer-oriented, but at the price of dispensing with any inner standards or principles. Objectivism is the first philosophy to stand for the integration of mind and body on every issue and across the board. It denies that there is a war or a dichotomy and that you have to choose between them in any form. We regard the whole thing as a false alternative. There is no clash on any level, including no clash between the inner and the outer, and no need to choose. Let me give you a brief reminder as to why, before we go through the points in order. First of all, there is no ineffable, mystic soul. If we use the term soul, and there's nothing against it, we use it to designate an aspect of man's consciousness. Similarly, the term mind designates an aspect of consciousness, the conceptual faculty. The key point here is that consciousness, according to objectivism, is a part of nature. It's a fact of reality, an attribute possessed by certain living organisms under definite conditions. Putting it negatively, it is not unnatural or supernatural. It is a natural faculty, and its function is not to attune us to some mystical dimension, but to perceive physical reality, that is, the world of nature revealed by our senses. All of this is really just an elaboration of what's contained in Galt's axiomatic statement. Existence exists, and the act of grasping that implies two corollary axioms, that something exists and that one exists possessing consciousness, consciousness being the faculty of perceiving that which exists. In that characterization of consciousness, the objectivist position is implicit. Consciousness is nothing but the faculty of perceiving the something that exists, which is physical nature. So the integration of consciousness and existence is implicit in the axiom. There is no dichotomy. The mind-body integration is just a way of spelling that out, as it applies to man. Human consciousness, therefore, is this worldly in its essence and function, just as this worldly as is the human body. And when the two elements, mind and body, are united, they constitute a single, indivisible entity, man. According to Ayn Rand's statement, man is a being made of two attributes, consciousness and matter, or mind and body. The function of the mind is to acquire knowledge and define values. The function of the body is to carry out the conclusions and value judgments of the mind. Each of these attributes is indispensable to the other and to the total entity that is man. Without a mind, man has no means of knowledge and no way to direct his actions or preserve his life. Without a physical brain and body, we can have no consciousness or ideas at all, let alone any way of carrying out our ideas in action. The two elements are two indivisible aspects of one harmonious, integrated entity. The task of philosophy should simply be to carry out this principle, the mind-body integration, to every cardinal issue of philosophy. I now want to take the topics we covered under rationalism and empiricism, go down the list, and in each case show that the answer to that false alternative is found in grasping the mind-body integration. First, the relation of ideas to reality. Rationalism advocates ideas above reality. Empiricism advocates reality above ideas, where ideas are to be dispensed with. Objectivism says ideas are the means of knowing reality. It's not one or the other, not floating ideas and not raw, unconceptualized data. The nature of knowledge is facts conceptualized, facts grasped through the medium of ideas. This whole approach is inherent in the objectivist concept of a concept, which is why Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology is so central. In essence, concepts are integrations of percepts. They have no content other than the percepts, the concretes that they integrate. They are a way of holding a countless number of instances in one mental unit. This is true of every concept, from table to something as abstract as honesty. Honesty is simply a way of retaining the countless concrete acts of telling the truth, of facing facts, of not making up a mythical other reality. As against Plato and the rationalists, concepts are not a means of attuning yourself to another dimension. They are shorthand ways of retaining concretes in this world, and they are inextricably tied to those concretes. As against the empiricists, concepts are not subjective or arbitrary. They are objective, based on the actual nature of the concretes they integrate. Their purpose is to expand our cognitive capacity, to expand the crow, so that we can deal with a vast number of concretes as a single unit. A major part of the secret to a healthy mental process is to keep these two dimensions, percepts and concepts, abstractions and concretes, going in your mind at the same time. You should have a continuous dual urge. One part of your mind should always be straining toward abstractions and principles. Another part should be straining toward perceptions and examples. Whichever one you're focused on, you should feel the implicit need to do the other as well. This applies in several ways. In the midst of any abstract discussion, you should feel an inner pressure to concretize, to give examples. And in the midst of observing concretes, you should feel an urge to conceptualize, to find the principle that unites them. The same is true for definitions. We need definitions to narrow our focus, but we must always remember the vast number of other attributes that the definition condenses. There should be a twofold urge, to condense and to remember what is condensed. This also applies to specialization versus integration. We must specialize, focus on one topic, but always with the future goal of integrating it, connecting it back to the rest of our knowledge. Compartmentalization, which is a major flaw in both rationalism and empiricism, is specialization without integration. In every aspect of thinking, the key to a proper methodology is the consistent union of the abstract and the concrete, by oscillating back and forth between them. I think it's very significant that Ayn Rand preferred to write her philosophy in the form of fiction. Her novels are a union of concretes, the plot, and abstractions, the speeches. She could not abide floating abstractions, nor could she just tell a story without saying, what does it mean? What's the principle? Second, the issue of induction and deduction. Here again, the integrated employment of both is the proper approach. Each has a role. Induction is the process of grasping principles and generalizations from observation. Deduction is the process of applying them to new cases. The primary process of the two is induction. That is what gives you the generalizations that deduction then applies. For example, when we discussed life as the standard, our approach was essentially inductive. We observed the countless differences between living entities and inanimate things, and generalized from that. Once we had the key principles, we could then organize them deductively. But the deduction merely organizes the essential points that were reached by observation and induction. The essential process of knowledge is not from principles, but to principles. Now I want to say something about the validity of induction and the so-called problem of induction. There is an objectivist solution to this problem. It is not an unresolved issue, at least as induction is employed in daily life and in philosophy. First, we can dismiss David Hume's version of the problem, which was based on the idea that cause and effect is a myth. If there are causal laws, if entities act according to their nature, then we can know that the same cause will lead to the same effect in the future. But the real question is, how do you know when you have correctly discovered such a law? In any induction, we cannot observe every single instance. We have to take a sample and then generalize to a universal conclusion. How can we justify this inductive leap? My answer is two words: integration and delimitation. First, integration. You cannot justify a generalization simply by the number of instances you've observed. In some cases, 3,000 is not enough. In other cases, 4 is a superfluity. What determines it? Integration with the rest of your knowledge. Take the example of observing 1,000 white swans. You would not be justified in concluding that all swans are white. Why? Because you would integrate that observation with your other knowledge, which tells you that color is generally a non-essential attribute of a species. On the other hand, the generalization, all men are mortal, is immensely strengthened by integrating it with a huge mass of other data, what we observe about all living things, the process of aging, the fact that even inanimate machines wear out, and so on. Now, someone might say, isn't this circular? You use aging to support mortality, and mortality to support the idea of aging. The answer is yes, it is circular, but this is a good circularity, not a logical fallacy. In bad circularity, you assert an arbitrary claim and then use it to prove itself. In induction, your initial statement is not arbitrary, it's based on observed concretes, and you are not simply reasserting it, you are connecting it to everything else that you know. This is integration, making a whole in which each part supports the rest. This is the essence of the spiral theory of knowledge. The other part of the solution is delimitation. Our knowledge is always delimited. An inductive conclusion has to be preceded by the understood clause. Within the knowledge so far acquired, this is our generalization. Does this mean our knowledge is uncertain, as the empiricist would say? No. Later knowledge, if the earlier knowledge was acquired by the right method, never contradicts the earlier knowledge. All it does is specify the conditions of the earlier knowledge more fully. So induction is perfectly valid. Its essence is integration within a specified context. Now for point 3, the objectivist view of axioms. Axioms exist and are important, as the rationalists say. But, as against rationalism, axioms are preconditions of knowledge, not starting points for a deductive development. You cannot deduce conclusions from existence exists alone. The true fundamentals are on the perceptual level. The only self-evident is direct perception. There is no such thing as a conceptual self-evidency. and definitions are not axioms. They are conclusions reached by induction. It is very important to know when something is an axiom and when it isn't. You can take a true principle, like controls breed controls, but if you falsely treat it as an axiom, it will wreak havoc on your thinking. You'll treat it as if it had no context and no proof, which leads to false conclusions like dictatorship is inevitable. On the issue of determinism, which we touched on, the objectivist position is best described as self-determinism. We believe in free will. The world is lawful, and everything has a cause, but in the case of human action, the cause is the free choices we ourselves make. Fourth, certainty. The objectivist position is certainty yes, omniscience no, certainty within a context. Our inductive generalizations are certain within the framework of all the knowledge we have obtained. We don't have to be omniscient, as the rationalists demand, and we don't have to give up on certainty, as the empiricists do. The solution is certainty within a specified context. Fifth, the objectivist attitude toward order and system. We are in favor of order and system, but not an arbitrary one dictated by reality alone, without reference to our minds. It's an order based on facts and the nature of our consciousness. This means there are options within the proper order, options in how we learn, and options in how we organize and present what we've learned. Sixth, the objectivist view of emotions. The rationalist is opposed to emotions. In contrast, objectivism is strongly in favor of emotions because they are the expression of our values. However, as against empiricism, objectivism is not emotionalist. Feelings are not our guide. Reason is. Seventh, polemics. If you hold your philosophy in a chewed, reality-oriented way, you will not feel a constant, obsessive need to argue and refute. You'll argue when appropriate, but not out of insecurity. As for the method of polemics, the proper approach is to reduce a dispute to its basic premises. Don't just look for internal inconsistencies like a rationalist, or throw out random facts like an empiricist. Attack the foundation by reference to reality. And the final point, the philosophic foundation of this whole approach. It is not intrinsicism, and it is not subjectivism. It is the objective view. We are trying to know reality by a certain means, by using our consciousness, which has a certain nature and dictates a certain method. We have to adhere to the direct concretes out there, the percepts, but we have to grasp them by using concepts. We have to unite the facts of reality as grasped by our minds. Now, with this understanding of what it means to hold ideas in a non-floating way, we can finally turn to one of the arguments we discussed in the opening lecture. What is the use of philosophy, or objectivism, in daily life? The answer depends entirely on how philosophy is held in a person's mind. If it's held rationalistically or empiricistically, as floating abstractions, then the argument is convincing. Floating abstractions, by definition, have no application to daily life. But if your principles are held in a chewed, concretized, reality-oriented form, if they are your means of grasping, judging, and evaluating concretes, then they are absolutely indispensable to living. Let's take some specific cases. I'm going to leave out politics because philosophy is not primarily for politics. It is vital to your daily life even if you are completely apolitical. The argument we're considering assumes that after you make your basic decisions in life, your life becomes a settled routine. But the answer is that no one's life is ever just a routine. Everyone is continuously confronted by novelty, by the need to choose, to judge, to come to new conclusions. The only issue is how you do it. And however you do it, you will be acting on some philosophic viewpoint. The only question is whether you know it and approve of it. For instance, your evaluation of yourself. You cannot escape the continuous need to evaluate yourself, to maintain your self-esteem. You can't just decide at 18 that you're good and be done with it. Countless circumstances will arise to challenge that estimate, and if you do not have principles to protect yourself, you will be lost. Take an example. You're at work, and you don't get a raise you were expecting. You can't avoid wondering why. Was my work good? Is the boss fair? Is this an injustice? If you just say, to hell with it, I'm not going to think about this, your automatic functions will take over. You might become resentful and conclude that life is hell. Or you might become fearful and conclude that you're worthless. Or you might just feel baffled and conclude that life is chaos. Any of these will have disastrous consequences. Now contrast that with approaching the situation consciously, by principles. You tell yourself, I know the universe can be dealt with. I know that self-esteem is based on what I do, not on other people's opinions. I know that the world is intelligible. The sheer act of reiterating those philosophic principles already aborts all kinds of self-destructive reactions. And then, as you think about the specifics, was my work good? What is a rational standard? You are applying philosophy at every step. If you don't use philosophy consciously, you put yourself on automatic pilot. And that means your unexamined emotions and premises will take over, and they will whittle away whatever principles you once held. Eternal vigilance is the price of self-esteem, and the only method of vigilance is philosophic principles. This applies to everything: judging new people, evaluating movies and books, solving psychological problems. Philosophy is what makes you a self-regulator as opposed to a passive, helpless reactor. The anti-philosophy approach is really just pragmatism, reacting to out-of-context concretes. This is not to say that you have to become a professional philosopher, but you do have to keep your philosophy alive in your own mind as your life guide. You have to know the principles that will guide you in the countless situations where you cannot rely on your automatic functions. I received a paper from a student who gave some good examples of this. First, he said, I use philosophy when I'm buying a new pipe. Philosophy tells me that feelings are not tools of cognition. My liking a pipe doesn't make it a good one. It might get too hot or be improperly balanced. I choose a pipe by means of reason. If I find several that meet my requirements, I can then safely pick the one that I like best. Philosophy doesn't stifle my feelings. It simply prevents me from wasting time and money on faulty pipes. Second, he said, I use philosophy when I'm late for the bus. I'll run like hell to catch it, but if it's pulling away, I'll relax and light up my pipe. Philosophy tells me the difference between the metaphysical and the man-made. If the bus is gone, there's nothing I can do to change it, and no use getting steamed up over it. And his last point, the other day philosophy sent a few 100,000 people marching to protest the arms race. A different kind of philosophy convinced me to stay at home. My philosophy armed me against a pacifist I met at a party that night, and it told me when it was useless to argue any longer. That is the level, especially the pipe and the bus, that it's really very important to grasp. That is where philosophy comes in daily life. If you can apply your philosophy on that level, it means it is concretized, tied to reality, and functioning as it should. You will never give up your philosophy, because that would be like giving up your eyesight. Another student gave what I thought was a very good summary. He said, with objectivism, two analogies can be made. One is that objectivism is to me as my sense of life is to me. It's like a constant, ever-present awareness of myself and my goals. The other is that objectivism serves the same purpose to me as a work of art. It provides me with emotional fuel to continue the struggle to achieve my values. I would certainly endorse that. To me personally, the actual guidance of day-by-day life is entirely a function of philosophy. Any hope I have for the future depends on philosophy. It is like an invisible shield, protecting you from the slings and arrows of the world by constantly giving you the means to deal with them. I would actually be helpless without it. I think that's true of everybody. The only difference is whether they admit it and whether they do it in terms of a deliberate, conscious set of principles or whatever hash they have automatized. Lecture 9, Questions and Answers. A listener asked, can you explain why it is only my philosophy teachers who insist that Einstein disproved Newton? Every science professor that I've spoken to about this agrees with you. The speaker replied, I'm glad to hear that about the science teachers. The philosophy teachers do so on a priori grounds. Philosophy dictates the interpretation of science, not the other way around. If they come to science with a wrong philosophy, for example, the rationalist idea that the choice is either dogmatic revelation or skepticism, then when they see a so-called revelation like Newton's laws qualified, they feel it's irresistible to apply their philosophy and claim it's been overthrown. A listener asked, Ayn Rand once said that the attribute that most distinguished her was not intelligence but honesty. Could she have been referring to a concept that subsumes the virtue of honesty and the lack of any innocent dishonesty, such as rationalism? The speaker replied, "Innocent dishonesty is a contradiction in terms. If a person is dishonest, he's guilty. If he's innocent, he was honest. So you probably mean that she not only was honest, but also had the correct method of thinking. Was that simply the result of her honesty?" I have to respectfully disagree with Miss Rand's self-assessment. I believe that to originate a new philosophy, honesty is a necessary condition, but it is not sufficient. You have to be a genius on top of being honest. I think it's understandable that a genius would not think of herself as a genius, because her abilities are just how her mind functions. And so it's natural to think that others who can't do the same are simply not focusing. A listener asked, "How can one know that upon introspection, one is not just observing something particular to one's own consciousness, but something general to man's consciousness?" The speaker replied, "By integration. You integrate your introspection with what you know about the essential nature of your consciousness, and with what you observe about the actions of others. Take the Crow epistemology, the fact that you can hold only so many units. You can connect that to the principle that consciousness is finite, and you can observe it in others. If you give a class 79 principles, their eyes will glaze over. On the other hand, take a personal feeling, like being repelled by snakes. You can integrate that with your knowledge that emotions come from values, which are not innate, and you can observe that other people pet snakes. So you know it's not a universal principle. It's the same process as any normal induction." A listener asked, "Since knowledge always assumes a specific context, why not make the inductive leap with 1,000 white swans? Why not say, swans are white within the context of the numerous swans that I've observed?" The speaker replied, "What you're suggesting is, why bother to integrate at all? Why not just take any number of instances and say, this is my principle within my present context? The reason you cannot do this is that you have no way to distinguish a principle from a coincidence if you go only by the number of instances. The role of integration is to check whether your observation connects to the rest of your relevant knowledge. If it integrates, that shows you have something real. If it doesn't, like knowing that color is generally a non-essential attribute, then 1,000 white swans is still very suspect. Superstition and stereotypes come from this type of faulty induction. A number of instances is just the introduction that justifies raising the question. You have to integrate before you can claim it as a contextual principle. A listener asked, "Can you suggest the best steps to follow in concretizing?" The speaker replied, "There are 3 different elements. One is its definition. Another is a range of concrete examples that come under it. And a third is a series of non-defining characteristics. A definition is necessary to distinguish the concept from others, but it is still just other concepts. So you have to point to concretes to tie it to reality, and you should list non-defining attributes so you are not tempted to equate the concept with its definition alone. This whole process is what I call reduction. Emotion comes in by helping to make the connection to concretes automatic. If you utter the word logic, for example, and you have an emotional connection to it, your mind might go right away to a concrete example you like, such as the syllogism, all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. A listener asked, "Is the process you just went through an example of chewing?" The speaker replied, "Yes, in the broad sense. More specifically, it's what I think of as the reduction of a concept, taking it back to reality. It's the union of definition and concretes, the opposite of both rationalism and empiricism." A listener asked, "Would the selection of examples precede the definition normally?" The speaker replied, "To learn a concept originally, yes, you have to know concretes first. But when you are clarifying a concept you already have, it's an interplay. Practically, I find the best thing is to blurt out a definition as your basic anchor, then a range of concretes, then the non-defining characteristics, and then tie those back to the definition. That's the procedure I recommend." Let's look at the concept of welfare state from the standpoint of non-definitional characteristics. You can't get these by deduction from the definition. You have to observe them inductively. Some of these characteristics would be unemployment insurance, workman's compensation, socialized medicine, the proliferation of lobbying and pressure groups, progressive taxation, and wage and price controls. These are true of all welfare states. They aren't part of the definition, but they are essential to grasping the whole phenomenon. Lecture 10, Emotions and Moral Judgment. In this lecture, we'll explore the role of emotions in human life. We'll discuss why repression is harmful and unnecessary, and why the alternative to it is not emotionalism. I also want to show that the very same errors that distort people's attitudes toward emotions also lead to distortions in their idea of moral judgment, whether that judgment is passed on themselves or on other people. As we've seen, there are often three basic approaches to these subjects: the rationalist intrinsicist view, the empiricist subjectivist view, and the objective or objectivist view. If you see these issues in terms of this trichotomy, it will be very illuminating. Before turning to emotions specifically, I want to look more broadly at the field of morality itself. Let's sketch out the three basic approaches to value judgments. First, the rationalist is an intrinsicist. He regards moral principles as commandments issued directly by reality from some intrinsic entity like God, or in Kant's case, the noumenal self. The rationalist claims to know these principles by some direct, unmediated awareness, intuition, conscience, a sense of duty. He calls them commandments or imperatives. They are of the form, thou shalt and thou shalt not. There's no issue of the purpose they serve. Morality is not a means to an end. They are dogmatic, contextless absolutes. There are no choices or options. You either obey and are virtuous, or you defy and are wicked. This gives us the rigid, moralistic type. Implicit in this approach is the equation of morality with selflessness. Morality, being apart from you and your interests, has to end up in opposition to you and your interests. The rationalist approach implies that your welfare is irrelevant. True morality is obedience to reality, to hell with you personally. This creates a constant clash. Morality points in one direction, while your life and needs point in another. Virtue becomes self-sacrifice for the sake of morality. The self is seen as the major obstacle you must beat down. And what is the biggest obstacle? Your desires, your wishes, your emotions. Emotions become the villain, the enemy of morality. Therefore, the moral ideal becomes repression. Now let's look at the empiricist approach. The empiricist is a subjectivist and a skeptic. He believes there is no moral knowledge, no absolute truths. Reality has nothing to say in ethics. We simply go by our feelings. Good means I want it, and bad means I don't want it. There are no answers to moral questions. Empiricists will stress purpose, context, and options, but they will say these things are subjective, determined by whatever you feel. So what is the empiricist's view on selfishness? You might think it would lead to a might makes right philosophy, where you just run roughshod over others. Some empiricists have held this view, but this is not common. The reason is that feelings are not a primary. They come from ideas and value judgments. Since empiricists are skeptics, they don't advocate any value judgments of their own. They have to get their content from somewhere else. Where do they get it? From the rationalists. They go to church, to school, they read the newspapers. They are lectured at by rationalists from morning to night. As a result, their feelings end up being just what the rationalist imperatives say they should be. And so you get people like John Dewey and Bertrand Russell, who are just as much advocates of selflessness as are Plato and Kant. Empiricism is a parasitic approach. It takes its content from rationalism. So both schools, in the end, are champions of selflessness. Now let's turn to the objectivist view. On the objective approach, value judgments are objective. Value implies of value to whom and for what. Morality is not an end in itself, it's a means to an end. As against rationalism, objectivism stresses purpose, which sets our ultimate standard, and context, which shows how that purpose applies in specific circumstances. We reject dogmatic absolutes and we include ethical options. As against empiricism, our purpose is not arbitrary. It is based on reality. The requirements of life are what give rise to the need for values in the first place. So we combine a purpose-based ethics with the idea that the purpose itself is based on facts. Our ethics is contextual, but contextual does not mean subjective. And there are options, but not everything is an option. There are absolute principles. This leads to the objectivist ethics of self-interest. In epistemology, consciousness must assert its identity in conformity with reality. The same is true in ethics. We must assert the needs of our consciousness in conformity with reality. Reality dictates the standard life and the principles to follow. Therefore, selfishness is not a subjective free-for-all, but selfishness in conformity with reality. This is what Ayn Rand calls rational self-interest. The self-interest part is what differentiates it from intrinsicist ethics. The rational part is what differentiates it from subjectivist ethics. That's the general background. Now let's turn to the issue of emotions. The rationalist, as we've seen, is typically opposed to emotions and counsels repression. The empiricist is the opposite. He is an emotion worshipper who believes feelings are our only guide. So we have the repressor versus the emotionalist. I want to state once, flatly at the outset, I am not coming out for emotionalism. Emotions are not tools of cognition. That has been stressed for a long time in objectivist literature. I want to spend our time on the other side of this false alternative, namely repression, because it is not very much covered, it is widely misunderstood, and it gives rise to the argument about philosophy versus the self. So let's look at the phenomenon of so-called objectivist repressors. What is the appeal of repression to some objectivists? One crucial issue is that they attach great importance to morality. They read Ayn Rand's novels, they are attracted by the message that there is a right and wrong, and they feel it's important to live up to this moral code. So far, so good. The problem comes in what they take as a departure from that morality. The pattern often goes like this. Ayn Rand said that man is a being of self-made soul. The way to tell your values is through your emotions. Therefore, my emotions are indicators of my essential soul or character. If my emotions are good, I'm good. If my emotions are bad, I'm immoral. If you hold this view, you must conclude that emotions are potentially disastrous. They can reveal something profound and bad about you, and at the same time, they are out of your direct volitional control. Your thoughts and actions you can control, but your emotions just happen. This is a dreadful combination. It's understandable that someone might then say, let's do away with the whole realm. If I don't experience emotions, I wipe out the threat. I'll just put a lid on this whole thing. There are many errors in this approach. First, the idea that emotions reveal your basic values or character is false, as I will discuss in the next lecture. It is a complete misunderstanding of the nature of emotions. In fact, it is essential to the objectivist approach that emotions cannot be judged morally, neither as good nor evil. But let's add another factor that aggravates the situation. Imagine someone with an imperfect understanding of the content of objectivist morality. He reads the novels, admires the heroes, and wants to be like them. But he fails to differentiate what is essential and principled about a hero like Howard Rourke from what is optional and personal. He takes the entire undifferentiated portrait as the ideal. He tries to copy Rourke in every concrete detail, his love of skyscrapers, his dislike of parties, even his orange hair. The motive here can be good, hero worship, idealism, but the method is very wrong. It's the problem of a young person who doesn't yet know how to think in principles, and so is reduced to concrete-bound imitation. What this really is a problem of floating abstractions. For him, a principle like independence has no connection to reality except through the one concrete example of Rourke. Any assertion of his own individuality then becomes a threat, a weakness, a sign of imperfection. If you combine this with the idea that emotions reveal your essence, you are 1,000 times worse off. Your emotions will naturally reflect your own individuality, and so they will be a constant source of fear, self-doubt, and self-condemnation. You will begin to automatize the idea, to be moral, I must repress myself. At a certain point, you can't take it anymore, and you jump all the way to the emotionalist side and say, to hell with philosophy and principles. I've seen that pattern many times. The error here is demanding conformity to concretes, as opposed to principles. Now I would like to hit that approach on the head. In the strongest terms I can use without turning you all into emotionalists, I want to come out for emotions. You presumably know the basic nature of emotions according to Objectivism. They are consequences of our ideas, above all, our value judgments. The reason-emotion relation is an illustration of the mind-body relation. Emotions are the body's expression of the mind's values. There is no inherent conflict any more than there is between mind and body. A clash can only occur if there are contradictions in the underlying ideas. To be against emotions is no more sensible than to be against the body. It's the same philosophic issue. You have to be just as pro-emotion as you are pro-body. This doesn't mean being a subjectivist, any more than being pro-body means being a materialist who scorns thought. It means loving your emotions, giving them full play, and enjoying them. Repression is to emotions what asceticism is to the body. It is a war against an essential part of your nature. Now let's be more specific. What role do emotions actually play in life? If you repress them, you actually harm your ability to function. Here is a brief, incomplete list of some of the functions of emotions. First, emotions are essential to action. They are the automatized form in which we experience our value judgments. They are the lightning integrators of a situation, summing up its value significance in an instantaneous feeling. Without them, we would be helpless to know what to do in the face of life's complexity. You wouldn't have time to intellectually deduce the right course of action in an emergency. And even if you did, you wouldn't care, because caring is an emotion. Without an emotional life, you would have no motivation. Second, emotions have a critical psycho-epistemological function. This is the issue we've discussed of concretizing our abstractions. Emotions automatically keep you attuned to concretes, and thereby keep your concepts from floating like a rationalist's. Third, emotions are crucial in creative work of all kinds. My own experience in writing shows this. It involves a deliberate mixture of reason and emotion. First, I have to have an intellectual outline. Then, in writing the rough draft, I have to be motivated by my unleashed subconscious, by my interest and desire. I let my emotions take charge. Later in editing, I have to be cold and objective, but both stages are indispensable. Fourth, emotions are essential for evaluating the things you see around you, people, products, and artworks. The data often confronts you so thick and fast that if you didn't have an automatic emotional reaction, you would be lost. You have to simply react, let it happen, feel, and immerse yourself. Your emotions give you an automatic sum. Then, after the fact, you can use that emotional reaction as data for a calm, rational assessment. The repressor can't do the first part, and the emotionalist can't do the second. Finally, emotions are essential to choosing among optional cases. Ethics gives us principles, but it doesn't dictate every concrete choice. In what field should you have a career? There is no moral principle that can guide you to one specific choice over another, as long as both are productive. The only way to decide is by consulting your feelings, your desires. What interests you? What do you like to do with your mind and time? What do you want? Of course, your feelings are not infallible. You have to validate them with your intellect. Your feeling about a career might be based on factual errors or psychological issues. You have to introspect and understand why you want it. But after all the analysis, if you've determined that the values involved are real and important to you, then there is nothing left to say except, I want this. This applies to many areas of life: motherhood, your preference for skyscrapers or wide open spaces, your choice of friends or lovers, your taste in recreation and art. Objectivism is a philosophy of principles, not concrete-bound dogmas. Within the framework of those principles, there is enormous room for optional choices, and your emotions have to be an essential ingredient in making them. If you have self-esteem, you respect yourself, your thoughts and your feelings. You should be able to say proudly, this is what I want in life. Now let's briefly touch on moral judgment of others. The same errors apply here. The empiricist says, don't judge others. Who are you to judge? The rationalist becomes a dogmatic moralizer, condemning people at the drop of a hat for violating his concrete-bound rules. The rationalist pattern is this: he represses his own emotions, so he has no real way to judge others. The flood of data about a person goes by him. He doesn't know how to take it in, but he knows it's important to judge. So he takes the typical rationalist approach. He grabs onto an axiom in the flux, some concrete rule that stands out in the chaos, and deduces from there. For example, he sees a person react to an unhappy movie and says, "Aha! A tragic sense of life. Inferior, corrupt, no good." But can you respond to tragedy without having a tragic sense of life? Can you have a tragic sense of life and still be moral? Yes, this is dogma, not moral judgment. The proper approach is to judge others by principles, in the proper context. You can condemn someone if you can show he violated a principle in a context where it is applicable, but that requires that you approach the whole matter in terms of principles that have been properly chewed and concretized. To conclude on the topic of emotions, I would say that self-expression is the good. The argument about yourself versus philosophy is absurd. You should not repress yourself. You should bring yourself into reality, recognizing that this does not mean subjectivism. If you don't take the false alternative of the intrinsic versus the subjective, you will see that real self-expression is the expression of what you think and feel. That combination is precisely the objective. If self-expression is your concern, you have to be objective and ultimately an objectivist. Lecture 10, Questions and Answers. A listener asked, "What were Ayn Rand's reasons for not wanting to be a mother?" The speaker replied, "Primarily, it was because she was committed from a very early age to a full-time career as a novelist and writer. She did not want to divert any of her attention to anything else. Beyond that, she had no interest in teaching, in bringing someone along step by step, which is essential to being a parent. She wanted a formed mind that she could talk to as an equal." A listener asked, "Aren't aesthetic value judgments especially prone to the pitfalls of intrinsicism? How does one avoid being dogmatic, especially when one definitely distinguishes between good and bad works of art?" The speaker replied, "The subjectivist error is obvious. Not everything you respond to is good art. The intrinsicist error in aesthetics would be judging by concrete-bound dogmas instead of abstract principles. A perfect example is the school of classicism, which took the buildings of Greece and Rome and worked out a set of rules that all buildings should follow. Howard Rourke's objection was that modern materials and purposes require a different approach. But his alternative was not subjectivism. He had an objective principle: form follows function. In every art form, there can be classicists who set up certain past masters as the authority and dictate concrete rules. The Romantics swept this aside, but that didn't mean there were no principles. The moderns were the ones who stood for subjectivism. Anything goes. A proper aesthetic judgment is based on abstract principles. The artwork must be intelligible, purposeful, integrated, and express a view of life. But this still leaves tremendous scope for options within the application of these principles. You can have philosophic disagreements with an artist and still recognize their work as great art. Even Ayn Rand wrote a book, We the Living, with a tragic ending because her theme required it. You cannot just take a concrete like, "It must have a happy ending," as a dogma. A listener asked, "You implied that an objectivist could find Ayn Rand's novels boring or unenjoyable. Have you had any experiences regarding this?" The speaker replied, "The implication I see in this question is that all concretes are optional. That's a mistake. Principles are integrations of concretes. If you say a principle is right, but you can have any reaction you want to any concrete, then philosophy is useless. The issue of options comes in only when a concrete is mixed, when it has both good and bad elements. But there are many concretes that are not mixed, and in those cases there is no option. With all due respect, I maintain that in the realm of aesthetic judgment, Ayn Rand's works are to the good what Hitler is to the evil. I do not see any legitimate ground on which anyone could say, I find this boring or unenjoyable. The principles and their application are so unmistakable that I do not regard that as a realm of option. Now, that doesn't mean that anyone who doesn't like her works is necessarily depraved. It depends on why. I can imagine someone who is simply not that interested in ideas finding the speeches too long. Or I've seen objectivist parents drive their kids crazy with objectivist dogmatism, and the kids end up hating Ayn Rand as the thing that destroyed their childhood. That's an understandable reaction. The moral of my talk on options was not that everything is an option. When something is an option, you have to be able to show in the concrete what the good and bad elements are, and they have to be balanced enough that it's not like the Hitler mustache case. A listener asked, what about Miss Rand's view of pain, guilt, and fear? Didn't she see them as fundamentally unimportant, and doesn't that lead to de-emphasizing those emotions, and therefore to repression? The speaker replied, absolutely not. She regarded them as unimportant metaphysically. Pain, guilt, and fear should not be taken as an indication of the essential nature of life or the universe, but that is an intellectual philosophic appraisal. Repression means it's wrong to feel those emotions. To say that something is not a reflection of the essential nature of reality is not to say, therefore it's wrong ever to feel it, even to feel it very intensely. Lecture 11, Intellectual Honesty. In this lecture, I want to continue our discussion about judging people with a specific focus on how to judge their intellectual honesty. When people advocate ideas that are wrong, are they honestly mistaken or are they dishonest? Then, based on all our discussions of judging people, I want to take up the last argument from the opening lecture that I haven't fully covered yet. That's the issue of philosophy versus the world, or objectivism versus people. Does life have to be a constant battle? Let's turn to honesty. We previously defined dishonesty as evading some fact or facts of reality, combined with some form of pretense, some form of manufacturing a new fact that the person wants to be so, regardless of the actual fact. It is by no means obvious when a person is being honest and when he isn't. So we are on an advanced level of chewing now, not just the easy examples, but the complex real-life cases where it's not self-evident. This is an important question. It's important in helping you get to the essence of another person and decide if you want to deal further with them. If you talk to someone and disagree on major issues, but you conclude that he is honest, that it's simply an honest difference, you don't write him off. You may decide he's a decent person and continue the relationship. But if you conclude that he is dishonest, an evader who doesn't want to know the truth, then it's a different story. In that case, there's no use in arguing further. It's a waste of time, and it sanctions evil by letting him get away with the pretense of an honest discussion. This issue of honesty is also very important for your general view of people. If you have a tendency to make snap judgments, to conclude that anyone who disagrees with you is dishonest, you're going to quickly conclude that people in general are rotten and that life is miserable. This can lead to bitterness and futility. Again, I'm trying to combat rationalist, improper condemnation, and the resulting malevolence. The empiricist tendency is the opposite, to either not judge people at all or to say that everyone is honest, which is a form of philosophical Pollyannaism. So when is a man being honest as against dishonest in intellectual issues? An honest man conforms to the facts of reality as he grasps them. A dishonest man defies the facts that he either does grasp or easily could if he would only look. So, if you want to describe a belief as honest, you have to be able to point to something in reality, some data, some basis that would make that conclusion possible or understandable. Of course, since the belief is wrong, the person is misinterpreting the evidence. But there has to be some glimmer of fact or reason for him to accept it. For instance, a man might say, God must exist because who created the universe? That's not a valid basis to believe in God, but minds like Thomas Aquinas have accepted variants of that argument. They thought the orderliness of the universe was evidence. They were mistaken, but they could point to some seeming evidence. For that reason, it was not necessarily dishonest. This is true of most errors, but it is not true of all errors. There are some positions where, by the very nature of the viewpoint, no matter what the context or ignorance of the person, to accept it is necessarily dishonest. Let me give you a list of these inherently dishonest positions. First, any explicit repudiation of reason and reality. If a person openly says, "To hell with reason, down with reality," he has to be dishonest. Honesty is the attempt to conform to reality by the use of your mind. If you openly reject the mind or reality, you wipe out the whole basis of honesty. Nobody, however ignorant, can think my way of conforming to reality is to reject it. This is why I regard the philosopher Immanuel Kant as the major turning point in the moral status of philosophers. Before Kant, philosophers were dominantly honest, even when mistaken. They believed there was a reality and that we must conform to it. Kant inaugurated the essence of dishonesty into Western philosophy by claiming that reality is unknowable and reason is an agency of distortion. Second, on the ethical or evaluative level, any explicit attack on values as such. Men have to live by pursuing values. Everyone knows this in some form. To assault values as such, to tell people they have to get rid of values, is to defy every solitary thing a person could possibly get from reality. Here I have in mind nihilism, as exemplified in modern art, or in the Kantian view of sacrifice for its own sake, or in egalitarianism as the idea of destroying the virtuous because they are virtuous. This is what Ayn Rand calls hatred of the good, and it is intrinsically dishonest. Third, politically, any advocacy of the totalitarian state, whether Nazism or communism, the open declaration that man should be a slave, a complete zombie mindlessly obedient to a master, is simply the same nihilism applied to politics. All of these positions are devoid of any basis, even a mistaken one. They fly in the face of essentials that no one can escape. They are inherently wicked, vicious, and dishonest. But the advocates of these views are a minority in the world, especially in the United States. They are mostly professional intellectuals. So the question becomes, how do you judge the more typical cases where a person's views might be honest or might not be? The general answer is that you have to consider the cognitive context of the individual. How much evidence was available to him? Did he have access to the same data you have and then evade it, or was his context more limited? There are many factors to consider. One obvious factor is age. The inexperience and limited knowledge of a young person excuses a great deal, especially given the state of modern education. A teenager might hold views that would be unforgivable in an adult. Another factor is the historical era. Believing in God in the 10th century is a very different thing from believing in God in the 20th, in the age of modern science. Context also varies with a person's profession. A scientist who promotes doomsday scenarios in defiance of all known facts is more likely to be dishonest than a man on the street who reads about it in a tabloid. Plain ordinary intelligence is another factor. We don't expect as much from someone who is less brilliant. You have to work out in your own experience what other factors are relevant. These factors won't give you a final conclusion, but they will give you a place to start. You have to ask, given everything I know about this person, could he have known this point? Was there some basis in reality to lead him to his error, or was he defying evidence he must have seen? Sometimes it's helpful to take yourself as a standard. If you could have once believed something honestly, then so could somebody else. This doesn't prove he's honest, but it shows it's possible. But it doesn't always work in reverse. If an error was impossible for you, it doesn't follow that it's impossible for others except through dishonesty. Their cognitive context may be different. Is there a test to confirm or weaken your conclusion so far? Yes, a critical test is the method by which a person argues. If a person resorts to invective, ad hominem attacks, evasion, and sarcasm, that suggests dishonesty. If he listens, tries to answer your points, or at least admits when he doesn't know, that gives a completely different picture. However, this test is not always absolute. I've seen a person react defensively and emotionally in a discussion and then later apologize. That's a sign of a better person who had a bad episode but wants to remain in contact with reality. I've also seen dishonest professors who can remain perfectly calm and reasoned with students because they are so practiced in their dishonesty that they feel no threat. So you have to know the whole picture. There's another factor to consider, a person's psychoepistemology, his automatized methods of thinking. The evidence may be available to him, but his psychoepistemology may be so chaotic that he is effectively deprived of the means to process it. Rationalism and empiricism are arch examples of this. A rationalist can become so detached from reality that he is oblivious to factual data. An empiricist can be so distrustful of abstractions that he refuses to accept a theoretical conclusion, no matter how much evidence is presented. Up to a point, this can be an honest error, a kind of self-made stupidity. But it does not excuse everything. At a certain point, the evidence becomes so blatant that even an honest rationalist or empiricist has to admit something is wrong. There are other psychological mechanisms to consider besides rationalism and empiricism. A person might be temporarily thrown off by an unidentified emotion or a defense mechanism. That does not prove he is essentially dishonest. I am not counseling psychologizing, that is, explaining away everything by some deep subconscious factor. You have to go by the conscious data first. But in some cases, you do have to take a person's psychology into account. It's also very important to know what a person takes a certain idea to mean. You can't assume everyone attaches the same meaning to every term. A man on the street might advocate altruism and mean nothing more than giving a dime to a beggar. That's very different from a philosopher advocating altruism as the complete self-sacrifice of man to the collective. Most people are not precise formulators of their ideas. They toss out terms casually. When judging a person's honesty, you have to first find out what he really believes. Even when a person does hold a bad belief, you have to distinguish the implicit from the explicit. A belief may imply a disaster without the person knowing it. For example, the man on the street who denies absolutes doesn't necessarily see that this implies wiping out all of reality. You have an obligation to see some implications, but not necessarily every one. And one last theoretical issue. I think it's important to make a distinction between dependence and dishonesty. A person may be passive in regard to ideas, merely going along with the social consensus. This is not admirable, but it's not necessarily dishonest. It doesn't necessarily involve deliberate evasion. Now, a dependent person can be dishonest if he is deliberately shutting his mind down out of laziness, fear, or parasitism. But it's also possible for a person to be dependent out of sheer helplessness, especially on philosophic issues. Most people absorb their philosophy from others, with no idea that there are alternatives, or even how to think about such issues. This is a different case. I would distinguish two types: the dependent by commitment, who wants to be dependent, and the dependent by default, who is essentially helpless. The helpless dependent may be a good man who is baffled. Even the weak, neurotic dependent is not as corrupt as the actively dishonest crusader for a bad idea. So, let's briefly apply some of these distinctions to a few topics. First, modern, that is, non-objective art. If a person says, "I like modern art," how do you assess that? The nihilists who originated and passionately defended modern art are absolutely dishonest. But does it follow that every advocate is dishonest? No. There's a whole spectrum of possibilities. The most innocent would be an utterly ignorant person who just likes certain smears for their decorative value. More common is the person who says, "I don't know much about art. I don't like it, but who am I to know?" Then there's the conformist, who pretends to like it out of fear. Then there's the conscious con man, who is an out-and-out hypocrite. Then there's the pretentious phony who lies to himself. All of these are different from the nihilists who started it all. I personally would draw the line at the con man. What about religion? Can belief in God be honest? It depends on where in the religious hierarchy you look. For the leaders, it's one thing. For the layman, it's another. It depends on how much of a factor religion is in a person's life. For most people today, it's not a big factor. And for many, it can be an honest error. I've argued with religious people who truly cannot conceive of a non-religious view of the universe. They're not being dishonest. And what about the believer in the welfare state? Here again, it depends. If he believes in it as a deliberate step on the road to totalitarianism, that's dishonest. But if he's a dependent person who has never heard an alternative, you can't condemn him as dishonest per se. In sum, when judging a person's honesty, you have to look at the whole context: his age, his profession, his psychology, his method of arguing, the content of his belief, what he actually sees versus what's merely implicit. Now I want to turn to the last of the three arguments against philosophy: philosophy versus the world. This is the claim that philosophy brings you into perpetual conflict with other people, that it leads to an attitude of condemnation and bitterness. This is a typically religious attitude, the idea that this world is a realm of sinners and you should be alienated and await heaven. Some objectivists have a similar idea, but they substitute Atlantis for heaven. They feel that here and now, people are rotten and happiness is impossible. Although this attitude would be understandable if you were in a concentration camp, it is not true of life in a free or even semi-free Western country. The United States today is a mixed culture. There is evil, but there is also a great deal of good. Any monolithic, across-the-board condemnation of society is simply unjustified. Neither misanthropy, hating everyone, nor Pollyannism, loving everyone, is justified. Now, a sense of alienation from the world can have two sources. Part of it is valid and understandable, given the state of today's culture. There are some battles you cannot avoid if you hold a philosophy. But there are also some battles you can and should avoid. Part of this feeling comes from a philosophic error, and part of it does not. First, let's look at the error side. What kind of error could lead people to exaggerate the evil in the world? The same error that has run through this whole course, the mind-body dichotomy. This leads straight to the moral versus the practical dichotomy. The moral becomes the inner, your own standards, which are seen as being in necessary conflict with the outer world. If you choose the moral side, as objectivists tend to do, you get the feeling that your idealism is impractical. This is the same error that makes a rationalist fear and ignore facts and emotions. Here the person fears other people as the element he can't control, so he withdraws. The corollary of the rationalist in thought and the repressor in feeling is the misanthrope in relation to people. This can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. A person decides on philosophic grounds that you can't deal with other people. As a result, he withdraws, and so nobody gets to know or like him. His experience then seems to bear out his viewpoint. Now let's consider the non-error side. It is true that there is a lot of corruption and irrationality in the world. If you're rational, you can't avoid seeing it, judging it, and reacting to it. Even if you're not a rationalist, even if you are benevolent and predisposed to look for positives, sometimes they are not there. Sometimes you get a full, concentrated dose of evil, and it would be absurd to just look on the bright side. So you have to expect to be momentarily overcome with the sheer force of the evil in a given situation. There are times and situations where, despite my knowledge of philosophy, I feel overwhelmed, isolated, alienated, lonely, bitter. This is, to me, inescapable at times. I once went to a debate on the nuclear freeze at a large university. The audience of college students was closed, irrational, and hostile. After a couple of hours, I was angry and depressed. I felt, this is the way the world is. What is the point of fighting it? The point is, I don't think I made a mistake. You have to react to concretes. It has to affect you. You can't always get away from the rotten things. That's the valid point in the belief in philosophy versus the world. There are going to be periodic attacks of despair. The question is, what to do about them. First, recognize them as natural and legitimate, assuming they were really provoked. If you take ideas seriously in today's world, you have to allow yourself to feel that sometimes. Second, try to minimize the occasions for them. You don't have to seek out situations where you know you're going to be revolted. And third, you have to estimate the situation appropriately, in the full context of your knowledge. Let yourself feel the bitterness for a while, but at an appropriate point, you have to start reminding yourself of what you know about life and the world and philosophy. That won't remove the evil, but it will reestablish the broader context and your overall perspective. After that debate, for example, I had to remind myself that New York City is worse than other places, that college kids are not typical, and that ideas are at the root of the problem. So, there's still a chance by combating those ideas. Today's culture is a mixture. One day you see the best side and feel uplifted. The next day you see the vicious side and feel despair. Some oscillation is unavoidable, but both extremes are wrong. The trick is to try not to oscillate too much, and the method is to use your conscious knowledge in conjunction with your feelings. Your greatest ally in keeping a balance of sanity should be philosophy, specifically objectivism. and even more specifically, the mind-body integration with all its corollaries, including chewed, concretized abstractions. If that's how you hold philosophy, it will be an enormous value in helping you judge people and events accurately. You will see that in the long run, following your principles leads to success and happiness, and that evil really is impotent. You will see that the moral is the practical, and reality will seem to be on your side. Philosophy, and particularly objectivism, is supposed to be an aid in life. If it's chewed and concretized, that's how it functions. And that's the main reason I wanted to give this course on understanding objectivism. Objectivism should help you to enjoy life. It should help to make you glad that you're alive. And that is my sincere wish for you. Don't make objectivism into a hair shirt, a constant source of guilt, repression, condemnation, and gloom. Make it a means of your rational self-interest in the full sense. Let it make you happier, not more miserable, because that is its purpose. I hope this course has been of some help in this regard. This concludes the lectures from Understanding Objectivism.